Chapter 19. The Chateau Thierry Salient. The scene of 94 Squadron's operation now changes from the Toul sector to the Chateau Thierry region. On June 27, 1918, all 4 of our American fighting squadrons were ordered to Chateau Thierry. We were now 4 in number, for Squadron 27, commanded by Major Harold E. Hartney, and Squadron 147, commanded by Major Bonnell, had recently completed training and had moved in alongside 95 Squadron and our little hat-in-the-ring squadron. Toul is a city of some 20,000 inhabitants and would be quite the metropolis of its region were it not for the larger city of Nancy, which lies but 15 miles east. It has certain quaint and interesting aspects, including a well-preserved and ancient moat and battlements which surround the old city, a picturesque plaza in the center of the town, and several venerable old buildings dating well back into ancient history. Moreover, Toul had shops and busy streets where overtired aviators could stroll about and make purchases and gaze upon the shifting crowds. Our new surroundings were of rather different character. We settled upon an old French aerodrome at Tourcoing, a small and miserable village some 25 miles south of Chateau Thierry and the Marne River. The aerodrome was large and smooth and abundantly equipped with the famous French hangars, which consist of steel girders with walls and roofs of canvas. They were very spacious, quite cool in summer, and camouflaged admirably with the surrounding scenery. But no provisions had been made at Tourcoing for the pilots and officers. All of our airplanes flew from Toul to Tourcoing, while the rest of the aerodrome impedimenta was carted rapidly away to the new quarters in lorries, trucks, and trailers. The pilots of Squadrons 27 and 147 were rather new at that time, and it was thought wise to assign some of the older pilots of 94 and 95 Squadrons to the task of leading them through the air to the new field. I was assigned to fly Major Atkinson's Nieuport, and was directed to bring up the rear of the aerial procession so as to keep an eye upon those who might fall by the wayside. I found that I had more than I could handle on that occasion. Lieutenant Buford of 95 Squadron had a reputation of scorning the use of a map in flying over France. He had been selected to lead the pilots of 27 Squadron to Tourcoing on that morning. I saw him leave the ground with his 20-odd machines and disappear in the distance. When I arrived at Tourcoing, I learned that none of Lieutenant Buford's flight had yet put in an appearance. Late that night they all arrived safely. Upon being questioned as to their day's joyride, they told us that Buford's celebrated sense of direction had taken the entire squadron directly south instead of east. After flying until their fuel had given out, they all landed upon an aerodrome which at that moment fortunately appeared below them. Here they learned they were at Lyon, in the south of France, instead of Tourcoing. After filling up with petrol and securing maps, they again set off and eventually arrived at their proper destination. Buford later had several very remarkable recurrences of this erratic homing instinct of his. Many instances occurred that illustrate how easily a pilot can be lost in the air, notwithstanding a clear sky and a brilliant sun shining in its proper position. A few days before we left Toul, I took Lieutenant Tittman out for his first trip over the lines. Reed Chambers accompanied us, and we cautioned Tittman to keep close alongside us, and in case of a battle to stay above us and simply look on without attempting to take any part. We had scarcely arrived over Pont-à-Mousson when we discovered a Boche photographic machine proceeding towards Nancy. Reed and I made a circumspect attack, both of us keeping one eye upon our new pilot and the other constantly searching the skies for fear some roving Fokker might pounce upon Tittman while we were engaged with the Albatross. The consequence was we lost our Albatross and found that Tittman had in the meanwhile implicitly obeyed instructions and had at no time been in any danger. Consequently, when another enemy plane appeared a few minutes later, Chambers and I rushed in to a vigorous attack, without very much concern for Tittman's safety. Again the enemy escaped, owing to the misfit of our cartridges with the resultant jamming of all 4 of our guns. We returned to pick up our protege and found that he had disappeared. Upon landing with very poignant fears concerning Tittman, we were told that our balloon headquarters had telephoned in, stating that a chasse machine had just gone down in flames a short distance north of Nancy. Our worst fears seemed confirmed. Reed and I felt much like murderers. Imagine our relief when a day or two later Tippmann came walking into our mess. He told us rather shamefacedly that he had lost us during our combat and had decided to fly home and land. Although the sun was shining full in the south at noonday, Tippmann flew directly east. He had flown until his petrol had given out and still had found nothing but trees below his sinking plane. With his heart in his throat, he let his Nieuport take its own place for landing. One spot looked as fatal to him as another. He crashed in the treetops, rolled through the branches, and bounced upon the ground. His aeroplane in several fragments, but himself absolutely unhurt. After an hour's walk, which might easily have taken him into the Boche camp, he found that he was very near the lines and but a few kilometers from Switzerland. Had his petrol lasted another 5 minutes, he would have landed there and had been interned by the Swiss authorities. Undeniably, there are several ways for airmen to get into trouble. Half a dozen of our group experienced motor trouble in that flight to Tourcoing, and among them were some of the best pilots in our squadron. But all eventually arrived, eager to learn what new experiences this change of front would bring to us and full of great expectations for the morrow. We found delightful quarters for 94 Squadron's officers in an old abandoned chateau a few miles south of the field. It had been evacuated by its owners in 1914, when the Huns had made their first rapid advance beyond the Marne. Gorgeously furnished, and surrounded by wonderful scenery, it was by far the finest habitation a body of pilots ever found. Our regrets in leaving Toul were quickly banished when we found ourselves suddenly surrounded by all this beauty. Unfortunately enough, I had but little opportunity to enjoy its comforts, for during the greater part of our stay in this delightful spot, I occupied a cot in a nearby hospital where a bad case of pneumonia was narrowly averted. On the day of our moving from Toul, I had felt a return of the fever. Upon landing at Tourcoing, I realized that I had a serious chill. There was nothing for it but a report to the doctor. From June 28th to the 2nd of July, I lay by myself in a quiet room of the hospital, and there I did a deal of thinking. It was the first real opportunity for thinking things over I had found since the rush of war began. I had enlisted in the Signal Corps in New York, and the next day sailed with General Pershing for the front. From that day to this, I had always been striving for something that had seemed mythical and indefinite. I now determined to analyze the whole situation and try to catch up again with myself. Aviation had always been a mystery as well as a delight to me. The rush of an airplane through the sky awoke within me every instinct of sportsmanship and desire. With my rather intimate knowledge of motors and engines, I had always felt certain that I should find it easy to fly. My experiences in racing contests led me to believe that in the air, as on the racecourse, I should find a great difference in individual antagonists. Some of them would be better than I, some of them poorer. From all of them, I would be able to pick up, here and there, certain tricks and improvements which gradually might improve my own abilities. There was but one element in this game of war aviation that troubled me. Could I play my part in a life-and-death contest such as had been going on in the air over France for the past 3 or 4 years? Had these successful German, British, and French aviators a particular gladiatorial characteristic which made it possible for them to conquer in air combats, but which might be lacking in me? The answer to this question I did not know. I had begun my flying full of misgivings, full of a sense of my inexperience and incompetence. I had seen one cherished theory after another of mine go tumbling into space on my homeward journeys from my early combats. Through the favor of my lucky star, I had survived numerous incidents that had miserably terminated other pilots' careers. And now I had actually passed through a score or more of deadly combats on airplanes, had been victorious in several, and had escaped any injury whatsoever from the assaults of my adversaries. I wondered if I could not now begin to answer this perplexing question. Was I in that strange class of men who had plumbed the possibilities of danger in the air, who have mastered to the limits the powers of airplanes and aeroplane guns, who know that they are personally superior to their antagonists for this very reason, who are therefore superior in truth because of the self-confidence that this knowledge brings them? Cautiously and impartially I set my mind upon this problem. I felt that now was the time to make sure of myself for myself. If I could disabuse my mind of the impression that some mysterious power accounted for the successes of the famous air fighters of the enemy service, I would be able to meet them with far greater confidence in my own merely human powers. I reviewed the various combats in which I had taken a part. Here and there I detected mistakes that I had made. mistakes of which I should never again be guilty. Over and over again I had failed to get a victory because of a stupid jamming of my guns. Was there no way of removing this sorry impediment? I would examine every single detail of my guns myself in the future. Every cartridge that the armorers gave me would receive a strict examination and testing before I left the field. That would certainly minimize the possibilities of gun failures at critical moments. Next, the principal fear that hampered me in the midst of a combat was the knowledge that the Nieuport's wings might give way under the stress of a necessary maneuver. Constantly I was limited in essential movements by this fear. Was there no way to strengthen these wings? Why couldn't we get the Spads that had been promised us? If I could only get a machine built according to my own designs. I imagined how I could throw terror into the enemy formations if I could only hurl my machine about them with the headlong impetuosity that I craved to let go. I lay staring at the ceiling for some time, picturing myself in pursuit of the whole German Air Force who were fleeing in terror before my ideal airplane. Then with a shrug I pulled myself together and forced myself once more to face the realities. My gun jammings I could and would remedy. There was no reason why I should not have less jams than any other pilot in the service, provided I put adequate attention to the matter. The limitations of my Nieuport I must bear in mind, and endure them until the authorities found means to procure Spads for us. Above all, I must constantly remember to remain within those limitations even if the enemy escaped me. Otherwise I should never live to continue to fight within the pilot seat of the coveted Spad. I thought of the insolence of the high-flying Rumplers, with a return to my craving for an airplane of my own design. My old friend, number 16 of the Rising Sun Squadron. How I should love to give him a little surprise on our next meeting. I would design a fighting plane that would fly faster, that would outclimb, outdive, and outmaneuver any machine or machines that the Boche owned. And it would have a higher ceiling than the Rumpler. It was all possible, if I could only get it done. The result of my long cogitations and self-study was a determination to begin afresh my career in the air. I convinced myself that I had fairly well solved the puzzles that had deterred me from several successes in my more immature past. Merely human qualities dominated aviators after all. I had seen enough of the Boche tactics by now to understand that there surely was no mystery about them. Caution was one very essential element that I must never forget. With that determination I dropped to sleep, and awoke with a feeling that a great load had been lifted from my mind. On July 4th, a day which the Americans intended to celebrate in Paris with much magnificence, I obtained permission to visit the capital. Captain Kenneth Marr and several of our pilots went in with me to see the celebration. They returned early the following day, leaving me to take my own time in rejoining my squadron. Hardly had they gone when the impulse came to me to go down to Orly, where the American experimental aerodrome was located, and see for myself just what the situation was in regard to our Spad aeroplanes. I called upon the major in charge of the supply depot, and there learned to my delight that he had actually begun arrangements for the immediate equipment of the Hat in the Ring squadron with the long-deferred Spads. At that moment, he told me, there were 3 Spads on the field that were designated for our use. With rather a short farewell to the major, I hastened to the field, and there I found 3 of the coveted fighting machines that I knew had many accomplishments superior to the rival Fokkers. The nearest machine to me had the initial figure I painted on its sides. I asked the mechanics in charge if this machine had been tested. "Yes, sir, all ready to go to the front," was the reply. "Is this one of the machines belonging to 94 Squadron?" I inquired. "Yes, sir. There are 2 more over there. The others will be in here in a few days." "Well, I am down from 94 Squadron myself," I continued, a sudden wild hope entering my brain. "Is there any reason why this machine should not go to the squadron today?" "None that I know of, sir," the mechanic answered, thereby forming a resolution in my mind that I very well knew might lead me to a court-martial, provided my superior officers chose to take a military view of my offense. Inside 10 minutes I was strapped in the seat of the finest little Spad that ever flew French skies. I have it to this day and would not part with it for all the possessions in the world. Without seeking further permission or considering stopping to collect my articles at my hotel, I gave the signal to pull away the blocks, sped swiftly across the smooth field, and with a feeling of tremendous satisfaction I headed directly away for the Tourcoing aerodrome. Not until I had landed and begun to answer the questions of my comrades as to how I got possession of the new machine did I begin to realize the enormity of the offense I had committed. I did not contemplate with any pleasure the questions that the commanding officer would hurl at me on this subject. But to my joy, no censure was given me. On the contrary, I was given this first spa to use as my own. Within an hour my mechanics were fitting on the guns and truing up the wings. In the meantime, I decided to go out for the last time on my old-time mount, the Nieuport. During my absence, the group had suffered 2 losses and had won 3 victories. Lieutenant Wanamaker of 27th Squadron was from my home city of Columbus, Ohio, and he, I learned, had gone out on patrol on the 3rd of July and had been shot down above Chateau Thierry. For weeks we feared he had been killed, but finally received word from the Red Cross in Switzerland that Wanamaker had merely been forced down within enemy territory and had been captured unhurt. It was at this period of the American offensive, it will be remembered, that the final German retreat began at Chateau Thierry. Our aerodrome at Tourcoing was located so far behind the lines that we were limited to very short patrols over enemy territory. As the Hun continued to withdraw farther and farther back, it was evident that we must abandon our magnificent chateau at Tourcoing and move nearer the front. Every day the German rumplers came over our field and blandly photographed us while our Archie batteries poured up a frantic lot of useless shells. I doubt if the enemy remained in ignorance of our change of locations a single day, for as soon as we began settling at the Saints aerodrome a few miles nearer the lines, we again noticed the visits of the high-flying rumplers. In fact, one of our squadron pilots, who was captured at this period, later told me, after his release, that the German intelligence officer exhibited to him a full list of the names of all of our pilots. The officer kindly inquired after the health of Major Hartney, who had seen distinguished service with the British before joining the American Air Service, and then he asked if Rickenbacker had been formulating any new balloon plans. Since the only plan that I had ever formulated was the ridiculous failure of our balloon attack of the week previous, I naturally felt somewhat aggrieved at this officer's low humor. But it astonished me to learn of the precise information possessed by the enemy in regard to our movements and personnel. My feelings were somewhat restored by hearing of the opinion the same officer expressed as to the efficacy of the American air fighters. Before one can appreciate the significance of his remark, it is necessary to understand the character of the famous German fighting squadrons who now confronted us. Chapter 20. The Death of Quentin Roosevelt. The German advance, beginning late in June, had resulted in forcing a deep salient in the lines between Soissons and Reims. These 2 cities lie on an east and west line. Both are situated on the Vesle River, but 20-odd miles separate them. Reims, to the east, had withstood the assaults of the Hun, but Soissons and the important highways and railroads centering there were now held by the Germans. Straight south from Soissons, the trenches now ran south for 20 miles until the banks of the Marne River were reached. Then they curved northward and east, the belligerents facing each other from the opposite sides of the river, almost to Epernay, a city almost directly south of Reims. Thus the salient which now most threatened Paris and the region south of the Marne was approximately 20 miles deep and 20 miles wide. It included Chateau Thierry, which lay on the north bank of the Marne. Our aerodrome at Tourcoing lay south another 20 miles from Chateau Thierry. In that position, we were then south even of the city of Paris itself. With full knowledge of the increasing strength of the American army in France, and having decided to stake all upon one last effort before the arrival of our troops in their entirety, the Hun commanders had then even stripped the able-bodied men from their munitions factories throughout Germany in order to secure a victory at the front before it became too late. The loss of these factory workers spelled an ultimate failure in the supply of munitions of war necessary to a long campaign. If this last desperate thrust failed, the Boche must admit themselves defeated. The subsequent breakdown of the German army was the natural climax to this desperate strategy. This last drive for Paris and Amiens must be the last. Every ounce of energy was therefore expended. Every division and every squadron of aviators that could be spared from other sections of the front were hurriedly concentrated upon these 2 districts, that of Chateau Thierry and the Saint-Quentin to Amiens district. When the orders came to 94th Squadron to shift from Toul to this new Chateau Thierry sector, the German fighting squadrons had already left the vicinity of Verdun, Saint-Mihiel, Pont-à-Mousson. Only the regular photographing and observing machines were still abroad there for our entertainment. Arrived at our new quarters, we found a very different situation. Our entertainment here promised to be fast and furious enough to suit the most ambitious airmen. it was quickly discovered by our own intelligence officers that the best of the German fighting squadrons were now patrolling our skies. Captured prisoners, the markings on the planes we shot down, the photographs and observations of our airmen and other sources which are employed to gain this information, all told the same story. On the aerodrome at Quancy, a large field just north of Chateau Thierry, was located the distinguished Richthofen Squadron, then commanded by Captain Reinhardt. Its machines were distinguishable by their scarlet noses and by the extraordinary skillfulness of their pilots. It was now included in Jagdstaffel No. 1, which comprised 4 flights of 7 machines each. Jagdstaffel No. 2 was a scarcely inferior aggregation of German aces under command of Captain Leuscher, himself a victor over 42 aerial antagonists. The aeroplanes of his squadron were also Fokkers. Instead of the scarlet markings on nose and wings, No. 2 Jagdstaffel had the belly of each fuselage painted a bright yellow. These machines occupied the same field with the Richthofen Circus. The third famous fighting squadron of the Germans, Jagdstaffel No. 3, was at that time under command of Captain Batange, an air fighter celebrated in Hunland not only for his 25 victories, but for his great success as a trainer of adroit air fighters. This squadron occupied an aerodrome back of Saint-Quentin. While usually engaged with British antagonists further north, this squadron frequently made its appearance opposite us during the hottest days of fighting in our sector. Thus it became evident to us that we American aviators were at last to meet the very choicest personnel of the enemy air forces. Not only would these experienced pilots be mounted upon superior machines, but they had been trained to fly in such close formations that they need fear no attack until they themselves were ready to accept combat. And they had consolidated here in such numbers that every time we crossed the lines we found the sky full of them. 94 Squadron at that time had 17 pilots and 24 aeroplanes available. Squadrons 95, No. 27, and No. 145 had approximately the same number each. No other American fighting squadrons were then assisting us in the defense of this sector. Without desiring to make any reflection upon the French airmen who were stationed near us in this sector, it is necessary to show that the state of French morale was at that time notoriously bad. Indeed, it would have been strange after 4 years of severe warfare to have found that personnel in France had not suffered enormously, as in the other fighting countries. After the loss of the eager volunteer for aviation, it became necessary to press into that service men who much preferred the infantry, cavalry, or artillery. As was to be expected, the resultant air force of France did not measure up to its former prestige. Consequently, the few American squadrons who were suddenly plunged into the thick of this ferocious conflict at Chateau Thierry found that they were overwhelmingly outnumbered, poorly supported, and lamentably equipped, both in machines and experience. When therefore I later learned that the intelligence officer of the enemy air force had complimented the American pilots by saying that they fought more like Indians than soldiers, and that they upset all our training by dashing in single-handed against our formations, I felt a great glow of pride and confidence in the bravery our boys exhibited throughout that trying campaign. The losses in our group during the 4 weeks we occupied this sector at Chateau Thierry amounted to 36 pilots, who were either captured or killed. Among the latter class was Quentin Roosevelt, who fell in flames on July 14, 1918. Our victories during this same period were 38, 2 more than the number we had lost. Quentin Roosevelt's death was a sad blow to the whole group. As President Roosevelt's son, he had rather a difficult task to fit himself in with the democratic style of living which is necessary in the intimate life of an aviation camp. Everyone who met him for the first time expected him to have the airs and superciliousness of a spoiled boy. This notion was quickly lost after the first glimpse one had of Quentin. Gay, hearty, and absolutely square in everything he said or did, Quentin Roosevelt was one of the most popular fellows in the group. We loved him purely for his own natural self. He was reckless to such a degree that his commanding officers had to caution him repeatedly about the senselessness of his lack of caution. His bravery was so notorious that we all knew he would either achieve some great spectacular success or be killed in the attempt. Even the pilots of his own flight would beg him to conserve himself and wait for a fair opportunity for victory. But Quentin would merely laugh away all serious advice. His very next flight over enemy lines would involve him in a fresh predicament from which pure luck, on more than a few occasions, extricated him. A few days before his death, Quentin Roosevelt went over the lines with his formation, and they came home without him. Later he arrived and laughingly announced that he had shot down his first Hun machine. Upon being questioned about the combat, he admitted that he had been lost after striking off by himself to investigate a large formation of enemy machines, which he had discovered in the distance. Resolving to be prudent in the matter, he reversed his direction after discovering they numbered over 20 to his 1. He flew about alone for a while, then discovering, as he supposed, his own formation ahead of him, he overtook them, dropped in behind, and waited patiently for something to turn up. It came about 15 minutes later. His formation continued almost straight ahead during all this time, he following quietly along in the last position. Quentin had no idea where they were headed and didn't care. He had violated his duty once by leaving them, and now he intended blindly to follow the leader. Meditating thus, he failed to notice that the leader had dipped a signal and had begun to virage to the left. Quentin awoke just in time to see the aeroplane ahead of him suddenly stick his nose up and begin a virage. Then to his horror, he discovered that he had been following an enemy patrol all the time. Every machine ahead of him wore a huge black Maltese cross on its wings and tail. They were as unconscious of his identity as he had been of theirs. Quentin fired one long burst as he in turn completed the virage and rejoined the formation. The airplane immediately preceding him dropped at once and within a second or two burst into flames. Quentin put down his nose and streaked it for home before the astonished Huns had time to notice what had happened. He was not even pursued. It was this style of Indian warfare that had moved the German intelligence office to state that their training was indeed hopeless against the Americans' recklessness. German formation flying was admirable until an American joined it and maneuvered in concert with it for 15 minutes before shooting it up. One can imagine the disgust of the methodical Boche as they digested this latest trick of the Yank. Lieutenant Quentin Roosevelt met his death during an unusually severe dogfight in the air. He left the aerodrome with his formation of 5 planes and proceeded across the lines east of Chateau Thierry. The sky was thick with enemy formations as usual. Both our own and the enemy's airplanes were largely engaged at that time in strafing trenches and the main highways upon which the columns of troops were continually advancing to occupy the lines. One did not have to seek far to find a fight. Within 10 minutes after crossing the trenches, the little formation from 95 Squadron took on a Fokker formation of 7 machines. They were both at a low altitude, and evidently both were intent upon discovering a favorable ground target covered with marching men. The 5 Americans accepted the Hun challenge for combat and dropped all other business for the time being. During the rapid circling about, in which both groups were endeavoring to break up the formation of the antagonist, Quentin discovered the approach of another flight of red-nosed Fokkers coming from above and behind. He withdrew by himself and flew ahead to meet the newcomers, climbing as he flew. The others were utterly unconscious of his departure, since Quentin flew in the last rear position on one of the wings. It was a cloudy day, and the airplanes were up near to and occasionally lost in the obscurity of the clouds. Suddenly Lieutenant Buford, the leader of Quentin's formation, saw a Nieuport falling through the clouds from above him. It was out of control as it swept by him. Without realizing whose machine it was, Buford knew that an enemy force was above him. He already had more than his hands full in the present company. Signaling his pilots to follow him, he broke off the contest and recrossed the lines. Then he discovered the absence of Quentin Roosevelt. That same night a wireless message came from the Germans saying that Quentin had been shot down by Sergeant Tom of the Flying Circus. Tom at that time had a record of 24 planes to his credit. The additional information was received that Quentin had been buried with military honors. No honors, however, could have compensated our group for the loss of that boy. The news was flashed throughout the world that Quentin Roosevelt was dead. Occasional press reports came to us that some imaginative reporter had stated that perhaps he was not in reality killed, but was merely a prisoner, thereby selling several more papers while unnecessarily distressing a bereaved family with utterly false hopes. A story came to my attention later which deserves a drastic reply. New York newspapers gave wide publicity to a statement made by a certain non-combatant named Hungerford, who claimed to have been employed on the Chateau Thierry sector of the front at this time. He not only attempted to describe the fight in which Quentin Roosevelt lost his life, but even intimated that had Quentin's comrades not fled, thereby leaving Quentin alone against desperate odds, the whole German formation might have been destroyed. He stated that he saw the fight and that Quentin, before his sad death, actually shot down 2 of the enemy planes. This whole story is absolute piffle. Nobody saw Quentin's last fight except the Huns, who shot him down. The fight itself occurred 10 miles back of the German lines over Fer-en-Tardon. Quentin did not shoot down 2 enemy planes, nor did his comrades desert him in time of trouble. It will be very unhealthful for Mr. Hungerford to meet the members of 95 Squadron upon their return to New York. A more gallant lot of boys never came to France, as this non-combatant gentleman will discover when he meets them. During all this time, I had been practically out of the fighting at the front. I had made but 2 flights over the lines at Chateau Thierry, one on my old Nieuport and the second on my Spad. On neither expedition did I meet an enemy airplane, nor was I anxious to do so until I had quite mastered the tricks and wiles of my new Spad. On July 10th, I became suddenly aware of a sharp pain in my right ear. It grew worse, and I decided to have the squadron doctor look me over. He sent me to Paris by the next train to have the eardrum lanced. An abscess had formed which might prove dangerous. Thus I was again forced to fret and turn upon a hospital bed for several days while my squadron was going through with the most severe trials in its short experience. Doug Campbell was away, leaving Jimmy Meisner, Reed Chambers, Alan Winslow, and Thorne Taylor the principal stars of our organization. I used to lie in my bed and wonder how many of these old comrades would greet me when I returned to my aerodrome. On July 15th, while lying half asleep on my bed in the hospital, I was suddenly startled by a tremendous explosion outside my windows. The nurses soon came by with frightened expressions on their faces. I asked one what it was. "It was one of the long-distance shells the Boche are again firing into Paris," she said. "They began that when they were about to start their great offensive of March 21st. For some time they have not been shooting into Paris. Now that it begins again, it is certain that they are commencing another drive." The young Frenchwoman was right. The very next day we heard that the long-anticipated drive from Chateau Thierry had begun. The heavy artillery barrage had started at midnight, and the offensive upon which the Germans were founding all their hopes was now on. It was, in fact, the beginning of the end of the war. Nobody realized it, of course, but General Foch, who possessed exact information of just when and where the Huns would strike, had prepared for it by crowding in immense quantities of artillery from Chateau Thierry to Rheims, from Rheims on eastward to the Argonne Forest. Just 2 hours in advance of the first German shell, he began such a terrific barrage over the lines that the enemy forces were completely disorganized. They were never again to threaten Paris or the Allied armies. And then the 2nd Division of the American Army began their great drive at the top of Chateau Thierry salient at Soissons, while the French began to pinch in the line at Rheims. All that great area of 20 miles by 20 was crammed with German troops, German artillery, German supplies. It must be moved at express speed to the rear, or all would be captured. Our squadrons at this great period did tremendous work in strafing the main highways leading to the Germans' rear. One of the pilots of 27 Squadron, Red Miller of Baltimore, who was shot down and captured while on one of these highway strafing expeditions, later described to me the extraordinary scenes he passed through while being taken to the rear under guard. It was Red Miller, in fact, who had been confronted with a complete list of names of all our squadrons by the German intelligence office. They questioned him immediately about his name, his squadron, and many other details which they were foolish enough to think they could tempt out of him. Miller, of course, had an enjoyable half-hour stuffing them with the most marvelous stories that a Baltimore education could invent. In his march to the prison camps that night, Miller was conducted up the main highway from Chateau Thierry to the north. 2 Boche cavalrymen rode on horseback, and he trotted along on foot between them. American shells were falling thick upon this road, and at every burst Miller and his conductors expected to be hurled among the dead and dying who filled the ditches. The road was literally jammed with horses, lorries, guns, and men. All were hurrying northwards. Along the sides of the roads, hundreds of Boche soldiers were detailed to drag from the roadway those men, trucks, horses, and guns which had been struck by American shrapnel and which lay there obstructing the traffic. Ropes were hastily attached to these obstructions, and they were pulled out of the way and dumped by the roadside. Another gang of soldiers worked side by side with these men, filling as quickly as possible the holes in the highway made by these exploding shells. Everything was hurry, noise, dust, and confusion. In a nearby hospital lay Lieutenant Norton, a dear friend and neighbor of mine from Columbus, Ohio. Norton had been wounded and fallen within the German lines. He was taken to the nearest hospital at Fer-en-Tardon, where he received good treatment until the day of the American drive. He was abandoned with all the other wounded by the fleeing Germans. When the Americans reached this hospital 3 days later, Norton had died from neglect. An amusing as well as heroic exploit of Miller's during this fearful march of his to the rear is well worth recording here. Red was so mortified by his capture, so exhausted by his continuous trot between his two captors, and so scared by the constant shelling of the road over which they were passing, that he resolved to break away from his two captors and risk their bullets rather than continue indefinitely in his present plight. It was getting dark as they passed a small piece of woods to the right. Red suddenly stopped and bent over to lace up his boots. The two horsemen shot a glance at him, then seeing he was innocently engaged, drew up their horses and waited for him. As soon as the right-hand horse had passed him, Red straightened up and jumped for the nearest trees. He dashed through the brush in the darkness, scratching his face and tearing his clothes, but did not hear that a single shot had been fired at him. He stopped and was peering about for a suitable tree in which to spend the night, hoping that by morning the country would be cleared of Huns, when an electric torch was flashed into his face. He threw up his hands and surrendered, finding that he had stumbled full into a camp of Hun artillery. When his captors again recovered him, Red fully expected to be shot for attempting to escape. Imagine his surprise when they begged him not to tell anybody about his escapade. They feared they would receive a worse punishment than he because of their carelessness in permitting him to escape. Chapter 21. Flying Circus Scores Heavily. It was not until July 31st that I was able to mount my Spad and again take my place in fighting formations. Even then I started out with much apprehension, for the doctors had told me that it was highly improbable that I should ever be able to fly again, owing to the condition of my ear. To my delight, I found that no ill resulted from this trial flight, and I put my machine through all sorts of acrobatics, and landed with the satisfaction of knowing that I had fooled the doctors and was as good as new, in spite of my punctured ear. That was a day of terrible losses to our group. Every squadron lost heavily, but the severest loss to the group was borne by Squadron 27. Lieutenant John MacArthur of Buffalo, New York, had up to that date destroyed 5 enemy machines in combat, and promised to be one of the greatest fighting airmen in the American Army. Everyone who knew him admired him immensely, and the pilots who had flown over the lines with him looked upon Jack MacArthur almost with reverence. He was cautious, quick, a clever pilot, and a dead shot. His judgment was good, and he had every attribute that spells success. His example had made a wonderful organization out of the new pilots of No. 27. Early in the morning of July 31st, MacArthur led out his crack formation of 6 planes to try a strafing expedition upon the aerodrome and hangars of the Richthofen Circus, which had just moved back from Quancy and now occupied the aerodrome north of Fiume. From this expedition only one of the formation ever returned. Not until weeks later did we hear any news of this missing 5. Then came a letter from one of them telling us what had occurred. They had reached their objective without mishap, and had strafed the hangars and billets of the Richthofen crowd until their ammunition was gone. Whether or not any of the enemy machines came up to fight them we did not learn, but the Richthofen aerodrome was 20 miles inside the lines, and our aerodrome was 30 miles this side of the lines. When the strafers turned their noses homewards, they found a 40-mile wind against them. They had already been out over an hour and could hardly hope to reach the home field against this gale before their fuel would be exhausted. They might easily reach some nearer aerodrome on our side of the lines, however, and towards this object they set their minds. Halfway to the lines, they encountered several formations of enemy planes who were fully aware of their predicament and were waiting for them to come out. Up and down, back and forth, MacArthur led his little formation, seeking for a place to break through the enemy's ranks. Finding the Boche pilots too adroit for him, he finally resolved to break through, regardless of the tremendous odds against him. MacArthur led the attack, and like Horatius of old, he embraced all the spears in his own breast to enable his comrades to pass through them. He fell, killed in air, and one of his pilots fell beside him. But even this heroic sacrifice was in vain. The remaining 3 pilots of his formation passed the encircling enemy machines only to find that this protracted maneuvering had quite exhausted their fuel. One by one their motors spluttered and died. The entire formation dropped to earth, some landing safely, others crashing in shell holes, all of them finding themselves behind the German lines. Squadron 94's greatest loss on that fatal day was Alan Winslow, the Chicago boy who had the honor of bringing down the first enemy machine conquered by the pilots of the Hat in the Ring squadron. Winslow was a gallant lad, and one of the most popular men in the squadron. Late that evening he was seen by another member of his flight diving down upon a Fokker with which he had taken on a combat. The two machines continued downwards until the dusky ground swallowed both of them from view. The rest of Winslow's flight returned home, and long did we sit up waiting for news of old Allen that night. The pilot stood about under the stars, popping up very lights into the clear sky, hoping that he might see the signal from afar and come roaring in. To every war pilot, there is an extraordinary pathos about the flashes of these distant signal lights at night. I never see these bright balls of fire cut through the night sky without feeling a clutch at my heart, without remembering the anguish with which I have watched and waited and hoped for the return of some dear comrade in answer to their signal. They rush from the mouth of the pistol with a noise like that of a child's pop-gun. The silvery ball climbs upward 200 or 300 feet with a soft roar. There it gracefully curves in its trajectory and begins slowly to fall, shedding a powerful light upon the surrounding landscape and casting its beckoning signal for a score of miles around. On any fine night, as one flies homeward from the lines, these very lights strike the eye from every aerodrome, both friendly and hostile. To a member of the mess, they denote a warm welcome from his comrades. To a stranger comes the significant intimation that yonder some member of an expectant family is still missing. A month later, one of the members of our squadron met in London Allen Winslow's brother, Paul Winslow, a member of the most famous of Great Britain's fighting squadrons, No. 56. Asked if any news had been received of Allen, Paul Winslow replied simply, "He went west." Upon returning to the squadron, however, a letter was found awaiting him from Allen Winslow himself. He wrote from a German hospital, stating that he had been wounded in the combat, had received a bullet in the left arm which had shattered it. The arm was amputated above the elbow, and he was quite contented to find himself so well out of the occurrence. The sorrows, the surprises, the joys of war flying are legion. The next day after the fall of Allen Winslow, a formation was sent out from our squadron under the leadership of Lieutenant Loomis to protect a photographing expedition of 3 French Breguet machines. Although far from being in condition, I resolved to tag along behind them in my Spad and see what happened. I got to an altitude of 15,000 feet, which was about 5,000 feet higher than the others, and from this front row in the gallery I had a wonderful view of an amazingly interesting little scrap. The Breguet had not proceeded very far into Germany before a Fokker formation appeared upon the scene. Of course the Fokkers saw the Nieuport, but they also saw the Breguet, and the German pilots knew that those Breguet with their photographs were the important targets for their flaming bullets. I sat above them and followed them in the various maneuvers to get in between Loomis and his convoy. Back and forth they circled, all the members of both formations keeping always in their proper positions. Although the Fokkers were 7 to the Nieuport's 5, the former did not appear very desirous of forcing a way through them to get at close quarters with the Frenchmen. Thus maneuvering, the whole circus passed further and further along into Germany until they gradually neared the landscape which the French machines wished to photograph. This objective was the city of Fiume, the railroads and highways leading into it, and the positions of any batteries of artillery that might be concealed from the naked eye, but which could scarcely escape revealment by the powerful lenses of the cameras. Plenty of other airplane formations were in the vicinity. I discerned hostile planes and friendly planes, American, British, and French. It was evident that the Fokkers below desired to attract to their aid one or more of their adjacent squadrons before attempting to force a battle with 94's Nieuport. Lieutenant Loomis, on his part, had no desire to press matters. His instructions were to defend the Breguet, not to take on any combats that happened to offer themselves. If the Fokkers refused to come in and attack them, Lieutenant Loomis's formation would have no fighting to do. I watched the distant enemy formations with considerable interest, ready to fly in and give warning should any one of them make a move to attack Loomis. But they apparently had their hands full watching out for their own safety, for the further we moved into German territory, the thicker did we find the sky filled with cruising airplanes. Only a little rumpus was needed to start one of the choicest dogfights that ever was seen. With much amusement, I noticed that our Frenchmen were now over Fiume and had begun taking their photographs. Evidently the Fokker leader discovered their industry at the same moment I did, for with a curt dip to his wings he started his flight on a headlong dive in the direction of the Breguet. But Loomis was then ready and anxious for the fight. Enough photographs had been taken to relieve him of the responsibility of spoiling the fun of the Frenchmen. Quickly he reversed his direction, all his flight falling neatly into position, and leaving the froggies in the lurch, he swept forward to engage with the Fokkers. The latter seemed rather startled for a moment, wavered a bit in their course, and in the next instant the fight was on. The Americans had the advantage from the first, for Loomis had kept his Nieuport at a good altitude above the brigade, and the Fokkers had tried to attack them from below. Loomis dived steadily at the tail of the nearest Fokker. This latter had no course open but to try and outdive him. Another Fokker got on Loomis's tail, and another Nieuport followed on his tail. Soon the whole menagerie was streaming along in this fashion, every machine pouring streams of tracer bullets into the machine ahead of him. It was a splendid spectacle to witness, but I knew it would be of short duration. One Fokker had already dropped towards earth, and two of our bright-colored Nieuport were streaking it for home in the wake of the disappearing brigade. Either these two pilots had wounds or engine trouble, or else considered the wisest policy was to get out of this hurricane of flaming bullets. I looked for Loomis. There he was, way down below, with three Fokkers on his tail. He was vainly attempting to reform his scattered formation, and but two of his machines remained. Even as I watched them, I saw several other enemy machines drawing nearer them from the north. It was high time to get down to their aid. As I dropped down to their vicinity, I saw Loomis fire 3 or 4 short bursts at his antagonists, and then, swerving away to the south, he put on the sauce and rapidly drew away from the pursuit. His pilots had fortunately observed his departure and hastened to overtake him. The Fokkers kept up a short pursuit, then seeing me above them, feared they were getting into another ambush, and the next moment were diving with all speed to the protection of their own landing field. I was frankly glad to let them go, for after 3 weeks' absence I felt little inclined to take on anything against odds. Turning back to join my fellows, I was startled to discover that Loomis was very plainly sinking to earth. His propeller was slowly turning, and I knew instinctively that he had been struck in some vital part of the engine. I overtook him and quickly measured the distance that separated him from the distant trenches. He was only 7,000 or 8,000 feet above the ground, and the lines were some 6 miles distant. Evidently he was fully aware of the tightness of his predicament, for he was nursing along his powerless airplane, and sailing on as flat a level as the Nieuport could possibly maintain. Generally speaking, an airplane can sail along for a mile without losing more than 1,000 feet altitude. Thus, Loomis could make 8 miles without engine power, provided he were 8,000 feet above ground. Provided also that no contrary wind was blowing him backwards during this time, and also providing that no rifle and machine gun bullets were able to terminate his progress as he drew nearer and nearer to the ground. I flew above him, absolutely powerless to do more than wish him luck. Archie took up the chase with malevolent delight, and sprayed both of us impartially with shrapnel. I lost all interest in the angry bursts about me, in the complete fascination of Loomis's struggle for the lines. He was holding on to every inch of his altitude with the skill of a Cape Cod skipper. At times I felt certain that he was holding her up too much. He must lose speed and headway with too great a curb on the bridle. The ground drew closer and closer to his hanging wheels. I saw the rear trenches of the Germans pass below him. I believed he was doomed to strike the next trench, 300 yards ahead. I wondered if I could possibly render any assistance by flying down and spraying bullets behind him until he had a chance to run to safety. No, such a plan was foolish. There would be 100 machine guns turned upon him the instant he crashed. 1,000 rifles would be shooting at him from concealed positions. I could not possibly do him any good. The second line of German trenches appeared below the sinking Nieuport, and I held my breath as the dainty little bird neatly skimmed over them. With rare good fortune, the way ahead seemed comparatively smooth. Loomis might coast along the intervening space and roll smack into the front line trench of the Huns. There was no doubt about it. He couldn't possibly make another rod. Just at that moment his Nieuport hit the ground, bounded up, struck again some 30 feet ahead, and with another bound actually hopped over the narrow front line trench and rolled along some 30 or 40 yards across no man's land. I yelled a little to myself in my excitement as I saw Loomis throw himself from the still-moving machine. In a trice he was streaking it for the American trenches, with Boche bullets accelerating his speed by lifting his heels just ahead of little clouds of dust. Loomis is very fast on his feet, even in flying costume. He covered that 100 yards in something under 10 seconds. He left my aeroplane far in the rear, and I had to hurry up to see his finish at the bottom of the front-line American trench. The doughboys covered his last dash with a splendid fuselage of bullets directed into the German trenches. Both sides were standing up and exposing themselves to enemy fire in the excitement of Loomis's home run. I saw him tumble safely into the deepest part of the trench and lie there, probably panting for breath, for apparently he hadn't received a scratch. As I considered this was the end of the morning's entertainment, I put on the gas and pushed on for home. I walked into the adjutant's office and made out a report of what I had seen. An hour later, we were delighted to receive a telephone call from Loomis himself, which instantly relieved our anxiety about his condition. He was entirely well in body, he reported, but had not yet fully recovered his breath. Then came another telephone call from the French headquarters, thanking 94 for bringing down one Fokker airplane, whose destruction they would be happy to confirm, and repeating their thanks for the protection Loomis's formation had given their photographers. Very valuable photographs had been obtained, it appeared, both of enemy positions and of the movements of their troops. Within an hour after snapping the photographs, the completed pictures were in their commanding officer's hands. Chapter 22. Our Spads Arrive. By August 8, 1918, our whole squadron was fitted out with the machines which we had so long coveted. The delight of the pilots can be imagined. In the meantime, we had lost a number of pilots on the flimsy Nieuport, not by reason of their breaking up in the air, but because the pilots who handled them feared to put them into essential maneuvers which they were unable to stand. Consequently, our pilots on Nieuport could not always obtain a favorable position over an enemy, nor safely escape from a dangerous situation. The Spads were staunch and strong and could easily outdive the Nieuport, and our antagonists opposite the Chateau Thierry sector were, as I have indicated, the very best of the German airmen. How greatly our new Spads increased our efficiency will be seen from the results which followed. By the 8th of August, our victorious doughboys had pushed back the Hun from the deep Chateau Thierry salient of 20 miles square, and the lines now ran along the Vesle River, directly from Soissons to Reims. This long advance left our aerodrome at Tourcoing far in the rear. So far, in fact, that it was necessary for our airplanes to come down near the lines and refill with gasoline before continuing our 2 hours' patrol over enemy territory. The old Richthofen aerodrome at Quancy was now in our hands. We established our filling station on this aerodrome. It lay then but 8 miles south of the German front trenches. At 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 8th, I received orders to take every available plane from our squadron and hurry out to the front to protect 2 French machines which were detailed to take photographs of an important position across the lines. Accordingly, I collected all the pilots, and we made an immediate departure from the field. 11 machines were in the flight. The others were not available by reason of repairs then under way. My ear was again troubling me, and I was in despair over my physical condition. The pain was continuous. I was determined to stick it out without reporting it to the doctor, for I had the impression that a second appearance at a Paris hospital would end my active service at the front. The cook smuggled hot salt bags to me at night, and I slept with these over my ear. But during the day, and especially while in the air, I felt constant pain from this source. The 2 Frenchmen met our formation at Quancy, where we all alighted and refilled our tanks. After 10 minutes' delay, we again took off, 3 of my Spads failing to get away owing to minor troubles with their motors. This left me with 8 machines besides the 2 Frenchmen who were to photograph and not to fight. At 3,000 feet over the field, I collected the formation and fired a red very light from my pistol as a signal to forge ahead. I had arranged the formation with the 2 Frenchmen in the center, with one of my flights on their right, one on their left, and one immediately behind them. I myself flew 1,000 yards above them. I anticipated strong opposition upon reaching the lines, but felt that we were posted in a solid position. Only the front center was left unprotected, and little trouble might be expected from this quarter, as the Frenchmen each had 2 guns pointing to the front. Just as we crossed the lines, all the machines flying along in beautiful formation, I noticed a group of 5 Fokkers back of Soissons. They were to the west of us, the sun was in the west, and from their maneuvers I knew that they had sighted us and were flying for a position in the sun. Once concealed by the sun's glare, they hoped to approach us and take us by surprise. Keeping one eye upon them and climbing still higher so as to keep well up to their level, I continued to lead my flotilla straight on towards the objective. Reaching Villy, we began to circle about, while the French Spads snapped their cameras. One complete circuit we made, and had started upon the second in order to make duplicates of all the exposures, when I observed 3 of the Fokkers leave their formation and begin a perpendicular dive upon the photographers. Even as I put down my own nose to intercept them, I was conscious of a feeling of intense surprise and admiration at this exhibition of bravery on the part of the 3 Huns. They were coming boldly in to attack almost 4 times their number, and we were still in excellent formation. It would be quite impossible for the 3 Fokkers to reach the Frenchmen without running the gauntlet of fire from at least twice their number of Spads. Evidently, these 3 Heinies were pilots of the first quality. As I descended in an oblique to meet the Fokkers, I noticed another Fokker formation of 5 coming straight at us from our rear. So this was the prearranged tactics of their sudden attack. I veered away slightly and looked over the situation. There was no time to lose. We must get rid of these 3 knights, who had come a-tilting at us with the evident intention of breaking up our formation, just in time for the onslaught of the reinforcements who were coming rapidly to their support. The very first maneuver made by the 3 Fokkers verified my suspicions. The first Heine came directly at one of the nearest French Spads, diving disdainfully through the fire of our nearest protection squad. As he approached within firing distance of the Frenchman, he suddenly did a brilliant renversement and doubled back upon his tracks. Busy as I was at that moment, I couldn't help but admire the daring pilot for his cleverness and coolness. He zoomed up a short distance, turned over on his wing, and this time came down diagonally for a real attack. Our Spads were all firing upon him. The Fokker was intent upon the French photographing machine. He did not pay us the compliment of even noticing our presence. I was in exactly the right position to meet his coming, and at the proper moment I pulled my machine straight up on her tail, trained my sights along the line of his dive, and began firing. My bullets cut a straight streak of fire up and down his path, and as the Fokker entered this path, I saw my flaming bullets rip through his machine from stem to stern. By controlling my Spad to keep pace with the Fokker, I let go at least 100 rounds before I saw that my bullets were finally missing him. He must have been literally riddled with bullets. He fell away and dropped, but did not burst into flames. I cast one glance at his 2 companions and saw that they were being cared for by other members of my flights. Reed Chambers was having a merry set-to with one of them, while the other was at some distance away, endeavoring to rejoin his flight. Chambers had set upon his antagonist with such energy that the Fritz had altered his original intention of taking a shot at the Frenchman. The latter were still under the protection of one of my small formations and were making their way homewards. Suddenly Reed obtained a favorable position under his Fokker, and with a short burst, the enemy machine fell over its wing and began drifting down out of control. 2 of the daring Fokker pilots had more than met their match, but had put up one of the most brilliant attacks I had ever witnessed. In the meantime, I was in considerable difficulty myself. From the time of my first shots I had stalled my motor and was now drifting through air with a dead propeller while watching the proceedings above me. I was an easy victim in this condition, should the 5 Fokkers detect me without power, and the sole method of restarting my motor was a long dive that would force my propeller to revolve through sheer pressure of the air against it. I lost no time in tipping over my wing, and then heading vertically downwards, let my machine rip through the atmosphere for a 1,500-foot fall before switching on my spark. The engine mercifully started, and I again pointed up my nose and climbed with all speed to overtake my fellows. The end of the 2 vanquished Fokkers I had no opportunity to observe. My instructions to my Spads had been to stick closely to the French 2-seater machines and to protect them across the lines, no matter what happened to any individuals who might be cut off. For some unknown reason, the Fokkers above me did not take advantage of my isolation and made no effort to get me as I flew along in the rear of my formations. Reed Chambers had already caught up with him, and they were all well over our lines. The French machines dropped down to our field at Quancy, while the Spads of 94 continued on their way homewards. Landing beside the French photographers, I inquired as to the success of the expedition, and learned that they had actually snapped 35 views of the positions they wanted, in spite of the Fokkers' attack. Upon inspection of the 1 French 2-seater which had been the object of my Fokkers' attack, we found that the German airman was as good a shot as he was a pilot. We counted a number of bullet holes in the tail of the machine, none of them fortunately having broken any of the control wires. Our efforts to obtain confirmations of the destruction of the 2 Fokkers shot down by Chambers and myself were disappointing. Our troops were advancing so rapidly that none of the regiments who were along that sector on the 8th of August could be located. When a few days later we drove over to that front to make inquiries. However, one can scarcely expect to get confirmations for all one's victories, since 9/10 of our combats were necessarily fought on the German side of the lines. My Fokker pilot may have escaped death, and now that the war is over, I most sincerely hope that he did, for he was a brave pilot and a daring fellow. At lunchtime on August 10th, we received orders for all hands to get aloft at once and form an aerial barrier in front of a small piece of woods that lay just back of our lines, northwest of Fer and Tardenois. This wood was scarcely 2 miles from the enemy trenches, and our natural supposition was that our generals were filling this area with troops or guns, and desired to conceal the fact from enemy espionage. Upon landing at the Quancy field for refilling with gasoline, we found that our surmises were correct. Large convoys of motor lorries, all cleverly camouflaged to merge with the roads and fields, were rapidly passing northwards, and all were packed full of our doughboys. The road kept humming with these convoys all the afternoon. Evidently there was to be a big push on the morrow directed against Phoemes, from this very advantageous position so close to their front. Just as we were getting away, Lieutenant Titus of the 1st Aero Squadron came running up to me and told me that he was ordered to select a flight of our machines to protect him in a photographing mission over Phoemes and the roads leading into it from the north. The Army authorities desired to have the fullest information as to just what the enemy was doing before completing arrangements for the morrow's attack. He asked me if I would pick out a few pilots from my squadron and be ready to go up with him in 10 minutes. I asked for volunteers, as this was purely a voluntary mission. 5 pilots immediately asked for the job, and we drew our machines apart from the others. Being in command of this expedition, I determined to see to it that a complete understanding existed between our Spad pilots and the pilots of the Salmson machines of No. 1 Squadron, who were to do the photographing. The region to be photographed was a large one, covering several towns lying between the Vesla and Ain rivers, and all the highways running between them. It would take some time thoroughly to cover this territory, and we were certain to be attacked before completing the excursion. I talked to the pilots for 5 minutes and made everybody understand that when they saw me make a virage, or circle on one wing, just ahead of them, they must immediately make a dive for our lines without any delay, photographs or no photographs. With our experience of the strength of the enemy Fokkers in this sector, it would be senseless suicide for our 5 machines to attempt to parley with overwhelming numbers of the enemy. It would be useless to get the photographs if we could not return with them. At 5:30 sharp, we left the ground and flew away over Phoemes. At that time, Phoemes was directly on the line. The American troops held the south half of the city, and the German troops occupied the northern half. Phoemes lays just halfway between Reims and Soissons. We were directly over Phoemes when I detected a formation of 8 red-nosed Fokkers stealing around on our left. They had evidently just left their aerodrome and were coming over to patrol the lines. Their present maneuver was as clear as crystal to me. They hoped to get behind us at a superior altitude and then come in upon our rear with the sun at their backs. It was precisely the maneuver I should have attempted in their place. We had the advantage of them in one particular. They did not know how deep we intended going into their territory. I saw by their actions that they intended to overlook us until we were well within their grasp, and then they would suddenly discover us. Very well, I said to myself, we will go ahead and photograph until you are ready to attack. Affecting ignorance of their presence, I continued straight into Germany. We made a short cut from southeast to northwest and came back in the contrary direction. A few discreet circles enabled the photographers to cover fairly well the territory they wanted, without taking us more than 6 miles within German lines. As we began our second circuit, the Fokkers determined to start something. They had made up their minds that we were not playing fair with them. 5 of their machines came darting down upon us from a great altitude, while the remainder continued cruising the lines between us and home. I saw the attack coming, and put my Spad in motion at the same instant. Diving down behind my little formation, which was tranquilly pursuing its way northwards, I passed behind the tails of the rear machines and immediately zoomed up directly in front of them, turning sharply back to the right, so that they could not help seeing me. Without further thought of their possible misunderstanding of this prearranged signal, I began climbing for altitude directly towards the approaching Fokkers. The 5 enemy machines had their sharp-edged wings cutting the air directly towards me. It is a thrilling and somewhat fearful sight to see the outline of a Fokker biplane descending upon one. I see them in my dreams very frequently after too hearty a supper late at night. Beginning firing at a comparatively long range, I held the Spad on its steepest course and waited to discover which side of me the Fokkers would choose to pass. Soon they began firing too, and the swift streaks of fire formed a living path along which we both traveled. I felt deep down in my heart that they would not stop to take me on. Their object was to get the 2-seater which had the damaging photographs. They would swerve to my right at the last instant, in order to place me between them and my formation. My Spads must be well together and headed downwards towards the lines by now. I had no time to look around, for I was lying back, half upon my back, the earth well under my tail and the sun under my engine, which prevented it from shining full into my eyes. Almost instinctively, I prepared to flatten out and immediately swing over to the right. The enemy must move in that direction. As we whizzed past each other, I ceased firing and flattened out my course. The enemy machines had passed me, and now I had the upper ceiling. They had fortunately continued on down after the Thompson, just as I expected them to do. Now the other Spads in my flight must look after them. Evidently, none of the 5 had been injured by my fire any more than they had injured me. We each of us presented a very small target subject to injury. As I eased off my motor, I heard the crackling of machine gun fire below me. I first cast another glance at the distant Fokker formation above me, then looked down over the sides of my office. Surely the 5 Fokkers could not have reached my Spad so soon. They should have been diving for the lines long ago. As I looked down, I discovered a regular dogfight was in progress. Certainly those were Spad machines which were turning and twisting about the encircling Fokkers, and the Spads in fact seemed to outnumber the Fokkers. Something strange about the color of the Spad's wings first struck my attention, and then I discovered that this fight was between a French squadron of Spads and another formation of Fokkers that had evidently arrived at the same spot at the same time. Without my being aware of it, 2 different groups of airplanes had been watching our little party all this while and had all concentrated below me to meet the diving Fokkers. The Thompson and my 5 Spads were well below me in about the position I expected to find them. The Spads had instantly obeyed my signal and had begun diving even as they headed around to the rear. They were well out of the melee. Considerably chagrined over my lack of caution, and thanking my lucky stars again that the new arrivals which had stolen in from an unobserved quarter were part friendly instead of all hostile, I turned about and vindictively charged into the midst of the combat. A Fokker had just zoomed up ahead of a diving Spad, letting the Frenchman proceed below him at headlong speed, when I arrived upon his tail. With my first burst, the Fokker turned over and fell earthwards out of control. Still too angry with myself to think of caution, I was badly scared a moment later by the spectacle of flaming bullets streaking past my face. I dropped over onto my wing, kicked my rudder crosswise, and fell 100 yards in a vree. No more bullets coming in my direction, I hastily pulled my Spad into position and cleaved the air for home. I wanted to get off by myself and think this over. Never again would I venture into hostile skies without twisting my neck in all directions every moment of the flight. That night, after an examination of my machine, I called to my mechanics and directed them to bring me the painter's paints and brush. With painstaking care, I took the brush and drew little circles around 3 holes in my wings where German bullets had passed through. "Cover these holes as neatly as possible," I directed the mechanics, "and then have the painter put a small Maltese cross over each patch. These are little souvenirs that will remind me of something next time I am over the lines." Chapter 23. Back close to Verdun. One of the extraordinary things about life at the front is the commonplace way in which extraordinary things happen to one. And though one may wonder and be greatly perplexed over it, there are no intervals for giving due thought to the matter. Thus, a day or 2 after my last experiences, while I was refilling my tank at Quancy, preparatory to another flip over the lines, I met 2 American doughboys there who told me that my brother was in camp but a few miles north of me. My brother had been at the front with the Signal Corps for 3 or 4 months, and though I had repeatedly tried to find his address, I had not been able, up to this time, to locate him. I immediately obtained permission to take an afternoon off, and borrowing a motor car from one of the officers there, I set off to the north in quest of my brother's camp. The roads to the north had but a fortnight ago been in full possession of the enemy troops. Signs along the way pointed out the next village in unmistakable fashion. All were in quaint German script. The Huns had whitewashed the most conspicuous corner at the approach to every village and crossroads, and there upon a white background was painted in high black letters the name of the present locality. A few yards further on was an equally glaring sign pointing out the next point of topographical interest in every direction. The distance in kilometers to each place was indicated with correspondingly large numerals. Any motor driver could pick up his directions without any slackening of speed. The highway I was traversing led to Fère-en-Tardenois and had been badly worn by the retreating enemy artillery and wagons. American shells had landed at precise intervals along the line of their retreat. Hurried replacements of surface had evidently been made by the Germans in order to permit the continued use of this road. And now our own doughboys were busily at work repairing these same roads, so that our own artillery might go on in pursuit of the fleeing Boche. As my car approached these groups of busy workers, my chauffeur blew them a long blast of warning. They withdrew to the edge of the road and watched me pass with an expression of mingled irony and respect. I tried to assume the haughty mien of a major general while under their brief scrutiny, and was beginning to feel highly pleased with myself when I suddenly heard one of the doughboys call out, "Hello, Rick!" I looked around, stopping the car by simply cutting off the spark. An undersized doughboy had dropped his shovel and was running forward to overtake me. As he came up, I recognized him as an old friend of mine from my hometown. "Gee whiz, Rick," he said. "Where the dickens are you going?" "Oh, up the road a ways to see my brother," I replied. "I just heard he was at the next village. How are you, Bob? When did you get over here to La Belle France?" "About a month ago. Hell of a way to come to break rock, isn't it?" "Well, so long. I've got to get back on the job." He squeezed my hand and hurried back. I never saw him again. As I proceeded onwards along my way, I continued to marvel at this peculiar coincidence. For months I had been making new friends, had been completely immersed in this new life, had seen nothing of my old friends, and now, within a single hour, I had found myself bumped suddenly alongside my own brother and against an old schoolboy friend. Within another hour we would all be flung widely apart. Perhaps all three of us would become among those reported missing. I began speculating which would be the first. War is a funny thing. After a very brief visit with my brother, I returned home, passing through Fère-en-Tardenois, and southwards along the same roads I had so recently traversed. Even in the short interval of my passing, a marvelous amount of work had been accomplished. Huge road rollers were crushing down the gravel, and several miles of the surface had been smoothed. When a people really wanted a good road built, they could finish it in an incredibly short space of time. Along both sides of the highway were piled heterogeneous masses of materials that had been abandoned by the enemy. Our salvage squads were scouring the adjoining fields and woods, collecting and bringing to the roadsides all the valuable articles for transportation to the rear. Other squads were picking up the dead, searching their blood-drenched clothing for data of identification, and stretching them out in methodical rows, duly numbering each corpse and preparing it for the last rites. Rows upon rows of 3-inch shells were stacked up within convenient reach of the army lorries. Their willow and straw baskets, each containing a single German shell, formed a regular row 6 feet high and 50 feet long. Then came a space filled with huge 12-inch shells, all standing upright upon their bases. Next were stacked boxes of machine gun ammunition, hundreds and hundreds of them, occasionally interspersed with stray boxes of rockets, signal flares, vari-lights, and huge piles of rifles, of machine guns, and of empty brass shells of various sizes. The value of an average German city lay spread along that road, all worthless to the former owners, all constructed for the purpose of killing their fellow men. I had an unusual experience in the air the following day. It is worth narrating simply to illustrate the extent to which the flight leader of a squadron feels himself morally bound to go. 6 of my Spads were following me in a morning's patrol over the enemy's lines in the vicinity of Reims. We were well along towards the front when we discovered a number of aeroplanes far above us and somewhat behind our side of the lines. While we made a circle or two, all the while steadily climbing for higher altitude, we observed the darting machines above us exchanging shots at one another. Suddenly the fracas developed into a regular free-for-all. Reaching a slightly higher altitude at a distance of a mile or two to the east of the melee, I collected my formation and headed about for the attack. Just then I noticed that one side had evidently been victorious. 7 airplanes remained together in compact formation. The others had streaked it away, each man for himself. As we drew nearer, we saw that the 7 conquerors were in fact enemy machines. There was no doubt about it. They were Fokkers. Their opponents, whether American, French, or British, had been scattered and had fled. The Fokkers had undoubtedly seen our approach and had very wisely decided to keep their formation together rather than separate to pursue their former antagonists. They were climbing to keep my squad ever a little below them while they decided upon their next move. We were 7 and they were 7. It was a lovely morning with clear visibility, and all my pilots, I knew, were keen for a fight. I looked over the skies and discovered no reason why we shouldn't take them on at any terms they might require. Accordingly, I set our course a little steeper and continued straight on towards them. The Spad is a better climber than the Fokker. Evidently the Boche pilots opposite us knew this fact. Suddenly the last 4 in their formation left their line of flight and began to draw away in the direction of Soissons, still climbing. The 3 Fokkers in front continued towards us for another minute or two. When we were separated by less than a quarter of a mile, the 3 Heinies decided that they had done enough for their country, and putting down their noses, they began a steep dive for their lines. To follow them was so obvious a thing to do that I began at once to speculate upon what this maneuver meant to them. The 4 rear Fokkers were well away by now, but the moment we began to dive after the 3 ahead of us, they would doubtless be prompt to turn and select a choice position behind our tails. Very well. We would bank upon this expectation of theirs and make our plans accordingly. We were at about 17,000 feet altitude. The lines were almost directly under us. Following the 3 retreating Fokkers at our original level, we soon saw them disappear well back into Germany. Now for the wily 4 that were probably still climbing for altitude. Arriving over Fimes, I altered our course and pointed it toward Soissons, and as we flew we gained an additional 1,000 feet. Exactly upon the scheduled time, we perceived approaching us the 4 Fokkers, who were now satisfied that they had us at a disadvantage, and might either attack or escape as they desired. They were, however, at precisely the same altitude at which we were now flying. Wigwagging my wings as a signal for the attack, I sheered slightly to the north of them to cut off their retreat. They either did not see my maneuver, or else they thought we were friendly airplanes, for they came on dead ahead like a flock of silly geese. At 200 yards, I began firing. Not until we were within 50 yards of each other did the Huns show any signs of breaking. I had singled out the flight leader, and had him nicely within my sights when he suddenly peaked downwards, the rest of his formation immediately following him. At the same instant, one of my guns, the one having a double feed, hopelessly jammed, and after a burst of 20 shots or so from the other gun, it likewise failed me. There was no time to pull away for repairs. Both my guns were useless. For an instant I considered the advisability of withdrawing while I tried to free the jam, but the opportunity was too good to lose. The pilots behind me would be thrown into some confusion when I signaled them to carry on without me. And moreover, the enemy pilots would quickly discover my trouble and would realize that the flight leader was out of the fight. I made up my mind to go through with the fracas without guns and trust to luck to see the finish. The next instant we were ahead of the quartet and were engaged in a furious dogfight. Every man was for himself. The Huns were excellent pilots and seemed to be experienced fighters. Time and again I darted into a good position behind or below a tempting target, with the sole result of compelling the Fritz to alter his course and get out of his position of supposed danger. If he had known I was unarmed, he would have had me at his mercy. As it was, I would no sooner get into a favorable position behind him than he would double about, and the next moment I found myself compelled to look sharp to my own safety. In this manner the whole revolving circus went tumbling across the heavens, always dropping lower and steadily traveling deeper into the German lines. 2 of my pilots had abandoned the scrap and turned homewards. Engines or guns had failed them. When at last we had fought down to 3,000 feet, and were some 4 miles behind their lines, I observed 2 flights of enemy machines coming up from the rear to their rescue. We had none of us secured a single victory, but neither had the Huns. Personally, I began to feel a great longing for home. I dashed out ahead of the foremost Spad, and frantically wigwagging him to attention, I turned my little bus towards our lines. With a feeling of great relief, I saw that all 4 were following me, and that the enemy reinforcements were not in any position to dispute our progress. On the way homeward, I struggled with my jammed guns, but to no result. Despite every precaution, these guns will fail a pilot when most needed. I had gone through with a nerve-wracking scrap, peaking upon deadly opponents with a harmless machine. My whole safety had depended upon their not knowing it. This sort of an experience serves to bring home to an aspiring pilot the responsibilities of the flight leader. I considered this fact somewhat seriously as I flew homewards that night and later made out my report. I wanted to be squadron commander, as every other pilot desires this promotion. Yet on this day I began to have an inkling of what it meant to be saddled with such a responsibility. This whole period of what we called the Chateau Thierry show became somewhat chaotic to me. Briefly, it lasted from July 2nd to September 3rd, 1918. I had missed much of it in the hospital. The little flying I had done over the lines had not been especially satisfactory, and now I began to feel a recurrence of my ear trouble. The constant twisting of my neck in air, turning my head from side to side to watch constantly all the points of the compass, had affected in some mysterious way my former malady. On August 18th I suffered actual agony and was unable to get out of bed. This was a sad day for our happy mess. 2 of our pilots, one the same Lieutenant Smith that had made so many patrols with me, the other an equally popular fellow, Lieutenant Alexander B. Bruce of Lawrence, Massachusetts. These 2 pilots, while patrolling over the enemy's lines at a very high altitude, had collided. With wings torn asunder, both machines had dropped like plummets to the distant ground below. The news came in to us while I was in bed. I had actually just been dreaming that Smith was up with me fighting Fokkers. and I had dreamed that he had just been shot down in flames. When Captain Marr came in to see how I was getting along, he told me about this horrible catastrophe. Smith had appealed to me in many ways. He had told me that he had been in the French ambulance service since early in the war. He had transferred to our aviation when we entered the war. His father had died while he was with us, and he had vainly attempted to get home to see his mother in New York, who was then critically ill. But mothers are not considered by those in authority. His application was denied. Bruce I had not known so well, as he had been with us but a few days, but the whole frightful episode really constituted a considerable shock to the nerves of our squadron. Lieutenant Green, who had been leader of this formation, came in a few minutes later and confirmed the sad intelligence we had received by telephone from the French artillery battery which had witnessed the collision in midair. Fighters on the front can never understand why the authorities back home deny them necessary arms and ammunition. We air fighters cannot understand why we cannot have parachutes fitted on our airplanes to give the doomed pilot one possible means of escape from this terrible death. Pilots sometimes laugh over the comic end of a comrade shot down in course of a combat. It is a callousness made possible by the continuous horrors of war. If he dies from an attack by an enemy, it is taken as a matter of course. But to be killed through a stupid and preventable mistake puts the matter in a very different light. For the past 6 months, the German airmen had been saving their lives by aeroplane parachutes. A parachute is a very cheap contrivance compared to the cost of training an aviator. Lufbery and a score of other American aviators might have been saved to their country if this matter of airplane equipment had been left to experienced pilots. During the following week, Paris surgeons operated upon my troublesome ear at the hospital. It has never bothered me since. As soon as I was able to get about, I maneuvered for my speedy return to the front, for I had heard that the Americans were about to begin a tremendous drive on the Saint-Mihiel salient, near Verdun, and that our Air Force would be of great importance in its success. And it was during this week in the Paris hospital that it was first suggested to me that I should write a book of my experiences in the air. I began this work then and there, and from that time on I kept a more complete diary of my day's work. Naturally, I did not know that the bulk of my victories were to come, nor did I know that I should ever live to receive the command of the best air squadron in the American service. One of the prizes offered by the Duchesse Talleyrand for shooting down enemy machines had come to me. I had more victories to my credit than any other American pilot in our service, though several American aviators, then in French squadrons, exceeded my score. Later, Frank Luke, who was in my opinion the greatest fighting pilot in the war, passed me when he shot down in flames 13 balloons in 6 days, a record that has never been equaled by any other pilot. On September 3rd, I learned that 94 Squadron had moved back to the Verdun sector. That indicated to me that plans were ripening for the Saint-Mihiel offensive by the Americans. I obtained permission to leave the hospital as cured, and hastened to our aviation headquarters to obtain my orders to return to the front. There I was told that General Mitchell's motor car was in Paris ready to be sent back to his headquarters, and would I care to drive it back? The quickness of my acceptance can be imagined. My squadron was already at home on the famous old highway that had saved Verdun. About 15 miles south of Verdun, at a little town named Aries-le-Petit, the aerodrome covered the crest of a hill that 2 years before had been in the possession of the Germans. Number 95 Squadron was there, together with 27 Squadron and 147 Squadron. The lines of the enemy ran south from Verdun along the Meuse until they reached Saint-Mihiel, scarcely 12 miles straight east from us. The crump of the guns was constantly in our ears. This aerodrome, which had been constructed and used by the French escadrille, was now to be occupied by our little group until the end of the war. During the coming month of September, I was to win 4 more victories in the air, and then to be given the greatest honor that has ever come to any pilot, the command of the squadron that he truly believes to be the finest in the whole world, his own. Chapter 24. The Saint-Mihiel Drive. Although we did not know it at the time, we were now on the last laps of the war. Every taxi driver or waiter in Paris could have told one just where the Americans were concentrating for their great attack on the Saint-Mihiel salient. The number of guns, the number of troops, and just where they were located, how many airplanes we had, and similar topics of war interest were discussed by every man on the streets. Consequently, I was much amused when I was arrested at the outskirts of Bar-le-Duc by a suspicious member of our military police, the MP, as he is called at the front, and very closely questioned as to my character and identity. He informed me later that every person entering or leaving Bar-le-Duc was given the same searching examination. Spies were abroad, and he was taking no chances on letting information leak out as to what was going on. I assured him that I would not tell a soul and was permitted to drive on. These extraordinary precautions always seemed more or less ridiculous to men who had been close to the firing lines during the war. The nearer one gets to the lines, the simpler appears the matter of espionage. Doubtless scores of Germans crossed the lines every night, arrayed themselves in the uniform of dead American or French soldiers, and mingled freely and unsuspected with our troops until they desired to return to their own side. As there are hundreds of our soldiers wandering about looking for their regiments, a few extra wanderers create no suspicion. Yet if one of these should venture to Bar-le-Duc or any other city far away from the actual scene of activities, heaven help him. At the aerodrome I was welcomed by my old friends with a heartiness known only to flying squadrons. A peculiar and lasting friendship is created between boys who fight in the air. No other fraternity upon earth is like it. Jimmy Meisner, I found, was now in command of No. 147 Squadron. Al Grant of Austin, Texas, had command of 27, succeeding Major Hartney, who had been promoted to the command of the whole group at this aerodrome. 95 Squadron was still under Major Peterson, who, with his galaxy of stout fellows, including Bill Taylor, Sumner Sewell, Ted Curtis, Harold Buddy, Jack Mitchell, and Benny Holden, led the four squadrons in their number of victories. This squadron rivalry led to great efforts upon the part of all our fighting flyers. Later, principally through the extraordinary prowess of Frank Luke, his squadron, the 27th, for a time led our group in the number of its victories. But before the end of the war, the highest score came to the squadron which knew along that they could win it. Old 94, with its hat in the ring. My squadron did a famous lot of fighting during the month of October. It passed the other squadrons of our group as well as all the other American squadrons at the front. At dinner that night, the night of my arrival, word came to us that the big show was to start at 5 o'clock the following morning. Precisely at 5 o'clock, I was awakened by the thundering of thousands of colossal guns. It was September 12th, 1918. The San Miguel drive was on. Leaping out of bed, I put my head outside the tent. We had received orders to be over the lines at daybreak in large formations. It was an exciting moment in my life, as I realized that the great American attack, upon which so many hopes had been fastened, was actually on. I suppose every American in the world wanted to be in that great attack. The very sound of the guns thrilled one and filled one with excitement. The good reputation of America seemed bound up in the outcome of that attack. Dressing with great haste, I ran over through the rain to the mess hall. There I found groups of the fellows all standing about impatiently, awaiting the chance to get away. But the weather was certainly too bad to attempt any flight to the lines. We were compelled to wait until daylight to see the true state of the heavens. About noon, word came to us that the attack was progressing quite favorably. None of our machines had been able to get up. It was still raining, but the visibility was getting better. We could see that the clouds were nearly 1,000 feet above the ground. Taking Reed Chambers one side, I proposed to him that despite the rain, we try a short flip over the lines to see for ourselves what it was like. He agreed, and while the others were at lunch, we climbed into our machines and made off. At 600 feet above ground, we found that we were just under the clouds and still had quite a long view of the landscape. Flying straight east to San Miguel, we crossed the Meuse River and turned down its valley towards Verdun. Many fires were burning under us as we flew, most of them well on the German side of the river. Villages, haystacks, ammunition dumps, and supplies were being set ablaze by the retreating Huns. We proceeded as far as Verdun. Then, turning east, we continued flying at low altitude and passed over Fresnes and Vignoles. Vignoles was the objective point of the American forces. It lies east of Verdun, some 15 miles, and about the same distance north of San Miguel. One American army was pushing towards it from a point just south of Verdun, while the other attack was made from the opposite side of the salient. Like irresistible pincers, the two forces were drawing nearer and nearer to this objective point. The German troops who were still inside the salient would soon be caught inside the pincers. As Reed and I turned south from Vignoles, we saw that the main highway running north to Metz was black with hurrying men and vehicles. Guns, stores, and ammunition were being hauled away to safety with all possible speed. We continued on south through the very heart of the San Miguel salient, flying always low above the roadway which connected Vignoles with San Miguel. Here likewise we found the Germans in full cry to the rear. One especially attractive target presented itself to us as we flew along this road. A whole battery of Bosch 3-inch guns was coming towards us on the double. They covered fully half a mile of the roadway. Dipping down at the head of the column, I sprinkled a few bullets over the leading teams. Horses fell right and left. One driver leaped from his seat and started running for the ditch. Halfway across the road, he threw up his arms and rolled over his face. He had stepped full in front of my stream of machine gun bullets. All down the line we continued our fire, now tilting our airplanes down for a short burst, then zooming back up for a little altitude in which to repeat the performance. The whole column was thrown into the wildest confusion. Horses plunged and broke away. Some were killed and fell in their tracks. Most of the drivers and gunners had taken to the trees before we reached them. Our little visit must have cost them an hour's delay. Passing over San Miguel, we hastened on to our aerodrome. There we immediately telephoned headquarters information of what we had seen, and particularly of the last column of artillery we had shot up in its retreat from San Miguel. This was evidently splendid news, and exactly what GHQ had been anxious to know, for they questioned us closely upon this subject, inquiring whether or not we were convinced that the Germans were actually quitting San Miguel. I assured them that there was no question about the retreat being in full swing. Thereupon they told me that they would immediately begin shelling that road with our long-range guns, so as to further impede the withdrawing of the enemy's supplies along this artery. Later observations which we made over this road indicated that our gunners had made a good job of this task. The Germans had abandoned huge quantities of guns, wagons, and supplies, and had only saved their own skins by taking to the woods and covering the distance to Vignoles on foot. The highway was utterly impassable. That same night we were advised that the victorious Americans had taken Nieuport, that scene of so many of our operations back of the lines. A stout enemy squadron had always occupied the Nieuport aerodrome, and we had had many a combat with its members. Henceforward we would miss the menace of this opposing unit, and we were also informed that at last Montsec had fallen. Montsec was to this quarter what Vimy Ridge was to the British troops about Lens. Its high crest dominated the entire landscape. From its summit the Huns could look over the whole south country. From observation posts, which we later discovered on its summit, we saw that our own aerodrome had been under constant surveillance by the Hun observers. Not a machine could leave our field at Toul without being seen by these watchers atop Montsec. No wonder their photographing machines escaped us. Many and many a time we had hurried out to the lines in answer to an alert, only to find that it was a false alarm. Now we understood why we lost them. The Huns had seen our coming, and by signaling their machines, had given them warning in time to evade us. They retired and landed and waited until we had returned home. Then they calmly proceeded with their interrupted work. The capture of Montsec was a remarkably fine bit of strategy, for it was neatly outflanked and pinched out with a very small loss indeed. Our infantry and tank corps accomplished this feat within 20 hours. When one remembers that the French lost nearly 30,000 men killed, wounded, and missing in their attack on Montsec in the fall of 1916, and then held this dearly bought ground for only 20 minutes, one appreciates what a wonderful victory the American doughboys won. On our trip up this same road the following day, Reed Chambers and I saw the retreat of the Huns and the advance of our doughboys in full swing. The Huns were falling back northwards, with an unusually strong rear guard protecting their retreat. Already they were out of reach of our guns' accurate aim, for the day was again cloudy, with occasional rains, and no airplanes were able to regulate the gunfire. But closely pressing them from behind came our eager doughboys, fighting along like Indians. They scurried from cover to cover, always crouching low as they ran. Throwing themselves flat onto the ground, they would get their rifles into action and spray the Boche with more bullets until they withdrew from sight. Then another running advance, and another furious pumping of lead from the Yanks. Reed and I flew above this scene for many miles, watching the most spectacular free show that ever man gazed upon. It was a desperate game, especially for the Huns, but I cheered and cheered as I caught the excitement of the chase, even high over their heads as I was. In the midst of my rejoicing, I suddenly heard the rat-tat-tat of a machine gun below me, and felt a few hits through my plane. I looked down in amazement, and saw there behind the shell of a ruined building 3 Germans pointing a machine gun at me and pumping away vindictively at my aeroplane. I tipped over my machine into a sharp virage and grasped my triggers. Before the men could lift a hand, I had my stream of bullets going plump into their center. One man fell dead on the spot, his hands thrust up over his head. The other two dropped their guns and dived for a doorway. I was over the ruined village of Apremont. Coasting along some 8 or 10 miles further, I saw the whole country was swarming with the retreating Huns. I noted the progress of our own troops below and marked down their positions on my map. Having lost Reed during my little fracas with the machine gunners, I circled westward and covered the Verdun region without seeing anything either of him or of enemy aircraft. When I returned home, I found the weather very bad south of the Meuse and was not surprised at the little air activity in that region. Reed came in an hour or two later. He had landed at our old Toul aerodrome to see one of his old pals, and there he had learned the grievous news that David Putnam, America's leading ace, had just been shot down in combat. Since the death of Loughbury and Bayliss and the capture of Berre, Putnam, with his 12 victories, had led all the American fighting pilots. His nerve and great fighting ability were well known to all of us. He had once shot down 4 enemy machines in one fight. Putnam had gone up about noon today with one comrade. They encountered a Fokker formation of 8 planes out on patrol and immediately attacked them. Putnam was struck almost at once, and his machine crashed to the ground in flames. Thus died a glorious American boy and a brilliant fighter. The next day was an exciting one for our group. I shot down one of the von Richthofen Circus and just escaped getting downed myself. Sumner Sewell of 95 Squadron lived through one of the most extraordinary series of accidents I ever heard of, and several others had encounters that yielded a few more victories to our group. It was a clear, fine day, and I took off from the field alone at about 8 o'clock in the morning, with the expectation of finding the sky full of airplanes. Anxious to see the extent of the American advance towards Vigneulles, I made for Nieuport and the north. Nieuport always gave me a shudder in former days, and I usually took care to take a high path over its top. But now I spun across its abandoned aerodrome with much indifference, and for the first time had a good look at its hangar arrangements. Later, crossing the Moselle about 4 miles north of Pont-à-Mousson, I noticed considerable anti-aircraft shelling up in the direction of Metz. I climbed higher and scanned the sky for machines. Here they come, a large flotilla of American flaming coffins, as their pilots called the Liberty machines, were coming home at 12,000 feet after a bombardment of Metz. And just behind them, and a little above, were 4 very fast-moving Fokkers. I stuck up my nose and began climbing for the sun. I continued eastward until I had gained about 1,000 feet in altitude over the enemy machines. Then I turned about. The Huns had followed the American machines to the lines, and then had turned back westward in the direction of the Three-Fingered Lake. This was just the opportunity I had been hoping for. Now I had the sun at my back, and it was unusually brilliant this morning. After a gradual peak with motor half open, I descended to a position within 100 yards of the last man in their formation. The 4 were in diamond formation, and none of them had seen my approach. At 50 yards, I pressed my triggers and played my bullet straight into the pilot's seat. His machine slipped over onto its side, and after one wide swoop sideways, began its last long fall to earth. No sooner did my gun begin to crackle than the leader of the flight swung up his machine in a climbing virage, the other 2 pilots immediately following his example. And then I received one of the biggest jolts I can remember. We had heard that the famous Richthofen Circus had evacuated its old aerodrome in the west and had been reported in our sector. But so far none of us had met them about here. Now, as these 3 light Fokkers began simultaneously to come about at me, I found myself staring full into 3 beautiful scarlet noses headed straight in my direction. It scarcely needed their color to tell me who they were, for the skill with which they all came about so suddenly convinced me that this was no place for me. I had blundered single-handedly into the Richthofen crowd. I did my best to get away in a dignified manner, but a sudden spurt of fire past my nose convinced me that I would be very lucky if I got away with unpunctured skin. The contortions I then undertook must have awakened the admiration of my 3 pursuers. At odd moments I would try to admire their extraordinary adroitness in handling their machines, for the heavens seemed quite crowded with those 3 dancing Fokkers. No matter where I turned, there were always at least 2 of them there before me. I need no more living proof of the flying ability of that celebrated German squadron of fighting pilots. They whipped their machines about me with incredible cleverness. I was looking for an opening for a quick getaway, and they seemed only desirous of keeping me twisting my head off to follow their movements, so I had this slight advantage of them there. At last an opportunity came to try to outrun them, and with motor full open and nose straight down, I looked back and saw them fading away in my rear. I returned to my aerodrome, quite elated with my first victory over this crack fighting squadron. But Lieutenant Sumner Sewell's experience completely eclipsed mine. Sumner was tranquilly following along at the rear end of his formation, composed of the 95 boys, when he was startled by a sudden series of shocks in his aeroplane. He was over the enemy's lines and some 16,000 feet up in the air. He glanced behind him and found a Fokker immediately upon his tail. The Heine was deliberately riddling Sumner's spad with flaming bullets. The rest of the formation actually drew away from Sewell without knowing that he had been attacked. Sewell turned his machine about in a quick renversement, but just as he did so, he felt his heart go into his mouth. The enemy's incendiary bullets had set fire to his fuel tank. With a sudden puff of flame, all the rear part of his machine burst into a furious blaze, and he was almost 3 miles above ground. Sumner instinctively put down his nose so that the flames would be swept by the wind to the rear and away from his person. Anybody but a Hun would have taken pity on a fellow being in such a plight, and would have turned away his eyes from so frightful a spectacle. But this Fokker Hun was built of sterner stuff. Instead of turning away to attack the rest of the 95 formation, Fritz stuck steadfastly on Sumner's tail, firing steadily at him as he descended. One can imagine the mental torture Sumner Sewell endured during the next few minutes. It takes some time to fall 3 miles, even at the top speed of a 220 horsepower motor. The downward motion kept the blaze away from him, but a backward glance informed him that the fire was eating up the entire length of his fuselage, and that at any moment he would be flung out into space. And the same glance assured him that his merciless enemy was leaving nothing to Providence, but was determined to execute him himself. Streaks of flaming bullets passed his head, through his wings and around him on every side, as the Fokker pilot continued his target practice with poor Sewell as his mark. In spite of himself, he was compelled to try a little dodging to escape from so malignant an enemy. Perhaps this very necessity saved Sewell's life. At any rate, it provided a counter-irritant which took his mind off his frightful danger of burning alive. He executed a sudden maneuver when he was but 1,000 feet above ground, which moved him out of the range of the German. When he again looked around, he discovered that the Hun had abandoned the chase, apparently satisfied that the Yank was doomed. And to his utter amazement, he also discovered that the flames were now extinguished. Sumner crashed a few hundred yards on the right side of No Man's Land. His skeleton of a spad struck a shell hole, executed a somersault, and came to rest at the bottom of another shell hole. Sumner crawled out of the wreckage and looked about him, too bewildered to realize that he was alive and on solid ground. Just at that instant, a dull thud at his elbow brought him back to life. He looked at the object at his feet, then at the wreck of his machine. There was no doubt about it. The substance which had made that thud was one of the wheels from his own machine. The German had shot one of his wheels completely away. The fabric which covered the spokes had evidently caused it to swoop this way and that, and Sumner in his falling airplane had beaten it to earth. Upon investigation, Lieutenant Sewell discovered that his fuel tank had a hole in its side large enough to admit his fist. An explosive bullet had torn out so large a hole that the gasoline had rapidly run out, and his last maneuver had completely emptied his tank. Such are the fortunes of war. Chapter 25. American Ace of Aces. On September 15th, the weather was ideal for flying. I left the aerodrome at 8:30 in the morning on a voluntary patrol, taking the nearest air route to the lines. I had reached an altitude of 16,000 feet by the time I had reached the trenches. The visibility was unusually good. I could see for miles and miles in every direction. I was flying alone, with no idea as to whether other planes of our own were cruising about this sector or not. But barely had I reached a position over No Man's Land when I noticed a formation of 6 enemy Fokkers at about my altitude coming towards me from the direction of Conflans. I turned and began the usual tactics of climbing into the sun. I noticed the Fokkers alter their direction and, still climbing, move eastwards towards the Moselle. I did not see how they could help seeing me, as scarcely a mile separated us. However, they did not attack, nor did they indicate that they suspected my presence beyond continuing steadily their climb for elevation. 3 complete circles they made on their side of the lines. I did the same on my side. Just at this moment I discovered 4 Spad machines far below the enemy planes and some 3 miles inside the German lines. I decided at once they must belong to the American 2nd Fighting Group, at that time occupying the aerodrome at Souilly. They appeared to be engaged in bombing the roads and strafing enemy infantry from a low altitude. The Spads of the 2nd Pursuit Group had but recently been equipped with bomb racks for carrying small bombs. The leader of the Fokker formation saw the Spads at about the same moment I did. I saw him dip his wings and stick down his nose. Immediately the 6 Fokkers began a headlong peak directly down at the Spads. Almost like one of the formation, I followed suit. Inside the first 1,000 feet, I found I was rapidly overtaking the enemy machines. By the time we had reached 5,000 feet, I was in a position to open fire upon the rear man. Not once had any of them looked around. Either they had forgotten me in their anxiety to get at their prey, or else had considered I would not attempt to take them all on single-handed. At all events, I was given ample time to get my man dead into my sights before firing. I fired one long burst. I saw my tracer bullets go straight home into the pilot's seat. There came a sudden burst of fire from his fuel tank, and the Fokker continued onwards in its mad flight, now a fiery furnace. He crashed a mile inside his own lines. His 5 companions did not stay to offer battle. I still held the upper hand, and even got in a few bursts at the next nearest machine before he threw himself into a vree and escaped me. The sight of one of their members falling in flames evidently quite discouraged them. Abandoning all their designs on the unsuspecting Spads below, they dived away for Germany and left me the field. I returned to my field, secured a car, and drove immediately up to the lines of our balloon section. I wanted to get my victories confirmed, both this one of today and the Fokker that I had brought down yesterday in the same sector. For no matter how many pilots may have witnessed the bringing down of an enemy plane, official confirmation of their testimony must be obtained from outside witnesses on the ground. Often these are quite impossible to get. In such a case, the victory is not credited to the pilot. Upon the tragic death of Major Lufbery, who at that time was the leading American ace, with 18 victories, the title of American Ace of Aces fell to Lieutenant Paul Frank Bear of Fort Wayne, Indiana, a member of the Lafayette Escadrille 103. Bear then had 9 victories and had never been wounded. Bear is a particularly modest and lovable boy, and curiously enough, he is one of the few fighting pilots I have met who felt a real repugnance in his task of shooting down enemy aviators. When Lufbery fell, Bear's commanding officer, Major William Thaw, called him into the office and talked seriously with him regarding the opportunity before him as America's leading ace. He advised Bear to be cautious and he would go far. 2 days later, Bear was shot down and slightly wounded behind the German lines. Thereafter, Lieutenant Frank Bayliss of New Bedford, Massachusetts, a member of the crack French escadrille of the Sigan, Spad 3, held the American title until he was killed in action on June 12, 1918. Bayliss had 13 victories to his credit. Then David Putnam, another Massachusetts boy, took the lead with 12 victories over enemy airplanes. Putnam, as I have said, was, like Lufbery, shot down in flames but a day or 2 before my last victory. Lieutenant Tobin of San Antonio, Texas, and a member of the 3rd Pursuit Group, of which Major William Thaw was the commanding officer, now had 6 official victories. He led the list. I, for my part, had 5 victories confirmed, but upon receiving confirmation for the 2 Fokkers I had vanquished yesterday and today, I would have my 7 and would lead Tobin by 1. So it was with some little interest and impatience that I set off to try to find ground witnesses of my last 2 battles above St. Mihiel. Mingled with this natural desire to become the leading fighting ace of America was a haunting superstition that did not leave my mind until the very end of the war. It was that the very possession of this title, Ace of Aces, brought with it the unavoidable doom that had overtaken all its previous holders. I wanted it, and yet I feared to learn that it was mine. In later days I began to feel that this superstition was almost the heaviest burden that I carried with me into the air. Perhaps it served to redouble my caution and sharpen my fighting senses, but never was I able to forget that the life of the title holder is short. Eating my sandwiches in the car that day, I soon ran through St. Mihiel and made my way on the main road east to Apremont, and then north to Nieuport. I knew that there had been a balloon up near there both days, and felt certain that their observers must have seen my 2 combats overhead. Unfortunately, the road from Apremont to Nieuport was closed, owing to the great number of shell holes and trenches which crisscrossed it. After being lost for 2 hours in the forest which lies between St. Mihiel and Vigneulles, I was finally able to extricate myself, and found I had emerged just south of Vigneulles. I was about 1 mile south of our trenches, and standing there with map in hand, wondering where to go next to find our balloons, I got an unexpected clue. A sudden flare of flames struck my sight off to the right. Running around the trees, I caught a view of one of our balloons between me and Nieuport, completely immersed in flames. Halfway down was a graceful little parachute, beneath which swung the observer as he settled slowly to Mother Earth. And as I gazed, I saw a second balloon 2 or 3 miles further east, towards Pont-à-Mousson, perform the same maneuver. Another of our observers was making the same perilous jump. A sly hiney had slipped across our lines and had made a successful attack upon the 2 balloons, and had made a clean getaway. I saw him climbing up away from the furious gale of anti-aircraft fire, which our gunners were speeding after him. I am afraid my sympathies were almost entirely with the airman as I watched the murderous bursting of Archie all around his machine. At any rate, I realized exactly how he was feeling, with his mixture of satisfaction over the success of his undertaking and of panic over the deadly mess of shrapnel about him. In half an hour I arrived at the balloon site and found them already preparing to go aloft with the second balloon. And at my first question, they smiled and told me they had seen my Fokker of this morning's combat crash in flames. They readily signed the necessary papers to this effect, thus constituting the required confirmation for my last victory. But for the victory of yesterday that I claimed, they told me none of the officers were present who had been there on duty at that time. I must go to the 3rd Balloon Company, just north of Pont-à-Mousson, and there I would find the men I wanted to see. After watching the new balloon get safely launched with a fresh observer in the basket, a process which consumed some 10 or 15 minutes, I retraced my steps and made my way back to my motor. The observer, whom I had seen descending under his parachute, had in the meantime made his return to the company headquarters. He was unhurt and quite enthusiastic over the splendid landing he had made in the trees. Incidentally, I learned that but 2 or 3 such forced descents by parachute from a flaming balloon are permitted any one observer. These jumps are not always so simple, and frequently very serious if not fatal injuries are received in the parachute jump. Seldom does one officer care to risk himself in a balloon basket after his 3rd jump. And this fear for his own safety limits very naturally his service and bravery in that trying business. The American record in this perilous profession is held, I believe, by Lieutenant Phelps of New York, who made 5 successive jumps from a flaming balloon. On my way to the 3rd Balloon Company, I stopped to inquire the road from a group of infantry officers whom I met just north of Pont-à-Mousson. As soon as I stated my business, they unanimously exclaimed that they had all seen my flight above them yesterday and had seen my victim crash near them. After getting them to describe the exact time and place and some of the incidents of the fight, I found that it was indeed my combat that they had witnessed. This was a piece of real luck for me. It ended my researches on the spot. As they were very kindly signing their confirmation, I was thinking to myself, Eddie, you are the American ace of aces. And so I was, for the minute. Returning home, I lost no time in putting in my reports. Reed Chambers came up to me and hit me a thump on the back. Well, Rick, he said, how does it feel? Very fine for the moment, Reed, I replied seriously, but any other fellow can have the title any time he wants it, so far as I am concerned. I really meant what I was saying. A fortnight later, when Frank Luke began his marvelous balloon strafing, he passed my score in a single jump. Luke, as I have said, was on the same aerodrome with me, being a member of 27 Squadron. His rapid success even brought 27 Squadron ahead of 95 Squadron for a few days. The following day I witnessed a typical expedition of Luke's from our own aerodrome. Just about dusk on September 16th, Luke left the Major's headquarters and walked over to his machine. As he came out of the door, he pointed out the 2 German observation balloons to the east of our field, both of which could be plainly seen with the naked eye. They were suspended in the sky about 2 miles back of the Boche lines, and were perhaps 4 miles apart. Keep your eyes on these 2 balloons, said Frank as he passed us. You will see that first one there go up in flames exactly at 7:15, and the other will do likewise at 7:19. We had little idea he would really get either of them, but we all gathered together out in the open as the time grew near and kept our eyes glued to the distant specks in the sky. Suddenly Major Hartney exclaimed, There goes the first one! It was true. A tremendous flare of flame lighted up the horizon. We all glanced at our watches. It was exactly on the dot. The intensity of our gaze towards the location of the second Hun balloon may be imagined. It had grown too dusk to distinguish the balloon itself, but we well knew the exact point in the horizon where it hung. Not a word was spoken, as we alternately glanced at the second hands of our watches, and then at the eastern skyline. Almost upon the second, our watching group yelled simultaneously. A small blaze first lit up the point at which we were gazing. Almost instantaneously, another gigantic burst of flames announced to us that the second balloon had been destroyed. It was a most spectacular exhibition. We all stood by on the aerodrome in front of Luke's hangar until 15 minutes later, when we heard through the darkness the hum of his returning motor. His mechanics were shooting up red vari-lights with their pistols to indicate to him the location of our field. With one short circle above the aerodrome, he shut off his motor and made a perfect landing just in front of our group. Laughing and hugely pleased with his success, Luke jumped out and came running over to us to receive our heartiest congratulations. Within a half-hour's absence from the field, Frank Luke had destroyed $100,000 worth of enemy property. He had returned absolutely unscratched. A most extraordinary incident had happened just before Luke had left the ground. Lieutenant Jeffers of my squadron had been out on patrol with the others during the afternoon and did not return with them. I was becoming somewhat anxious about him when I saw a homing aeroplane coming from the lines towards our field. It was soon revealed as a Spad and was evidently intending to land at our field, but its course appeared to be very peculiar. I watched it gliding steeply down with engine cut off. Instead of making for the field, the pilot, whoever he was, seemed bent upon investigating the valley to the north of us before coming in. If this was Jeff, he was taking a foolish chance, since he had already been out longer than the usual fuel supply could last him. Straight down at the north hillside, the Spad continued its way. I ran out to see what Jeff was trying to do. I had a premonition that everything was not right with him. Just as his machine reached the skyline, I saw him make a sudden effort to redress the plane. It was too late. He slid off a little on his right wing, causing his nose to turn back towards the field, and then he crashed in the fringe of bushes below the edge of the hill. I hurried over to him. Imagine my surprise when I met him walking towards me, no bones broken, but wearing a most sheepish expression on his face. I asked him what in the world was the matter. "Well," he replied, "I might as well admit the truth. I went to sleep coming home and didn't wake up until about 10 feet above the ground. I didn't have time to switch on my engine or even flatten out. I'm afraid I finished the little bus." Extraordinary as this tale seemed, it was nevertheless true. Jeffers had set his course for home at a high elevation over the lines, and cutting off his engine had drifted smoothly along. The soft air and monotonous luxury of motion had lulled him to sleep. Subconsciously, his hand controlled the joystick, or else the splendid equilibrium of the Spad had kept it upon an even keel without control. Like the true old coach horse it was, it kept the stable door in sight and made directly for it. Jeff's awakening might have been in another world, however, if he had not miraculously opened his eyes in the very nick of time. The next day, September 18th, our group suffered a loss that made us feel much vindictiveness as well as sorrow. Lieutenant Heinrichs and Lieutenant John Mitchell, both of 95 Squadron, were out together on patrol when they encountered 6 Fokker machines. They immediately began an attack. Mitchell fired one burst from each gun and then found them both hopelessly jammed. He signaled to Heinrichs that he was out of the battle and started for home. But at that same moment, Heinrichs received a bullet through his engine, which suddenly put it out of action. He was surrounded by enemy planes and some miles back of the German lines. He broke through the enemy line and began his slow descent. Although it was evident he could not possibly reach our lines, the furious Huns continued swooping upon him, firing again and again as he coasted down. 10 different bullets struck his body in 5 different attacks. He was perfectly defenseless against any of them. He did not lose consciousness, although one bullet shattered his jawbone and bespattered his goggles so that he could not see through the blood. Just before he reached the ground, he managed to push up his goggles with his unwounded arm. The other was hanging limp and worthless by his side. He saw he was fairly into a piece of woodland and some distance within the German lines. He swung away and landed between the trees, turning his machine over as he crashed, but escaping further injury himself. Within an hour or two he was picked up and taken to a hospital in Metz. After the signing of the armistice, we saw Heinrichs again at the Toul hospital. He was a mere shell of himself. Scarcely recognizable even by his old comrades, a first glance at his shrunken form indicated that he had been horribly neglected by his captors. His story quickly confirmed this suspicion. For the several weeks that he had lain in the Metz hospital, he told us that the Germans had not reset either his jaw or his broken arm. In fact, he had received no medical attention whatsoever. The food given him was bad and infrequent. It was a marvel that he had survived this frightful suffering. In all fairness to the Hun, I think it is his due to say that such an experience as Heinrich suffered rarely came to my attention. In the large hospital in which he was confined, there were but 6 nurses and 2 doctors. They had to care for several scores of wounded. Their natural inclination was to care first for their own people. But how any people calling themselves human could have permitted Heinrich's suffering to go uncared for during all those weeks passes all understanding. Stories of this kind, which occasionally came to our ears, served to steel our hearts against any mercy towards the enemy pilots in our vicinity. And thus does chivalry give way before the horrors of war, even in aviation. Chapter 26. Captain of the Hat in the Ring Squadron. The Three-Fingered Lake is a body of water well known to the American pilots who have flown over the San Miguel front. It lies 4 or 5 miles directly north of Vigneulles, and is quite the largest body of water to be seen in this region. The Germans have held it well within their lines ever since the beginning of the war. At the conclusion of the American drive around San Miguel, which terminated victoriously 22 hours after it began, the lines were pushed north of Vigneulles until they actually touched the southern arm of the Three-Fingered Lake. Our resistless doughboys, pushing in from both directions, met each other in the outskirts of Vigneulles at 2 o'clock in the morning. Some 15,000 Boche and scores of guns were captured within the territory that had thus been pinched out. With this lake barrier on the very edge of their lines, the Huns had adroitly selected 2 vantage points on their end of the water from which to hoist their observation balloons. From this position their observers had a splendid view of our lines and noted every movement in our rear. They made themselves a tremendous nuisance to the operations of our staff officers. Frank Luke, the star balloon strafer of our group, was, as I have said, a member of the 27th Squadron. On the evening of September 18th, he announced that he was going up to get those 2 balloons that swung above the Three-Fingered Lake. His pal, Lieutenant Werner, of the same squadron, accompanied Luke as usual. There was a curious friendship between Luke and Werner. Luke was an excitable, high-strung boy, and his impetuous courage was always getting him into trouble. He was extremely daring and perfectly blind and indifferent to the enormous risks he ran. His superior officers and his friends would plead with him to be more cautious, but he was deaf to their entreaties. He attacked like a whirlwind, with absolute coolness, but with never a thought of his own safety. We all predicted that Frank Luke would be the greatest air fighter in the world if he would only learn to save himself unwise risks. Luke came from Phoenix, Arizona. Werner's nature, on the other hand, was quite different. He had just one passion, and that was his love for Luke. He followed him about the aerodrome constantly. When Luke went up, Werner usually managed to go along with him. On these trips, Werner acted as an escort or guard, despite Luke's objections. On several occasions, he had saved Luke's life. Luke would come back to the aerodrome and excitedly tell everyone about it, but no word would Werner say on the subject. In fact, Werner never spoke except in monosyllables on any subject. After a successful combat, he would put in the briefest possible report and sign his name. None of us ever heard him describe how he brought the enemy machine down. Werner hovered in the air above Luke while the latter went in for the balloon. If hostile airplanes came up, Werner intercepted them and warded off the attack until Luke had finished his operations. These 2 pilots made an admirable pair for this work, and over a score of victories were chalked up for 27th Squadron through the activities of this team. On the evening of the 18th, Luke and Werner set off at 5 o'clock. It was just getting dark. They flew together at a medium level until they reached the lake. There they separated, Luke diving straight at the balloon which lay to the west, Werner staying aloft to guard the sky against a surprise attack from Hun aeroplanes. Luke's balloon rose out of the swampy land that borders the upper western edge of the Three-Fingered Lake. The enemy defenses saw his approach and began a murderous fire, through which Luke calmly dived as usual. 3 separate times he dived and fired, Constantly surrounded with a hail of bullets and shrapnel, flaming onions and incendiary bullets, Luke returned to the attack the 3rd time and finally completed his errand of destruction. The huge gas bag burst into flames. Luke zoomed up over the balloon and looked about for his friend. He was not in view at the moment, but another sight struck Luke's searching eyes. A formation of 6 Fokkers was bearing down upon him from out of Germany. Perhaps Werner had fired the red signal light, which had been the warning agreed upon, and he had failed to see it in the midst of all that Archie fire. At any rate, he was in for it now. The German Fokkers were to the west of him. The second balloon was to the east. With characteristic foolhardiness, Luke determined to withdraw by way of the other balloon and take one burst at it before the Huns reached him. He accordingly continued straight on east, thus permitting the pursuing formation of Fokkers to cut him off at the south. With his first dive, Luke shot down the second balloon. It burst into towering flames, which were seen for miles around. Again he passed through a living stream of missiles fired at him from the ground and escaped unhurt. As he began his flight towards home, he discovered that he was completely cut off by the 6 Fokkers. He must shoot his way through single-handed. To make it worse, 3 more Fokkers were rapidly coming upon him from the north. And then Luke saw his pal, Werner. Werner had all this time been patrolling the line to the north of Luke's balloons. He had seen the 6 Fokkers, but had supposed that Luke would keep ahead of them and abandon his attempt at the second enemy balloon. He therefore fired his signal light, which was observed by our balloon observers, but not by Luke, and immediately set off to patrol a parallel course between the enemy planes and Luke's road home. When he saw Luke dart off to the second balloon, Werner realized at once that Luke had not seen his signal and was unaware of the second flight of Fokkers coming directly upon him. He quickly sheered off and went forward to meet them. What Luke saw was the airplane of his devoted pal receiving a direct fire from all 3 of the approaching Fokker pilots. The next instant it fell over in the air and slowly began to fall. Even as it hesitated in its flight, a burst of flames issued from the Spad's tank. Werner was shot down in flames while trying to save his comrade. It was a deliberate sacrifice of himself for his friend. Completely consumed with fury, Luke, instead of seeking safety in flight, turned back and hurled himself upon the 3 Fokkers. He was at a distinct disadvantage, for they had the superiority both in altitude and position, not to mention numbers. But regardless as ever of what the chances were, Luke climbed upwards at them, firing as he advanced. Picking out the pilot on the left, Luke kept doggedly on his track, firing at him until he suddenly saw him burst into flame. The other 2 machines were in the meantime on Luke's tail, and their tracer bullets were flashing unnoticed by his head. But as soon as he saw the end of his first enemy, he made a quick renversement on number 2, and, firing as he came about, he shot down the second enemy machine with the first burst. The third peaked for Germany, and Luke had to let him go. All this fighting had consumed less time than it takes to tell it. The 2 Fokkers had fallen in flames within 10 seconds of each other. With rage still in his heart, Luke looked about him to discover where the 6 enemy machines had gone. They had apparently been satisfied to leave him with their 3 comrades, for they were now disappearing back towards the east. And just ahead of them, Luke discerned fleecy white clouds of Archie smoke breaking north of Verdun. This indicated that our batteries were firing at enemy airplanes in that sector. As he approached Verdun, Luke found that 5 French Spads were hurrying up to attack an LVG machine of the Huns, the same target at which our Archie had been firing. The 6 Fokkers had seen them coming and had gone to intercept them. Like a rocket, Luke set his own Spad down at the LVG. It was a 2-seater machine and was evidently taking photographs at a low altitude. Our Archie ceased firing as Luke drew near. He hurled himself directly down at the German observer, firing both guns as he dove. The enemy machine fell into a vrille and crashed just a few hundred yards from our old Verdun aerodrome. In less than 20 minutes, Lieutenant Luke had shot down 2 balloons, 2 fighting Fokkers, and 1 enemy photographing machine, a feat that is almost unequaled in the history of this war. Luke's first question when he arrived at our field was, "Has Werner come back?" He knew the answer before he asked the question, but he was hoping against hope that he might find himself mistaken. But Werner had indeed been killed. The joy of Luke over his marvelous victories vanished instantly. He was told that with these 5 victories he had a total of 11, thus passing me and making Luke the American ace of aces. But this fact did not interest him. He said he would like to go up to the front in a car and see if anything had been heard from Werner. The following morning, Major Hartney, commanding officer of our group, took Luke and myself up to Verdun to make inquiries. Shortly after lunch, the officer in charge of confirmations came to us and told Lieutenant Luke that not only had his 5 victories of yesterday been officially confirmed, but that 3 old victories had likewise been that morning confirmed, making Luke's total 14 instead of 11. And these 14 victories had been gained by Frank Luke in 8 days. The history of war aviation, I believe, has not a similar record. Not even the famous Gunmeyer, Fonck, Ball, Bishop, or the noted German ace of aces, Baron von Richthofen, ever won 14 victories in a single fortnight at the front. Any aircraft, whether balloon or aeroplane, counts as one victory, and only one, with all the armies. In my estimation, there has never, during the 4 years of war, been an aviator at the front who possessed the confidence, ability, and courage that Frank Luke had shown during that remarkable 2 weeks. In order to do this boy honor and show him that every officer in the group appreciated his wonderful work, he was given a complimentary dinner that night by the squadrons. Many interesting speeches were made. When it came Luke's turn to respond, he got up laughing, said he was having a bully time, and sat down. Major Hartney came over to him and presented him with a 7 days' leave in Paris, which at that time was about the highest gift at the disposal of commanding officers at the front. Among all the delightful entertainers who came over to the front from the United States to help cheer up the fighting men, none, except our own Elsie Janis, who is an honorary member of our squadron, were quite so highly appreciated by our fellows as the Margaret Mayo YMCA troop, which gave us an entertainment just a night or two after this. The players included such well-known talent as Elizabeth Bryce, Lois Meredith, Bill Morrissey, Tommy Gray, and Mr. Walker, all of New York. After a hurried preparation, we cleaned up one of the hangars, prepared a stage, and made a dressing room by hanging a curtain over a truck and trailer. After a merry dinner in 94's mess hall, everybody crowded into the theater, and the way the boys laughed and shouted there during the performance must have sounded hysterical to the actors. But to my mind, this hysteria was only an outlet for the pent-up emotion and an indication of the tension and strain under which we had so long been living. At any rate, it was the best show I had ever seen at the front, barring always the one evening Miss Janis appeared on our aerodrome for an entertainment. The night of September 24th, Major Marr returned from Paris and announced that he had received orders to return to America. Shortly afterwards, Major Hartney handed me an order promoting me to the command of the 94 Squadron. My pride and pleasure at receiving this great honor I cannot put into words. I had been with 94 since its first day at the front. I was a member of this, the very first organization to go over the lines. I had seen my old friends disappear and be replaced by other pilots whom I had learned to admire and respect, and many of these had in turn disappeared. Now but 3 members of the original organization were left, Reed Chambers, Thorne Taylor, and myself, and I had been given the honor of leading this distinguished squadron. It had had Lufberry, Jimmy Hall, and Dave Peterson as members, and it led all the rest in numbers of victories over the Huns. But did it? I walked over to the operations office and took a look at the records. I had a suspicion that Frank Luke's wonderful run of the past few days had put 27 Squadron ahead of us. My suspicions were quite correct. The sober fact was that this presumptuous young 27 had suddenly taken a spurt, thanks to their brilliant Luke, and now led the Hat in the Ring Squadron by 6 victories. I hurried over to 94 quarters and called together all my pilots. The half hour we had together that evening firmly fixed a resolve in the aspirations of 94's members. No other American squadron at the front would ever again be permitted to approach so near our margin of supremacy. From that hour every man in 94 Squadron, I believe, felt that the honor of his squadron was at stake in this matter of bringing down Huns. At all events, within a week my pilots had overtaken 27's lead, and never again did any American squadron even threaten to overtake our lead. After a talk that night with the pilots, I went over and called the mechanics to a caucus. We had half an hour's talk together, and I outlined to them just what our pilots proposed to do with their help. And they understood that it was only by their whole-souled help that their squadron's success would be possible. How nobly these boys responded to our appeal was well proved in the weeks that followed. Rarely indeed was a dud motor found in 94 Squadron henceforward. Never did a squadron of pilots receive more faithful attendance from their helpers in the hangar than was given us by these enthusiastic air mechanics of the Hat in the Ring Squadron. I honestly believe that they felt the disgrace of being second more keenly than did we pilots. Finally, I had a long and serious conference with myself that night. After I had gone to bed, I lay awake for several hours, thinking over the situation. I was compelled to believe that I had been chosen squadron commander because, first, I had been more successful than the other pilots in bringing down enemy airplanes, and second, because I had the power to make a good leader over other pilots. That last proposition caused me infinite thought. Just how and wherein could I do the best by my followers? I suppose every squadron leader has this same problem to decide, and I cannot help but believe that on his decision as to how he shall lead his pilots depends in a great measure the extent of his success, and his popularity. To my mind there was but one procedure. I should never ask any pilot under me to go on a mission that I myself would not undertake. I would lead them by example as well as precept. I would accompany the new pilots and watch their errors and help them to feel more confidence by sharing their dangers. Above all, I would work harder than I ever did as a mere pilot. There was no question about that. My days of loafing were over. To avoid the red tape business at the aerodrome, the making out of reports, ordering materials and seeing that they came in on time, looking after details of the mess, the hangars, and the comfort of the enlisted men, all this work must be put under competent men if I expected to stay in the air and lead patrols. Accordingly, I gave this important matter my attention early next morning, and the success of my appointments was such that from that day to this I have never spent more than 30 minutes a day upon the ground business connected with 94's operations. Full of this early enthusiasm, I went up on a lone patrol the very first morning of my new responsibility to see how much I had changed for the better or the worse. Within half an hour I returned to the aerodrome with 2 more victories to my credit, the first double-header I had so far won. Chapter 27. An Eventful D-Day. September 25th, 1918, was my first day as captain of 94 Squadron. Early that forenoon, I started for the lines alone, flew over Verdun and Fort Douaumont, then turned east towards Étampes. Almost immediately, I picked up a pair of LVG 2-seater machines below me. They were coming out of Germany and were certainly bent upon an expedition over our lines. 5 Fokker machines were above them and somewhat behind, acting as protection for the photographers until the lines were reached. Climbing for the sun for all I was worth, I soon had the satisfaction of realizing that I had escaped their notice and was now well in their rear. I shut down my motor, put down my head, and made a beeline for the nearest Fokker. I was not observed by the enemy until it was too late for him to escape. I had him exactly in my sights when I pulled both triggers for a long burst. He made a sudden attempt to pull away, but my bullets were already ripping through his fuselage, and he must have been killed instantly. His machine fell wildly away and crashed just south of Étampes. It had been my intention to zoom violently upwards and protect myself against the expected attack from the 4 remaining Fokkers as soon as I had finished the first man. But when I saw the effect of my attack upon the 4 dumbfounded Boche, I instantly changed my tactics and plunged straight on through their formation to attack the photographing LVGs ahead. For the Heinies were so surprised by finding a spot in their midst and seeing one of their number suddenly drop that the remaining 3 viraged to right and left. Their one idea was to escape and save their own skins. Though they did not actually peek for home, they cleared a space large enough for me to slip through and continue my dive upon the 2-seaters before they could recover their formation. The 2-seaters had seen my attack and had already put down their heads to escape. I plunged along after them, getting the rear machine in my sights as I drew nearer to him. A glance back over my shoulder showed me that the 4 Fokkers had not yet reformed their line and were even now circling about with the purpose of again solidifying their formation. I had a few seconds yet before they could begin their attack. The 2 LVG machines began to draw apart. Both observers in the rear seats were firing at me, although the range was still too long for accurate shooting. I dove more steeply, passed out of the gunner's view under the nearest machine, and zoomed quickly up at him from below. But the victory was not to be an easy one. The pilot suddenly kicked his tail around, giving the gunner another good aim at me. I had to postpone shooting until I had more time for my own aiming. And in the meantime, the second photographing machine had stolen up behind me, and I saw tracer bullets go whizzing and streaking past my face. I zoomed up diagonally out of range, made a renversement, and came directly back at my first target. Several times we repeated these maneuvers, the 4 Fokkers still wrangling among themselves about their formation, and all the time we were getting farther and farther back into Germany. I decided upon one bold attack, and if this failed, I would get back to my own lines before it was too late. Watching my two adversaries closely, I suddenly found an opening between them. They were flying parallel to each other and not 50 yards apart. Dropping down in a side slip until I had one machine between me and the other, I straightened out smartly, leveled my spad, and began firing. The nearest Boche passed directly through my line of fire, and just as I ceased firing, I had the infinite satisfaction of seeing him gush forth flames. Turning over and over as he fell, the LVG started a blazing path to earth, just as the Fokker escort came tearing up to the rescue. I put on the gas and peeked for my own lines. Pleased as I was over this double header, the effect it might have upon my pilots was far more gratifying to me. Arriving at the aerodrome at 9:30, I immediately jumped into a motor car, called to Lieutenant Chambers to come with me, and we set off at once to get official confirmation for this double victory. We took the main road to Verdun, passed through the town, and gained the hills beyond the Meuse, towards Étampes. Taking the road up to Fort de Tavannes, we passed over that bloody battlefield of 1916 where so many thousand German troops fell before French fire in the memorable Battle for Verdun. At the very crest of the hill we were halted by a French poilu, who told us the rest of the road was in full view of the Germans and that we must go no farther. We asked him as to whether he had seen my combat overhead this morning. He replied in the affirmative, and added that the officers in the adjacent fort, too, had witnessed the whole fight through their field glasses. We thanked him, and leaving our car under his care, took our way on foot to the fort. 200 or 300 yards of shell holes sprinkled the ground between us and the fort. We made our way through them, gained admittance to the interior of the fort, and in our best pidgin French, stated our errand to Monsieur le Commandant. He immediately wrote out full particulars of the combat I had had with the LVG, signed it, and congratulated me upon my victory with a warm shake of the hand. Having no further business at this place, we made our adieus and hastened back to our car. Plunging through the shallowest shell holes, we had traversed about half the distance to our car, which stood boldly out on top of the road, when a shrill whining noise made us pause and listen. The next instant a heavy explosion announced that a shell had landed about 50 yards short of us. Simultaneously with a shower of gravel and dirt which headed our way, we dropped unceremoniously on our faces in the bottom of the deepest shell hole in our vicinity. The Huns had spotted our car and were actually trying to get its range. 2 or 3 times we crawled out of our hole, only to duck back at the signal of the next coming shell. After 6 or 8 shots, the Boche gunners evidently considered their target too small, for they ceased firing long enough for us to make a bolt across the intervening holes and throw ourselves into the waiting automobile. I most fervently wished that I had turned the car around before leaving it, and I shall never forget the frightful length of time it took me to get our car backed around and headed in the right direction. We lost no time in getting down that hill. Next day was to be an important one for us and for the whole American army. Officially, it was designated as D-Day, and the 0 hour, by the same code, was set for 4 o'clock in the morning. At that moment, the artillery barrage would begin, and 40,000 doughboys, who were posted along the front line trenches from the Meuse to the Argonne forest, would go over the top. It was the 26th day of September, 1918. Precisely at 4 o'clock, I was awakened by my orderly, who informed me that the weather was good. Hastily getting out of doors, I looked over the dark sky, wondering as I did so how many of our boys it would claim before this day's work was done, for we had an important part to play in this day's operations. Headquarters had sent us orders to attack all the enemy observation balloons along that entire front this morning, and to continue the attacks until the infantry operations were completed. Accordingly, every fighting squadron had been assigned certain of these balloons for attack, and it was our duty to see that they were destroyed. The safety of thousands of our attacking soldiers depended upon our success in eliminating these all-watching eyes of the enemy. Incidentally, it was the first balloon strafing party that 94 Squadron had been given since I had been made its leader, and I desired to make a good showing on this first expedition. Just here it may be well to point out the difficulties of balloon strafing, which makes this undertaking so unattractive to the new pilot. German Archie is terrifying at first acquaintance. Pilots affect a scorn for it, and indeed at high altitudes the probabilities of a hit are small. But when attacking a balloon which hangs only 1,500 feet above the guns, and this altitude is, of course, known precisely to the anti-aircraft gunner, Archie becomes far more dangerous. So when a pilot begins his first balloon attacking expeditions, he knows that he runs a gauntlet of fire that may be very deadly. His natural impulse is to make a nervous plunge into the zone of danger, fire his bullets, and get away. Few victories are won with this method of attack. The experienced balloon strafers, particularly such daring airmen as Coolidge and Luke, do not consider the risks or terrors about them. They proceed in the attack as calmly as though they were sailing through a stormless sky. Regardless of flaming missiles from the ground, they pass through the defensive barrage of fire, and often return again and again to attack the target, until it finally bursts into flames from their incendiary bullets. The office charts informed me that the day would break this morning at 6 o'clock. Consequently, we must be ready to leave the ground in our machines at 5:20, permitting us 30 minutes in which to reach our objectives, and 10 minutes in which to locate our individual balloons. For it is essential to strike at these well-defended targets just at the edge of dawn. Then the balloons are just starting aloft, and our attacking airplanes are but scantily visible from below. Moreover, enemy airplanes are not apt to be about so early in the morning, unless the enemy has some inkling of what is going on. I routed out 5 of my best pilots, Lieutenants Cook, Chambers, Taylor, Coolidge, and Palmer, and as we gathered together for an early breakfast, we went over again all the details of our prearranged plans. We had 2 balloons assigned to our squadron, and 3 of us were delegated to each balloon. Both lay along the Meuse, between Brabant and Dun. Every one of us had noted down the exact location of his target on the evening before. It would be difficult, perhaps, to find them before daylight if they were still in their nests, but we were to hang about in the vicinity until we did find them, if it took all day. With every man fully posted on his course and objective, we put on our coats and walked over to the hangars. I was the last to leave the field, getting off the ground at exactly 5:20. It was still dark, and we had to have the searchlights turned onto the field for a moment to see the ground while we took off. As soon as we lifted into the darkness, the lights were extinguished, and then I saw the most marvelous sight that my eyes have ever seen. A terrific barrage of artillery fire was going on ahead of me. Through the darkness, the whole western horizon was illumined with one mass of sudden flashes. The big guns were belching out their shells with such rapidity that there appeared to be millions of them shooting at the same time. Looking back, I saw the same scene in my rear. From Lunéville on the east to Reims on the west, there was not one spot of darkness along the whole front. The French were attacking along both our flanks at the same time with us in order to help demoralize the weakening Boche. The picture made me think of a gigantic switchboard which emitted thousands of electric flashes as invisible hands manipulated the plugs. So fascinated did I become over this extraordinary fireworks display that I was startled upon peering over the side of my machine to discover the city of Verdun below my aeroplane's wings. Fastening my course above the dim outline of the Meuse River, I followed its windings downstream, occasionally cutting across little peninsulas which I recognized along the way. Every inch of this route was as familiar to me as was the path around the corner of my old home. I knew exactly the point in the Meuse Valley where I would leave the river and turn left to strike the spot where my balloons lay last night. I did not know what course the other pilots had taken. Perhaps they had already... Just as these thoughts were going through my mind, I saw directly ahead of me the long, snaky flashes of enemy tracer bullets from the ground, piercing the sky. There was the location of my balloon, and either Cook or Chambers was already attacking it. The enemy had discovered them, and were putting up the usual hail of flaming projectiles around the balloon site. But even as the flaming bullets continued streaming upwards, I saw a gigantic flame burst out in their midst. One of the boys had destroyed his gas bag. Even before the glare of the first had died, I saw our second enemy balloon go up in flames. My pilots had succeeded beyond my fondest expectations. Undoubtedly, the enemy would soon be swinging new balloons up in their places, but we must wait a while for that. I resolved to divert my course and fly further to the north, where I knew of the nest of another German observation balloon near Danville. Dawn was just breaking as I headed more to the east and tried to pick out the location of Danville. I was piercing the gloom with my eyes when again, straight in front of my revolving propeller, I saw another gush of flame which announced the doom of another enemy balloon, the very one I had determined to attack. While I was still jubilating over the extraordinary good luck that had attended us in this morning's expedition, I glanced off to my right and was almost startled out of my senses to discover that a German Fokker was flying alongside me not 100 yards away. Not expecting any of the enemy airplanes to be abroad at this early hour, I was naturally upset for the moment. The next instant, I saw that he had headed for me and was coming straight at my machine. We both began firing at the same time. It was still so dark that our 4 streams of flaming bullets cut brilliant lines of fire through the air. For a moment it looked as though our 2 machines were tied together with 4 ropes of fire. All my ammunition was of the incendiary variety for use against gas bags. The Hun's ammunition was part tracer, part incendiary, and part regular chunks of lead. As we drew nearer and nearer, I began to wonder whether this was to be a collision or whether he would get out of my way. He settled the question by tipping down his head to dive under me. I instantly made a renversement, which put me close behind him and in a most favorable position for careful aim. Training my sights into the corner of his fuselage, I pulled both triggers. With one long burst, the fight was over. The Fokker fell over onto one wing and dropped aimlessly to earth. It was too dark to see the crash, and moreover, I had all thoughts of my victory dissipated by a sudden ugly jerk to my motor, which immediately developed into a violent vibration. As I turned back towards Verdun, which was the nearest point to our lines, I had recurring visions of crashing down into Germany to find myself a prisoner. This would be a nice ending to our glorious balloon expedition. Throttling down to reduce the pounding, I was able just to maintain headway. If my motor failed completely, I was most certainly doomed, for I was less than 1,000 feet above ground and could glide but a few hundred yards without power. Providence was again with me, for I cleared the lines and made our Verdun aerodrome where one flight of the 27th Squadron was housed. I landed without damage and hastily climbed out of my machine to investigate the cause of my trouble. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that one blade of my propeller had been shot in 2 by my late adversary. He had evidently put several holes through it when he made his head-on attack, and, utterly unconscious of the damage I had received, I had reversed my direction and shot him down before the weakened blade gave way. The heavy jolting of my engine was now clear to me. Only half of the propeller caught the air. Lieutenant Jerry Vasconcells of Denver, Colorado, was in charge of the Verdun field on which I had landed. He soon came out and joined me as I was staring at my broken propeller, and then I learned that he had just landed himself from a balloon expedition. A few questions followed, and then we shook hands spontaneously. He had shot down the Damvier balloon himself, the same one for which I had been headed, and as he was returning he had seen me shoot down my Fokker. This was extremely lucky for both of us, for we were able each to verify the other's victory for him, although of course corroboration from ground witnesses was necessary to make these victories official. His mechanics placed a new propeller on my Spad, and none the worse for its recent rough usage, the little bus took me rapidly home. I landed at 8:30 on my own field, and there I heard the great news. Our group had that morning shot down 10 German balloons. My victory over the Fokker made it 11 victories to be credited us for this hour's work, and we had not lost a single pilot. As the jubilant and famished pilots crowded into the mess hall, one could not hear a word through all the excited chatter. Each one had some strange and fearful adventure to relate about his morning's experiences, but the tale which aroused howls of laughter was the droll story told by Lieutenant White of the 147th Squadron. White had searched long and earnestly for the balloon that he desired to attack. He thought himself hopelessly lost in the darkness, when, off to one side, he distinguished the dark outline of what he thought was his balloon. Immediately redressing his machine, he tipped downwards, and began plugging furious streams of flaming bullets into his target. He made a miscalculation in his distance, and before he could swerve away from the dark mass ahead of him, his machine had plunged straight through it. And then he discovered that he had been peeking upon a round puff of black smoke that had just been made by a German Archie. Chapter 28. Frank Luke strafes his last balloon. Neither side could afford to leave its lines undefended by observation balloons for a longer period than was necessary for replacements. Our onslaught of the early morning had destroyed so many of the Hun's Drachen, however, that it was quite impossible for them to get new balloons up at once along their entire sector. That same afternoon I flew along their lines to see what progress they were making in replacements of their observation posts. Only balloon I could discover in our sector was one which lifted its head just behind the town of Civry-sur-Meuse. I made a note of its position and decided to try to bring it down early next morning. Accordingly, I was up again at the same hour the following day, and again found the sky promised clear weather. Leaving the field at 5:30, I again took up a course over Verdun in order to pick up the Meuse River there and follow it as a guide. On this occasion I caught a grand view of no man's land as seen from the air by night. It was not yet daylight when I reached the lines, and there I caught a longitudinal view of the span of the ground that separated the two opposing armies. For upon both sides of this span of ground a horizontal line of flashes could be seen issuing from the mouths of rival guns. The German batteries were drawn up along their front scarcely a mile back of their line, and on our side a vastly more crowded line of flashes indicated the overwhelming superiority in numbers of the guns that the American artillerymen were using to belabor the already vanquished Huns. So far as my eye could reach, this dark space lay outlined between the two lines of living fire. It was a most spectacular sight. I followed down its course for a few miles, then turned again to the north and tried to find the Meuse River. After 10 minutes' flight into Germany, I realized I had crossed the river before I began to turn north, and that I must be some distance inside the enemy's lines. I dropped down still lower as I saw the outlines of a town in front of me, and circling above it I discovered that I had penetrated some 25 miles inside Hunland, and was now over the village of Stenay. I had overshot Civry by about 20 miles. I lost no time in heading out towards France. Opening up the throttle, I struck west and followed this course until I had the Meuse River again under my nose. Then, turning up the river, I flew just above the road which follows along its banks. It was now getting light enough to distinguish objects on the ground below. This Meuse River highway is a lovely drive to take in the daytime, for it passes through a fertile and picturesque country. The little city of Dons-sur-Meuse stands out on a small cliff which juts into a bend of the river, making a most charming picture of what a medieval town should look like. I passed directly down Main Street over Dons-sur-Meuse and again picked up the broad highway that clung to the bank of the river. Occasional vehicles were now abroad below me. Day had broken and the Huns were up and ready for work. It occurred to me that I might as well fly a bit lower and entertain the passing Huns with a little bullet dodging as we met each other. My morning's work was spoiled anyway. It was becoming too late to take on a balloon now. Perhaps I might meet a general in his automobile, and it would be fun to see him jump for the ditch and throw himself down on his face at the bottom. If I was fortunate enough to get him, that would surely be helping along the war. Ahead of me I saw a truck moving slowly in the same direction I was going. "Here goes for the first one," I said to myself. I tipped down the nose of my machine and reached for my triggers. As my nose went down, something appeared over my top wing which took away my breath for an instant. There, directly in my path, was a huge enemy observation balloon. It was swaying in the breeze, and the cable which held it to earth ran straight down until it reached the moving truck ahead of me. Then it became clear as daylight to me. The Huns were towing a new balloon up the road to its position for observation. They had just received a replacement from the supply station of Dons-sur-Meuse, and after filling it with gas, were now getting it forward as rapidly as possible. It was just the target I had been searching for. Forgetting the truck and crew, I flattened out instantly and began firing at the swaying monster in the air. So close to it had I come before I saw it that I had only time to fire a burst of 50 shots when I was forced to make a vertical virage to avoid crashing through it. I was then but 400 or 500 feet above ground. Just as I began the virage, I heard the rat-tat-tat-tat-tat of a machine gun fire from the truck on the road beneath me. And mingled with this drum fire, I heard the sound of an explosion in the fuselage just behind my ear. One of their explosive bullets had come very close to my head, and had exploded against the longeron or wire in the tail of the aeroplane. There was nothing I could do about that, however, except to fly along as steadily as possible until I reached a place of safety and could make an investigation of the damage received. I cleared the side of the gas bag, and then as I passed I turned and looked behind me. The enemy balloon was just at the point of exploding, and the observer had already leaped from his basket and was still dropping through the air with his parachute not yet opened. It was a very short distance to Mother Earth, and sometimes a parachute needs a 200 or 300-foot fall in which to fully open and check the swiftness of the falling body. I wondered whether this poor chap had any chance for his life in that short distance, and just what bones he was likely to break when he landed. And then came a great burst of fire as the whole interior of the big balloon became suddenly ignited. I couldn't resist one shout of exultation at the magnificent display of fireworks I had thus set off, hoping in the meantime that its dull glare would reach the eyes of some of our own balloon observers across the lines, who would thus be in a position to give me the confirmation of my 11th victory. Again, I decided to pay a call at Jerry Vasconcel's field at Verdun, and there get out and ascertain the extent of the damage in the tail of my Spad. Jerry welcomed me with some amusement, and wanted to know whether this dropping in on him was to be a daily occurrence. Yesterday it had been a broken prop, and today a broken tail. Before answering him, I got out, and together we made a minute examination of my machine. A neat row of bullet holes ran back down the tail of my machine. They were as nicely spaced as if they had been put in by careful measurement. The first hole was about 4 inches back of the pad on which my head rests when I am in the seat. The others were directly back of it at regular intervals. One, the explosive bullet, had struck the longeron that runs the length of the fuselage, and this had made the sharp explosion that I had heard at the time. The gunners on the truck had done an excellent bit of shooting. None of the holes were in a vital spot of the machine. I took off the field after a short inspection, and soon covered the 15 or 16 miles that lay between the Verdun field and our own. Upon landing, I found very bad news awaiting me. On the previous afternoon, Lieutenant Sherry and Lieutenant Nutt, both of 94 Squadron, had gone out on patrol and had failed to come in. Long after dark, their mechanics remained on the field, popping up Very lights in the hope that they might still be searching about, trying to find their way. At last we abandoned all hope ourselves, and waited for the morning's news from outside sources. Now it had arrived, and to my great joy it was in the form of a telephone call from old Madame Sherry himself, but his next message informed me that Nutt had been killed in combat, and Sherry himself had been through an experience that might easily have turned one hair's gray. Just before lunchtime, Sherry came in by automobile and told us the story of his experiences. He and Nutt had attacked an overwhelming formation of 8 Fokker machines. They had stolen up on the Heinies and counted upon getting 1 or 2 victims before the others were aware of their presence. But the attack failed, and suddenly both American pilots were having the fight of their lives. The Hun pilots were not only skillful and experienced, but they worked together with such nicety that Sherry and Nutt were unable either to hold their own or to escape. Soon each was fighting a separate battle against 4 enemy machines. Sherry saw Nutt go crashing down and later learned that he had been shot through the heart and killed in air. A moment later, Sherry's machine received several bullets in the motor, which put it immediately out of commission. Dropping swiftly to earth, Sherry saw that the Hun pilots were not taking any chances, but were determined to kill him as he fell. He was 2 miles or more in the air when he began his forced descent. All the way down, the enemy pilots pursued him, firing through his machine continuously as it glided smoothly towards earth. Only by miracles a dozen times repeated did he escape death from their bullets. He saw the lines below him and made desperate efforts to glide his machine to our side of the fence, despite the furious attempts of the Boche to prevent this escape. At last he crashed in one of the million shell holes that covered no man's land of last week. His machine turned over and broke into a score of fragments, Sherry being thrown some yards away, where he landed unhurt at the bottom of another shell hole. While he was still pinching himself to make sure he was actually unhurt, he discovered his implacable enemies peeking upon him with their Fokkers and firing long bursts of bullets into his shell hole with their machine guns. Sherry clung as closely to the sides of his hole as he could, and watched the dirt fly up all around him as the Fokkers made dive after dive at him. It must have been like watching a file of executioners leveling their guns at one and firing dozens of rounds without hitting one, except that in Sherry's case it was machine guns that were doing the firing. Finally, the Fokkers made off for Germany. Crawling out of his hole, Sherry discovered that a formation of Spads had come to his rescue and had chased the Germans homewards. And then he began to wonder on which side of the trenches he had fallen, for he had been too busy dodging Fokkers to know where his crippled machine was taking him. One can imagine Sherry's joy when he heard a doughboy in perfectly good United States yell from a neighboring shell hole, "Hey, Guy! Where the hell's your gas mask?" Madam didn't care for the moment whether he had a gas mask or not, so glad was he to learn that he had fallen among friends and was still in the land of the living. He quickly tumbled into the next shell hole, where he found his new friend. The latter informed him that he was still in no man's land, that the German infantry were but 100 yards away, and that gas shells had been coming across that space all afternoon. He even gave Madam his own gas mask and his pistol, saying he guessed he was more used to gas than an aviator would be. He advised Sherry to lay low where he was until nightfall, when he would see him back into our lines. And thus Lieutenant Sherry spent the next few hours reviewing the strange episodes that flavor the career of an aviator. Sherry finished his story with a grim recital of what occurred when they went out next morning to recover Nutt's body. It too had fallen into no man's land, but the Americans had advanced a few 100 yards during the night and now covered the spot where Nutt's body lay. Sherry accompanied a squad of doughboys out to the spot where Nutt's smashed machine had lain during the night. They found poor Nutt, as I have said, with several bullets through the heart. They extricated the body from the wreckage and were beginning to dig a grave when a shot from a hidden Hun sniper struck one of the burial party in the foot. The others jumped to their guns and disappeared through the trees. They soon returned with a look of savage satisfaction on their faces, although Sherry had not heard a shot fired. While they continued their work, he strolled off in the direction from which they had returned. Behind a trench dugout, he found the German sniper who had the yellowness to fire upon a burial party. The man's head was crushed flat with the butts of the doughboys' guns. Frank Luke, the marvelous balloon strafer of the 27th, did not return last night. So reads the last entry in my flight diary of September 29, 1918. Rereading that line brings back to me the common anxiety of the whole group over the extraordinary and prolonged absence of their most popular member. For Luke's very mischievousness and irresponsibility made every one of us feel that he must be cared for and nursed back into a more disciplined way of fighting, and flying, and living. His escapades were the talk of the camp and the despair of his superior officers. Fully a month after his disappearance, his commanding officer, Alfred Grant, captain of the 27th Squadron, told me that if Luke ever did come back, he would court-martial him first, and then recommend him for the Legion of Honor. In a word, Luke mingled with his disdain for bullets a very similar distaste for the orders of his superior officers. When imperative orders were given him to come immediately home after a patrol, Luke would unconcernedly land at some French aerodrome miles away, spend the night there, and arrive home after dark the next night. But as he almost invariably landed with one or two more enemy balloons to his credit, which he had destroyed on the way home, he was usually let off with a reprimand and a caution not to repeat the offense. As blandly indifferent to reprimands as to orders, Luke failed to return again the following night. This studied disobedience to orders could not be ignored, and thus Captain Grant had stated that if Luke ever did return he must be disciplined for his insubordination. The night of September 27th, Luke spent the night with the French second on the Toul aerodrome. The last we had heard from Luke was that at 6 o'clock on the night of September 28th he left the French field where he had spent the night, and, flying low over one of the American balloon headquarters, he circled over their heads until he had attracted the attention of the officers, then dropped them a brief note which he had written in his aeroplane. As may well be imagined, Luke was a prime favorite with our balloon staff. All the officers of that organization worshipped the boy for his daring and his wonderful successes against the balloon department of their foes. They appreciated the value of balloon observation to the enemy, and knew the difficulties and dangers in attacking these well-defended posts. Running out and picking up the streamer and sheet of paper which fell near their office, they unfolded the latter and read, "Look out for enemy balloon at D2 and D4 positions. Luke." Already Luke's machine was disappearing in the direction of the first balloon, which lay just beyond the Meuse. It was too dark to make out its dim outline at this distance, but as they all gathered about the front of their office, they glued their eyes to the spot where they knew it hung. For Luke had notified them several times previously as to his intended victims, and every time they had been rewarded for their watching. 2 minutes later a great red glow lit up the northwestern horizon, and before the last of it died away, the second German balloon had likewise burst into flames. Their intrepid hero had again fulfilled his promise. They hastened into their headquarters and called up our operations officer and announced Frank Luke's last 2 victories. Then we waited for Luke to make his dramatic appearance. But Luke never came. That night and the next day we rather maligned him for his continued absence, supposing naturally enough that he had returned to his French friends for the night. But when no news of him came to us, when repeated inquiries elicited no information as to his movements after he had brought down his last balloon, Every man in the group became aware that we had lost the greatest airman in our army. From that day to this, not one word of reliable information has reached us concerning Luke's disappearance. Not a trace of his machine was ever found. Not a single clue to his death and burial was ever obtained from the Germans. Like Gunmeyer, the miraculous airman of France, Frank Luke was swallowed by the skies, and no mortal traces of him remain. Chapter 29. A Night Mission. Aviators are conscious of an antagonistic feeling towards them in the minds of the infantrymen in the trenches, who, covered with mud and trench insects, frequently overworked and underslept, and always facing imminent death from enemies' bullets, find an ironic pleasure in contrasting their hard lot with the life of ease and excitement led by the young officers of the Flying Corps. To see an aeroplane cavorting about over their heads fills them with bitterness at the thought that these well-dressed men are getting paid for that pleasant sport, while they are forced to work like beasts of burden in the rain. Infantry officers have told me that rarely have they seen an American airplane over them when it was needed to chase away enemy machines, and that the Huns repeatedly came over them at low altitude, strafing the troops with machine-gun fire to their great injury and demoralization. It is not difficult to understand this bitterness under these circumstances. Much of this feeling might be cleared away, however, if the infantrymen realize that while enemy machines are strafing them, our airmen are retaliating probably twofold upon the enemy troops beyond the lines. Every day our machines were engaged in this hazardous work of trench strafing. Much of the success of our infantry advances was due to the cooperation of our air forces behind the front and beyond the vision of our doughboys in the trenches. Admitting as they do the disastrous effect of airplane attacks upon their own lines, they can easily imagine how terrified their enemy infantrymen became at the daily appearance of our fighting planes in their midst. As to the comparative risk of injury in these two arms of warfare, I believe even the most skeptical doughboy would admit, after reflection, that an airman's daily duties surround him every moment with the possibilities of death. Comfort and dress, entertainments and good food are all in our favor, of course, but I have yet to meet a pilot of any nation at war who does not try to balance this advantage with a whole-souled admiration and praise of his less fortunate brother-in-arms, who does so much more than his share of the dirty work. Much of this jealousy and misunderstanding is due to the fact that the man on the ground can never see and never know anything of the things the airman is doing for him. It is a pity that such must be the case, for, while rivalry between different branches of the army may be beneficial, bitterness is not. While sitting at dinner about sundown on the evening of September 30th, discussing the latest victory claimed that afternoon by Lieutenant Kay and Lieutenant Reed Chambers, who had destroyed a Fokker aeroplane over Romagne, an orderly brought me a note from the CO of the group, requesting me to select 2 volunteers for a most important mission, and report at headquarters with them forthwith. It was then 6:30 and quite dark. We were naturally excited at this sudden summons, and I wondered what extraordinary necessity called for aeroplanes at this late hour. I selected Ham Coolidge and Weird Cook out of the men who volunteered for this unknown mission, and setting off with our flying kit in our hands, we hastened over to Major Hartney's office. There, to our great surprise, we found General Mitchell impatiently pacing the floor while awaiting our coming. He immediately welcomed us and began at once to explain the object of our hurried summons. Our troops were at that time engaged in the attack on Montfaucon, and were advancing up the 10-mile valley that runs between the edge of the Argonne forest and the Meuse River. Montfaucon occupied the crest of the loftiest hill in this valley, and was situated almost in its exact center. From this favorable spot, the Crown Prince of Germany had viewed the battles for Verdun and the country to the south during those fierce days of 1916. Later, I visited the massive headquarters of the Crown Prince, and marveled at the extensive view of the surrounding landscape one obtained from this site. For 4 days our doughboys had flung themselves courageously upon the well-prepared defenses of the enemy along this valley. Costly gains were made, and valuable territory was slowly yielded to our victorious troops by the Germans. Between the old line and the new line from Grand Pré to the Meuse, 2 different American divisions named the defile through which they had separately fought Death Valley. From their superior heights beyond the Meuse, the enemy artillery swept their roads with a pitiless hail of shrapnel. An occasional rush was made by isolated regiments of our men, which gained them the shelter of intervening hills. And thus, just under the crest of Montfaucon, our airplanes had discovered a body of several thousand American doughboys who had been marooned for 36 hours, entirely without food or ammunition, except the small supply they had carried in with them. A thick curtain artillery fire had been placed behind them by the enemy, cutting all the roads in several places and rendering even a retreat difficult. Major Hartney had already discussed with our group captains the advisability of carrying food to these troops by aeroplane on the morrow. The Army headquarters expected confidently that they would be able to break through to the relief of these starving troops during the night. If this failed, we should devote ourselves to their victualling by aeroplane, beginning at daybreak. And now General Mitchell had motored over to impart to us some startling news. The Army Intelligence Bureau had reported that 11 troop trains had left Metz at noon, carrying to the Montfaucon front the famous Prussian Guard for an attack upon our entrapped doughboys. Immediate confirmation of this fact was desired, and late as it was, aeroplanes were the only means of obtaining this confirmation, and they must be sent. Owing to the darkness, the flight would be an extremely hazardous one, and only experienced pilots should be permitted to go. The searchlight would throw its beam up into the night during the entire time we were away, and we should be able to see its signal for many miles within Germany. It was imperative that the aviators should know the location of all the railway lines leading to the front from Metz, and likewise necessary that they should succeed with their mission and return safely with the desired information. He would not order any individual to go, but would be pleased to have 2 volunteers. I replied that every man in the 94th Squadron was anxious to go. I had selected Coolidge and Cook as 2 of my best men, and both were not only familiar with the enemy railroad lines, but could find their way home if anybody could. "Very well," said the general. "Strike the main railroad line on the Meuse, follow it up as far as Stenay, and from there go on to Montmedy, and on to Metz. Note carefully every moving thing on that route if you have to fly as low as the tree-tops. Locate the time and the place of every train, how many cars it has, which way it is headed, and the nature of its load, if you can. I will wait here until you return." 3 would be better than 2, I thought to myself as I accompanied Cook and Coolidge out to their machines. I saw them off, and then ordered the mechanics to run out my spod. A few minutes later I taxied down the field, turned and headed for our row of signal lights. The motor roared as I opened up my throttle and sped swiftly back for a takeoff. The tail lifted, the wheels skimmed the ground, then cleared it, and slightly elevating the controls, I saw the ground lights disappearing under my lower wing. Above all was blackness. Away to the north, fitful flashes of fire dotted the ground. Over my head, our aerodrome searchlight cut a yellow slice of ever-widening sky until it lost itself among the stars. Several other searchlights were also playing about the heavens. I noted carefully the angle ours made with the horizon, so that I should recognize it from any distance. "How are those boys faring tonight, I wonder?" thought I to myself as I flew at a 500-foot level over the marooned doughboys' heads, for I had left Verdun to my right and was on a route straight over Montfaucon. I must have passed over the marching thousands who were advancing under cover of night to get a favorable position for the next day's work. On the roads below me, I saw occasional lights where bridges were being stealthily repaired and shell holes refilled with earth and rock by our engineers. So congested were these roads and so badly torn by the enemy's fire that our supplies could not be brought up fast enough to keep our front line going. Our own artillery was well advanced, but had no shells to fire. Even during the pauses in the enemy's barrage, no food could be taken to those regiments that were cut off, because the roads had been almost obliterated by the bursting shells of the enemy. Later on, I heard of the Herculean efforts made by our engineer corps to repair these roads by night. Enlisted men were sent up from miles behind the lines to assist in this emergency. Even one elderly colonel, who happened along and discovered the situation, took the post of an able-bodied military policeman and ordered the younger man to work on the roads. And all through the night the German shells continued to drop in their midst, undoing their frantic construction and killing many of the workers in the process. Against this point, the Prussian guards were coming for an attack. I wondered how headquarters got that information, and how the Huns knew we were in such a bad situation in Death Valley. Aeroplanes, probably, had brought the information to both sides. Grimly I assured myself that aeroplanes would prevent some of the Prussians from ever reaching their objective, if we should discover their coming this night. Turning east, I soon discerned the Meuse River shining in the starlight, and following its course at 300 or 400 feet above its surface, I flew on deeper and deeper into hostile territory. Barring motor failure, I had little to fear. No enemy searchlights appeared ahead of me, and so far as I know, not a bullet was fired at me. There is a distinctive sound to the Hispano-Suiza motor that should have betrayed its nationality to any attentive Hun ear familiar with aeroplane engines. But despite this fact, and the low altitude at which I was compelled to fly to find my way, my passing seemed to arouse no interest. Soon I passed the wide lagoons of Musée and realized that I was almost 40 miles behind our lines, and there between me and the next town of Stenay, I saw the glare of an engine box on the tracks ahead of me. Dropping still lower down, I prepared to count the coaches as they passed under me when I discovered it was only a short freight train which was proceeding away from the front instead of towards it. Paying no further attention to its progress, I continued along over the tracks until I reached the station at Stenay. Back and forth over the sidings and switches I flew, one eye upon the dusky ground, and one in the direction of the enemy aerodrome, which I well knew occupied the hilltop just east of the town. No unusual aggregation of railroad cars were on the tracks, and no activity whatever in railroad circles appeared doing in Stenay this night. Picking up the main line to Montmedy, I cast one more glance behind me at the Fokker aerodrome and faded away into the night unpursued. Over Montmedy, 10 minutes later, I found one train going towards Stenay and one towards Metz, but neither was a troop train. No other coaches whatever occupied the sidings. I began to think that intelligence bureaus might sometimes be mistaken, and in spite of myself I felt a little disappointed, for I had an extra supply of machine gun ammunition with me, and had pictured to myself the amount of damage one small aeroplane might do to the gentlemen of the Prussian Guard inside the windows of their troop trains. All the way along the main line from Montmedy to Metz, I hoped rather than feared that I would meet the expected guests of the evening, but I was doomed to disappointment. The nearer to Metz I got, the more I realized that if their trains had left Metz at noon, as advertised, they must certainly have reached or passed Montmedy by now. I was absolutely positive that not a single coach had slipped under me unnoticed, for most of the way along I had flown scarcely high enough to clear the telegraph wires that occasionally crossed the tracks. Glancing at my compass, I swung off to the right and left the tracks. It was quite evident that the Prussian Guard's scare was a false alarm. In 5 minutes I should be over Verdun. 10 minutes passed, and then 20, and still no Verdun. If I had been misled by my compass, and had kept too far to the west, even so I should have crossed the Meuse long ago. I leaned over and shook the compass. It whirled a few times, and then settled itself in exactly the opposite direction. Again I shook it, and again it pointed to a new direction. Never have I seen a compass, except those captured from Bosch machines, that even pretended to disclose the direction of north. Mingled with my rage was a fear that was getting almost panicky. I searched the horizon for our searchlight, but not one was in sight. Thinking I might be in a ground mist, I rose higher and circling about, scanned the horizon and blackness below. Not even the flash of a gun that might direct me to the battlefront was visible. 3/4 of an hour of gasoline remained to me, and a much overrated sense of direction, and no compass. Then I thought of the North Star. Glory be, there she shines. I had been going west instead of south, and would have had 200 miles or so of fast flying before striking the British lines near Ypres on my present course. Keeping the star behind my rudder, I flew south for 15 minutes, then dropping down, almost immediately found myself above a bend in a stream of water that resembled a familiar spot in the river Meuse. With a sudden return of self-confidence, I followed the river until I struck Verdun, picked up our faithful searchlight, and 10 minutes later I landed safely below the row of lights that marked the edge of our aerodrome. My mechanics assured me that both Coolidge and Cook had returned. Hastening to the operations office, I made my report that no Hun trains were coming our way, which General Mitchell received with a simple, "Thank God." The next day, our advancing troops caught up with the maroon doughboys and sent them for a much-deserved rest to the rear. As I walked across the field to my bed, I looked up and recognized my friend, the North Star, shining in my face. I raised my cap and waved her a salute and repeated most fervently, "Thank God." On the following day, which was October 1st, a large formation of 94 pilots crossed the lines and cruised about for for nearly 2 hours in German lines without a fight. We scared up one covey of Fokkers, but were unable to get them within range. Changing machines, I went back alone late in the afternoon and hung about the lines until it began to grow dusk. I had spotted a German balloon down on the ground back of the Three-Fingered Lake, and was convinced that it would be inadequately guarded since it was not doing duty and was supposed to be hidden from view. Sure enough, when I arrived at its hiding place, I found no anti-aircraft gunners there to molest me. It was too easy a job to be called a victory, for I merely poked down my nose, fired 100 rounds or so, and the job was done. The balloon caught fire without any coaxing, and I calmly flew on my way homewards without molestation. Without molestation, that is, from the enemy. I turned back across our lines at Vigneulles, and there, on our own side of the trenches, I met the attention of 2 searchlights and a furious barrage of flaming projectiles from our own guns. The latter all passed well behind my tail, as I could see them plainly leaving the ground and could trace their entire progress in my direction. The American gunners had not had the long experience of the Hun Archie experts, and I saw at a glance that they were all aiming directly at my machine instead of the proper distance ahead of me. Their aim was so bad that I did not even feel indignant at their overzealousness. Later I learned that this area was forbidden to our airplanes, and the gunners there had been ordered to shoot at everything that passed overhead after dark. My successful expedition against the balloon was known at the aerodrome when I arrived. The glare of its fire had been seen on the field, and later telephonic reports from our observing posts duly confirmed its destruction. That night around the mess one of the boys read aloud from the Paris Herald that the British Independent Air Force had sent a large formation of planes over Cologne on the Rhine the night before, and had dropped hundreds of heavy bombs into the city. Jimmy Meisner, the captain of 147 Squadron, was with us, paying a visit to the old squadron that he has always considered his own. Jimmy appeared to be pondering deeply over the reading of this particular news. When it was finished, he exclaimed, "Gee whiz! I hope they didn't kill my aunt. She lives in Cologne." For a moment everybody looked at Jimmy in astonishment. Then we roared with laughter. Jimmy Meisner, with his German name and his aunt in Cologne, had shot down 8 enemy airplanes. How many such anomalies must have amused our mess halls now that American soldiers of German ancestry found themselves fighting against the former fatherland of their grandfathers. Chapter 30. A Day's Work. 6 Victories. With the beginning of October, 94 Squadron took on a new phase of air fighting. We were taken away from the general orders affecting the 1st Pursuit Wing, and were delegated to patrol the lines at low altitude, not exceeding 2,000 feet. This meant serious business to us, for not only would we be under more severe Archie fire, but we would be an easy target for the higher Hun formations, who could peek down upon us at their own pleasure. These new orders were intended to provide a means of defense against the low-flying enemy machines which came over our lines. Usually they were protected by fighting machines. Rarely did they attempt to penetrate to any considerable distance back of no man's land. They came over to follow the lines and see what we were doing on our front, leaving to their high-flying photographic machines the inspection of our rear. On October 2nd, Reed Chambers led out the first patrol under these new orders. He had 5 machines with him, and I went along on a voluntary patrol to see how the new scheme was going to work out. In order to act somewhat in a protective capacity, I took a higher level and followed them back and forth over their beat at 2,000 feet or more above them. The course of this patrol was between Civry-sur-Meuse and Romagne. We had turned back towards the west at the end of one beat, and were nearing the turning point when I observed a 2-seater Hanover machine of the enemy trying to steal across our lines behind us. He was quite low, and was already across the front when I first discovered him. In order to tempt him a little more distance away from his lines, I made no sign of noticing him, but throttled down to my lowest speed, and continued straight ahead with some climb. The pilots in Chambers' formation were below me, and had evidently not seen the intruder at all as yet. Calculating the positions of our 2 machines as we drew away from each other, I decided I could now cut off the Hanover before he reached his lines, even if he saw me the moment I turned. Accordingly, I peeked swiftly back, aiming at a point just behind our front, where I estimated our meeting must take place. To my surprise, however, the enemy machine did not race for home, but continued ahead on his mission. Was this brazenness good tactics mixed with abundant self-confidence? Or hadn't the pilot or observer seen me up above them? I wondered what manner of aviators I had to deal with as I turned after them and the distance between us narrowed. A victory seemed so easy that I feared some deep strategy lay behind it all. Closer and closer I stole up in their rear, yet the observer did not even look about him to see if his rear was safe. At 100 yards I fixed my sights upon the slothful observer in his rear cockpit and prepared to fire. He had but one gun mounted on a tourneau, and this gun was not even pointing in my direction. After my first shot he would swing it around, I conjectured, and I would be compelled then to come in through his stream of bullets. Well, I had 2 guns to his 1, and he would have to face double the amount of bullets from my spad. Now I was at 50 yards and could not miss. Taking deliberate aim, I pulled both triggers. The observer fell limply over the side of his cockpit without firing a shot. My speed carried me swiftly over the Hanover, which had begun to bank over and turn for home as my first shots entered its fuselage. Heading off the pilot, I braved his few shots and again obtained a position in his rear and had him at my mercy. And at that very critical moment both of my guns jammed. Infuriated at this piece of bad luck, I still had the thought to realize that the enemy pilot did not know I could not shoot, so I again came up and forced him to make a turn to the east to avoid what he considered a fatal position. And at that moment I saw Reed Chambers flying directly towards me, the rest of his patrol streaming in along behind him. Reed was firing as he flew. His first bursts finished the pilot, and the Hanover settled with a gradual glide down among the shell holes that covered the ground just north of Montfaucon, a good 2 miles within our lines. It was the first machine that I had brought down behind our lines, or assisted to bring down, for Reed Chambers shared this victory with me, in such condition that we were able to fly it again. A few minutes' work with my guns cleared both jams. I had paid little attention to the rest of my pilots during this operation, and indeed had scarcely noticed where my aeroplane was taking me through the air, for I had to work with one hand holding the lever and the other pressing back the feeding mechanism of the guns, and the Spad was taking care of herself. Now, after clearing out the crushed cartridges, I had just fired a few rounds into Germany to see that the guns were both in working order, when suddenly, not 50 yards in front of me, I saw a whole flock of enemy Fokkers passing through a thin stratum of clouds. It was an ideal hiding place for a surprise attack, and they had been lying in wait for our Spads without noticing me until I almost bumped into them. The next instant I was over on my wing and nose, performing a double quick spin out of their range. All 8 of them were on top of me, firing as they followed my gyrations. Tracer bullets went whizzing past me every second, and, try as I might, I could not select an opening that would permit me to slip through them with any hope of safety. The earth was rapidly coming up to meet me, and the Fokkers were as ravenously bent on my destruction as ever, when I opened up my motor and dove vertically towards the ground with throttle wide open. As I did so, I was conscious that other machines were coming in from behind me, and that the Fokkers had suddenly left off firing their beastly flaming bullets. Glancing back, I saw my own Spads had arrived in the very nick of time. Reed Chambers was in pursuit of the fleeing Huns, and the whole circus was climbing southwards to gain the shelter of the low-hanging clouds. Reed saw that they would gain their protection before he could overtake them. With his usual good judgment, he let them proceed until the last man was swallowed up within them. Then he turned suddenly to the north, and sought a place between them and their lines where they might be expected to issue out and make for home. Climbing for all I was worth, I arrived at the northern edge of the cloud bank at the same time Reed reached there. We had made 1 or 2 circles just beneath the billowy mass of white, when out burst the leader of the Huns over our heads, and one by one his formation followed him. In a trice, Reed and I were under the last Fokker's tails. Reed took the left, and I took the right, and at almost the same second we both began firing. I had let go 200 rounds when I saw my man falling, and again at almost the same instant Reed ceased firing, and his man too dropped out of line and began his last landing. The rest of the formation fled straight on into their own lines, and we were unable to overtake them. As we turned back, we saw our 2 victims crash almost simultaneously fully a mile back of our lines. Before we reached the aerodrome, official confirmation of our 3 victories had been telephoned in. Lieutenant Cook, who was now looked upon as our most successful balloon strafer, had gone out this morning with Lieutenant Crocker as helper, to get an enemy balloon that hung over the eastern edge of the town of Grand Pre. Cookie now had 3 balloons and was becoming quite fastidious in his methods of shooting down these disagreeable targets. He naturally insisted upon essential attention being given his ammunition and his guns, for he believed in making one straight dash through the circle of Archie and getting in one long burst of incendiary bullets into the balloon and then leaving it alone. This returning again and again through the Archie barrage for several attacks is simply a foolish method of suicide. At 5:30 in the morning, Cook and Crocker left the field and proceeded to the Argonne. Here they located Grand Pre, but could not discover the balloon. Finally, after arousing the whole neighborhood, Cook found his gas bag supinely resting on the ground, where it was tied down into its bed. It was in a decidedly bad place for an attack, but Cook unhesitatingly stuck down his nose and began firing as he dived. About 20 or 30 shots left his guns, and then both jammed. With a string of burning words, Cookie turned around as he zoomed up over the balloon and hurled at it the small hammer or tool used by pilots for clearing gun jams. He was so enraged over his bad luck that he did not even wait for Crocker to overtake him, but made straight for home, climbed out of his machine, and marched into the armorer's office, mad as a hornet. What language he used there, neither Cook nor the armament officer would afterwards repeat, but in the midst of his abusive description of guns, ammunition, mechanics, and armament officers in general, in walked Lieutenant Crocker, whom Cook had left behind at Grand Pre. "Congrats, Cookie," said Crocker triumphantly. "That was certainly fine work. You got him with his truck, office, and all, this time." Cook looked at Crocker with some anger and much mortification. "Got what?" he shouted rather violently. Ordinarily, Cookie was the sweetest-tempered man in the outfit, barring Jimmy Meisner. "Why, the Hun balloon," replied Crocker, looking up at him indignantly. "Didn't you see him go down in flames? He hung fire for half a minute owing to the dew and dampness on the outside, but when he started, he went with one burst." Cook stood there looking at his friend anxiously for a moment. There was no question about his seriousness and truth. Then Cookie said slowly, "Well, I'm damned. That's the first time I ever heard of getting a balloon with a jam hammer and hot language." The next day, October 3rd, a carefully planned attack on an enemy balloon back of Doucan was carried out in the middle of the afternoon by our squadron. Montfaucon was still the center of operations for the American army. The country was extremely difficult, owing to the hills and forests along the Meuse River, all of which the Germans had amply prepared for stubborn defense. The presence of their observation balloons added one source of benefit to them which we knew could be destroyed. So we were sent out in full daylight to accomplish this end. Thorne Taylor led our formation. Practically our whole squadron left the aerodrome at 3 o'clock. Ham Coolidge and Crocker, who were selected as the 2 balloon strafers for the day, flying with us on the patrol. At 3:30 precisely, we were to find ourselves over the Hun balloon at Doucan, and there these 2 pilots were to make a sudden dash down at the balloon, one behind the other. It was a new daylight dodge we would try to put over the Germans before they suspected the object of our mission. We expected to find enemy planes about, guarding this important observation post of the enemy, and it was necessary to take along enough machines of our own to sweep them away from the path which our 2 strafers must take to get to their balloon. Therefore, I had all the pilots set their watches exactly with mine, and gave them all instructions to cross the lines precisely at 3:45, and fly between Coolidge and Crocker and any hostile aircraft that might intercept them. With every man fully schooled in his part of the game, we all took off. Walter Avery of 95 Squadron accompanied us. Avery was the pilot who had forced down the celebrated Hun ace Menkoff early in August on the Chateau Thierry front. Menkoff then had a string of 37 victories to his credit, and, strange as it may seem, this was Avery's first air combat. Avery disabled Menkoff's motor with one of his bullets, and the German pilot decided it wiser to drop down our side of the lines and surrender himself rather than take the chance of being killed trying to glide home on a crippled machine. Great was his disgust when he landed to discover that his conqueror was a green American pilot. As the formation continued its patrol some distance this side of our lines, Coolidge and Crocker left the rest and placed themselves a good distance the other side of Montfaucon. We found no enemy machines in our vicinity, but were not sure that they would not appear as soon as we approached the Doucan balloon. As my watch neared the hour, I crept a little nearer the point of attack. Looking over the situation ahead of me, some 4 or 5 miles, I suddenly saw 2 Spads streaking ahead with all their speed in the direction of the balloon. I looked at my watch. It was but 3:40. Coolidge and Crocker were each afraid that the other would steal a march on him, and were both so anxious to get the balloon that they disobeyed orders and had gone in several minutes ahead of the stated time. Looking around, I saw that my formation of Spads were just coming up in implicit obedience to orders. But now, instead of protecting our 2 picked men, we would arrive there only after the ceremony was over. As we all opened up in pursuit of the 2 pilots, I saw advancing to cut them off from the balloon a formation of 6 Fokkers. Then one lone Spad seemed to appear from somewhere in the clouds and flew in to engage the Fokkers. During the brief melee which followed, many things happened at the same time. The lone Spad fell to earth and crashed back in Germany. The balloon burst into flames, indicating that either Coolidge or Crocker had succeeded in reaching the mark despite the Fokkers. And at the same moment the clouds behind me seemed to be emitting swarms of Fokker fighting airplanes which hurled themselves upon our Spads. They were behind me, for I had distanced the others somewhat, and had altered my direction to go to the rescue of the unknown Spad which had just fallen. But as I had started too late to be of any assistance, I again diverted my course to attack the 2 German biplane machines, which I could distinguish coming into the fight from the direction of Donsormeuse. I wondered whether it was Coolidge or Crocker or some other who had fallen. Whoever it was, he had made a gallant fight, although if they had obeyed orders and waited for the agreed time of attack, he would not have had such odds against him. One of the biplane machines saw me coming and cravenly turned back without notifying his companion. I surprised the latter, and after a very brief bit of maneuvering, shot him down completely out of control. Knowing it would be extremely difficult to gain a confirmation of this victory so far behind the German lines, I waited about for a few moments until I saw him crash violently into the ground. I was satisfied I had destroyed him, whether anybody else ever knew it or not. In fact, this victory of mine never was confirmed. Many twisting combats were in progress as I gained again the part of the heavens above Ducon. Several machines had fallen, but whether friend or foe I could not distinguish from this distance. The Spads were scattered all over the sky, and our formation was hopelessly destroyed. I determined to call them together and take them back to our lines. Our balloon was in flames, our mission ended, and we were taking unwise risks fighting 10 miles within German lines, where a mishap would drop some luckless pilot prisoners in their territory. The enemy pilots were only too willing to let us go. As I collected my pilots about me and headed for home, the Boche lost no time in widening the distance between us. I dropped back and saw the last of the Spads had crossed the lines and were well on their way. Then, noticing something going on east of me, near the city of Verdun, I made a detour to investigate it. It was a combat between 2 machines that was going on just south of our front. Hastening ahead with all possible speed, I arrived there at a most fortunate moment, to find that Ted Curtis of 95 had just been forced to abandon an attack on a German LVG by reason of a gun jam. The Hun pilot was endeavoring to make his escape as I reached him from one side, and a Spad that I later recognized as belonging to Ham Coolidge came in on the other. Diving down with terrific speed, I began firing at 100 yards. With my first burst, I noticed the gas tank of the enemy machine catch fire. Ham began firing as he approached on the other side, but already the 2 unfortunate occupants of the observing machine knew their coming doom. The LVG descended rapidly, the wind fanning the flames into a fiery furnace. The 2 unfortunate aviators must have been burned to a crisp long before the ground was reached. When the crash did come, there was a great explosion, and all that remained of the airplane was a black cloud of smoke and dust that ascended a few yards and was scattered to the 4 winds. Adjusting matters that night, I found that Ham Coolidge was the hero of the day with the balloon, and 1 Fokker to his credit, besides 1/2 vanquishing of the LVG. Thorne Taylor, Will Palmer, and Crafty Sparks had each brought down a Fokker, making a total of 5, besides the 2-seater that I had crashed back of Dun. Our lead was now safely beyond that of our next rival, 27 Squadron, and from that day it increased and has never been lessened. Avery, as well as Eugene Scroggie, one of my pilots from Des Moines, Iowa, were missing. I had seen 1 Spad fall, but could not tell which of these pilots was in it. But in spite of this uncertainty, I felt so confident that both pilots were not dead, but merely prisoners, that I put off writing to their parents for weeks. At the cessation of hostilities, both of these boys were turned back to us by Germany. Scroggie had been shot through the foot, but was able to come back to his squadron. Poor Avery had received a disfiguring wound in the face, which had been neglected by the German surgeons, but he was immediately put under the best of our medical care after he was released from Germany, and will doubtless soon return to the States in as perfect condition as he left. Chapter 31. Seeing the War. It was not until the morning of October 5th that I learned that the Hanover machine, which Reed Chambers and I had shot down on October 2nd, was still lying under guard of our doughboys but a mile or so north of Montfaucon. It seemed to be in good condition, and the officers there had telephoned to us to send out and bring it into our hangars. I might say in passing that it is extremely rare to find an enemy machine within our lines that has not been cut to pieces for souvenirs by the 1,001 passers-by before it has been on the ground a single hour. It is marvelous how quickly a crowd gathers at the sight of a crashed machine. Motor drivers leave their trucks on the road and dash across the fields to examine the curiosity and to see if they cannot find a suitable souvenir straight from Germany to carry away with them. From every direction, soldiers and French peasants come running to the wreck. By the time the pilot gets safely landed and makes his way to the scene, there is little of the enemy machine remaining. Up to this time, the American Air Force had never captured one of these two-seater Hanover machines. We were all of us anxious to fly different types of German airplanes, to compare them with our own, to examine what new devices they employed, to test their engines, and to see towards what improvements their designers were tending. So as soon as we heard that our victim of the 2nd of October had landed without crashing, and was being cared for near Montfaucon, we lost no time in getting into an automobile and making our way to the front lines. It was raining the morning we set off, and no flying was likely to be possible until after midday at best. We ran west and north until we struck the eastern edge of the famous Argonne forest at Varennes, and there we began to get graphic pictures of the results of the gigantic artillery duel that had been going on for the last fortnight between the American forces and the Germans. The roads from Varennes to Montfaucon were almost entirely remade. Along both sides of the road, for as far as the eye could reach, the shell holes covered the landscape as thickly as in almost any part of no man's land. The soil was the familiar yellow clay. Since the rainfall, the country through which we were passing resembled a desolate, fever-stricken swamp. The trees were sheared of their branches, and even the trunks of large trees themselves were cut jaggedly in two by the enemy's shells. Occasionally the ugly base of a dud shell could be seen protruding 6 or 8 inches from the tree's trunk. The nose had buried itself squarely in the tree, but for some reason the shell had failed to explode. And along the whole way, numberless strings of motor trucks were passing and repassing, some laden with ammunition, food, medical and other supplies hurrying to the front lines, dodging as they splashed through the slimy mud the slower-going processions of heavy guns. Long lines of empties were coming against this stream, many of them not empty it is true, but filled with the wounded who were being carried back to a field hospital for amputations or other surgical operations. Occasionally we would find ourselves blocked as the whole procession came to a halt. Somewhere up the line a big 12-inch gun had slithered around across the road and had completely blocked all traffic. On several occasions we waited half an hour before the road was cleared and the procession again proceeded. I do not know whether other observers have been impressed with the appearance of our American doughboys in the same way I have, but to me there seemed to be an extraordinary cheerfulness about the demeanor of these boys, whether they were coming in or going out of action. They were always smiling. Long lines of khaki-clad Americans marching two abreast, often enough preceded by several officers, likewise marching on foot through the mud at the head of the column. All were whistling, singing, smiling as they hiked along at route step. They made caustic comments as their roving eyes struck anything comic or unusual in the scenes around them. Failing such opportunities, they ragged one another or recalled such incidents as might be expected to excite hilarity or amusement. They invariably were a happy and cheerful lot. Column after column we passed going in. Column after column we met coming out. Finally we left the main road and struck a slightly less congested but far more disreputable road, which led us up to the crest of the hill on which stood Montfaucon. Guns of the Americans were sounding behind us now, and ahead we heard the enemy guns steadfastly replying. The town itself was nevertheless occupied by some of our troops, and a YMCA hut had been opened within the ruins of a little shop on Main Street, at about the center of the winding settlement. Here we stopped and left our car at the side of the street. A long queue of doughboys stood in line, waiting to get to the rude shop window where chocolate and cigarettes were being sold as fast as the two YMCA officers could pass them out. We entered the side door and warmed our muddy boots before a small open fire burning in the center of the floor of what had once been the kitchen. Here we ate a lunch of biscuits and chocolate while we questioned the men as to the exact location of the aeroplane we had brought down. A mile or so nearer the enemy trenches to the north of the town, the machine was lying quite unhurt, we were informed. We again took our car and made our way slowly through the narrow and desolate streets. On both sides, the stone and mortar buildings had been leveled almost flat. The streets had been completely filled with the debris of bricks, beams, and rubble, but enough space had been cleared through the center to permit one vehicle to pass at a time. As we reached the edge of the town, we saw one substantial building on the very topmost point of the hill which, though badly battered, still stood the most conspicuous and most pretentious object in Montfaucon. We instantly recognized it from our numerous observations from the air. It was the residence of the Crown Prince through those early campaigns against Verdun of 1915 through 1916. More recently, it had been occupied by the general commanding the German armies which had been opposing the American drive against the Argonne, and now it was in our hands. Leaving the car, we walked up to make an inspection of this celebrated headquarters. It stood upon a ledge of rock which hung over the hillside from its very peak. Around its base was a huge mountain of reinforced concrete from 6 to 8 feet in thickness. From within, one caught a wonderful view of the whole surrounding country. The Meuse Valley could be followed to a point well below Verdun, and the whole of the Argonne patch of woods lay under the eye from this lofty tower. The German Hanover machine we found just beyond the town. It was indeed in remarkably good condition. It had glided down under the control of the pilot, and had made a fairly good landing, considering the rough nature of the ground. The nose had gone over at the last moment, and the machine had struck its propeller on the ground, breaking it. The tail stood erect in the air, resting against the upper half of a German telegraph pole. A few ribs in the wings were broken, but these could easily be repaired. Our mechanics, with their truck and trailer, had already arrived at the spot, and were ready to take down the wings and load our prize onto their conveyance. A newly dug grave a few yards away indicated the last resting place of the observer that my bullets had killed in air. The pilot had been sent back to one of our hospitals for treatment. A bullet had pierced his face, shattering his jaw. While the mechanics were taking the Hanover apart for loading, we proceeded on to one of our observation posts facing the German lines, where we got a close-up view of a regular war. It was a spectacle never to be forgotten. Through the periscopes I saw the German trenches just opposite me, behind which our shells were dropping with a marvelous accuracy. They were passing over my head with a continuous whine, and the noise and jarring crump of their explosions so near our post made it necessary to shout our conversation into one another's ears. Enemy shells were passing overhead contrariwise, mostly directed at our artillerymen far in our rear. Our shells were creeping back nearer and nearer to the open ditches in which the German troops were crouching. I watched the gradual approach of this deadly storm in complete fascination. Some gigantic hand seemed to be tearing up the earth in huge handfuls, forming ugly yellow holes from which sprang a whirling mass of dirt, sticks, and dust. And nearer to the line of trenches, this devastating annihilation was coming. To know that human beings were lying there without a possible means of escape, waiting there while the pitiless hailstorm of shrapnel drew slowly closer to their hiding places, seemed such a diabolical method of torture that I wondered why men in the trenches did not go utterly mad with terror. Suddenly I noticed that our gunners had drawn back their range to the exact line of the trenches. A first shell fell directly into the trench in front of me, tearing it open and gutting it completely for a space of 30 feet. The next instant a Boche soldier sprang out of the trench alongside this point, and flinging down his rifle, proceeded to run for all he was worth back to a safer zone in the rear trenches. Hardly had he gone 10 yards when a high-explosive shell lit in front of him. Before I saw the burst of the shell, I saw him stop with his arms flung over his head. Next instant, he was simply swept away in dust and disappeared as the explosion took effect. Not a vestige of him remained when the dust had settled and the smoke had cleared away. At 5 o'clock, the men had our Hanover loaded on their trailer, and we were ready to depart for home. Passing down the Montfaucon hill by another road, we came upon a row of concrete dugouts built into the side of the hill by the Germans, but now occupied by American troops. Doubtless the Huns had expected this occupation by their enemies, and had waited for a few days to make certain that the little huts would be well filled with our troops before springing their surprise. Just as we approached this group of buildings, the first German shell fell full into the middle of them. The Huns had gotten the exact range the first shot. Lieutenant Chambers and I were cut off from our road, and for a few minutes we had the panic of our lives. A motor truck a short way ahead of us, which was likewise standing still waiting for the storm to pass, got a direct hit and was blown into fragments. Reed and I waited for no more, but made a bolt for the nearest shelter we could find. Flat on our faces at the bottom of a nearby trench, we listened to the shells bursting about our ears. While not wishing any ill luck to any other poor chaps, we did most fervently hope that the Huns had not miscalculated their range by 200 yards in our direction. A bold glance over the top of our parapet showed that the concrete buildings were already a mass of dust. Just then, one shell landed not 15 feet in front of my nose, and I threw up my feet and struck the water in the bottom of my ditch as hard as possible with my face. As suddenly as it had started, the bombardment ceased. Frugal souls, these Boche are. Not a shell too few, not one too many, is their very efficient motto. But we did not trust to this motto for several more minutes, and when we did cautiously emerge from our hole, we spent several more minutes washing the clay mud from our uniforms. One more extraordinary spectacle Reed Chambers and I witnessed on that memorable day. Not 2 miles further on, we espied a formation of 9 Fokkers pass overhead, proceeding at a very low level in the direction of our rear. The sky was still cloudy and threatening, but no rain was falling. We stopped the car, to avoid being mistaken for a general and thus attracting Fokker bullets through our car. Both of us jumped out and ran to an open space where we could see in what direction the Hun pilots were directing their course. As we looked up through the trees, we saw over our heads 2 darting Spads coming down straight at the tail of the Hun procession from a high altitude. Although we could not distinguish whether they were American or French, we knew even at that distance that the 2 pursuing machines were Spads. It was probably the most exciting moment Reed or I had ever experienced. We both shouted for joy to see the clever stalking of such a superior force by the 2 brave Spads. Moreover, this was the first air battle that either of us had ever seen from the ground, and it afforded us a panorama of the whole that is impossible to get from the center of a fight. The 2 peaking Spads opened fire on their downward course when at only 3,000 feet above ground. Their aim was not good, however, and neither of the attacked machines received a vital hit. Then the scene of action became one churning mass of revolving and looping aeroplanes. The leading Fokkers had reversed directions and were attacking the Spads. These latter did not keep together, but each was carrying on a separate freelance combat, occasionally pouring out streams of flaming bullets at any enemy machine that crossed its path. For a good 5 minutes or longer the aerial tumult continued, without any further results than giving us spectators below a most beautiful exhibition of contortions and airmanship. I was full of admiration for the 2 aviators who, I was now almost certain, must be Americans and must belong to our group. At any rate, they were brave fellows to stick so long against such odds. Then we saw 2 machines coming our way out of control. They were some distance away, but since they were headed towards Germany and were not being pursued, it was very evident that they were Fokkers. The 2 brave Spads had been victorious. Soon both wounded Fokkers were passing directly above us. Motors cut off and steadily losing height, one was absolutely certain to crash near us, while the other seemed still to be under the control of its pilot. They were Fokkers, sure enough. As we looked back to the scene of the recent combat, we saw the Spads streaking it homewards with the balance of the Fokkers strung out behind them in a useless pursuit. No Fokker can overtake a good Spad, unless he has sufficient advantage in elevation to increase his speed by diving. The victorious Spads lost themselves in the distant clouds, and the Fokkers, after reforming their depleted numbers, returned to their lines some distance to the east of us. The last we saw of the two victims, one had crashed, nose down, at less than a mile from where we stood. The other had succeeded in gliding almost 2 miles further, finally crashing, as we ascertained next day, in no man's land just north of Montfaucon. The day was getting late, and our progress home would be slow owing to the enormous traffic on the roads, so we did not take time to visit the spot of the nearest Fokker's Fall. Thus we returned joyfully homewards after a most exciting and successful day, with our captured two-seater Hanover safely following along behind. And at mess that night, to crown our satisfaction, we learned that the two victorious Spad operators, who had that afternoon added 2 more victories to the score of 94 Squadron, were sitting opposite us, grinning with complacency. They were Lieutenant Jeffers and Lieutenant K. The following morning, we received explicit orders to bring down an enemy balloon that was hanging above the enemy town of Maroc, about 4 miles inside their lines. Lieutenants Coolidge and Cook armed their guns with special ammunition, and accompanied by 6 other planes as a protective escort, we set off early in the morning and attained, undiscovered, a good position behind the balloon. Coolidge started a first attack, with Cook following him in case he was unsuccessful. But Coolidge was not unsuccessful. His first burst set fire to the target, and Cookie was obliged to make a sudden bank to avoid its threatening flames. Without further molestation than the usual Archie fire of the front, we returned to our aerodrome without having seen a single enemy aeroplane in the sky. It had been quite the simplest balloon strafing party in which we had ever been engaged. No further victories came to our squadron, owing to the continuous bad weather, until October 9th, when, at about 5 in the afternoon, I had my machine pushed out into the mud of the aerodrome and got away through the clouds for a short survey of the lines. No enemy machines were out, but I discovered a balloon watching our front from a point just back of Dun-sur-Meuse. Making a wide detour to lose myself from their sight, I came back at Dun from the rear just as it was getting so dark that it would be difficult for them to distinguish my machine from any considerable distance. But it was also too dark for me to do any observing from balloons, and the Boche had hauled their Drachen down for the night. I passed the spot twice before I could make out the outline of the sleek gas bag from my low height of only 200 feet above ground. Then, taking a fresh start, I made 2 attacks at it in its nest before I succeeded in setting it afire. It finally caught with a sufficient glow to light up the whole country around, including several machine gun pits and Archie batteries, which I discovered were frantically firing at me. Their aim was bad, however, and I flew safely back to the hangars and landed to receive the information that the result of my patrol had been witnessed by our balloon posts south of Dun, and confirmation already had been telephoned in. It was my 16th official victory. Chapter 32. A Regular Dogfight. On the afternoon of October 10th, the 94th Squadron received orders to destroy 2 very bothersome enemy balloons, one of which was located at Dun-sur-Meuse, the other at Ancreville. The time for this attack was fixed for us at 3:50 p.m. sharp. A formation of defending planes from 147 Squadron was directed to cover our left wing, while a similar formation from the 27th was given the same position on our right. I was placed in command of the expedition and was to arrange all minor details. Selecting Lieutenants Coolidge and Chambers to act as the balloon executioners, I sent orders to all the pilots who were to accompany our secret raid to assemble their formation at 3,000 feet above Montfaucon at 3:40 o'clock precisely. Then, with Coolidge and Chambers ahead of us, the united force would proceed first to the Dun balloon, where we would protect the 2 strafers against Hun aeroplanes while they went in to attack their objective. Then, after destroying the first, if circumstances permitted, we should proceed on to Ancreville, destroy that balloon, and beat a retreat straight for home. If Coolidge and Chambers encountered any hostile aircraft, they were instructed to avoid fighting, but retire immediately to the protection of our formation. A clear afternoon made it certain that the Boche machines would be thick about us. According to our secret intelligence reports, the enemy had here concentrated the heaviest air force against the Americans that had ever been gathered together since the war began. Both the Richthofen Circus and the Loser Circus were now opposed to us, and we had almost daily seen the well-known red noses of the one and the yellow-bellied fuselages of the other. Also, we had distinguished the checkerboard design of the No. 3 Jagdstaffel and the new scout machines which the Huns had but lately sent to the front. The Seaman Schuckard, which was driven by a four-bladed propeller, and which had a much faster climb than had the Spad. Further reports which came to us stated that the new Fokkers now arriving at the front had 4 instead of 2 guns mounted forward, 2, as of yore, fastened along the engine top, and 2 others attached to the top wing. Personally, I have never seen one of these Roman candle affairs, which so startled several pilots who reported having fights with them. They may have been in use along our front, of course, but I have never met one, nor seen a pilot who was certain he had met one. It was said that when all 4 guns began firing their tracer bullets at an enemy machine, the exhibition resembled the setting off of 4th of July Roman candles, so continuous a stream of tracer bullets issued from the nozzles of the 4 machine guns. This heavy consolidation of enemy aircraft along our front was necessary to the Germans for 2 reasons. The retreating Hun infantry must hold the Meuse front until they had time to withdraw their troops from Belgium and the north, or the latter would be cut off. Secondly, the Allied bombing squadrons, which were now terrifying the Rhine towns, were all located along this front, and must be prevented from destroying those Prussian cities so dear to the heart of the Hun. General Trenchard of the British Independent Air Force proved he was right when he demonstrated that his bombing of enemy cities would necessarily withdraw from the battle front much of the enemy's air strength to defend those helpless cities against such attacks. So it is not necessarily to be believed that Germany was actually in such fright over the appearance of the American airmen that she straightway sent all her best aviators to the Verdun region to oppose us. She really had quite other objects in view, but such a move nevertheless resulted in filling the skies opposite us with the best fighting airmen in the German service. It promised to be a busy month for us. 14 of my Spads then left the ground on October 10th at 3:30 in the afternoon, with 8 of 147's machines and 7 of those from 27 Squadron taking their places on the right and left of us as arranged. I pushed my Spad No. 1 up several thousand feet above the flotilla to watch their progress over the lines from a superior altitude. The enormous formation below me resembled a huge crawling beetle, Coolidge and Chambers flying in the exact position ahead of them to form the stingers. Thus arranged, we proceeded swiftly northwest in the direction of Dons-sur-Meuse. We arrived over the lines to be welcomed by an outlandish exhibition of Archie fury. But despite the large target we made, no damage was received and none of our Spads turned back. Reaching a quieter region inside German territory, I looked about me. There indeed was our Dom balloon floating tranquilly in the sunshine. It was 3:40 by my watch. We had 10 minutes to maneuver for position and reach our objective. I looked down at my convoy and found that 147's formation at the left had separated themselves somewhat widely from the others. Then, studying the distant horizon, I detected a number of specks in the sky, which soon resolved themselves into a group of 11 Fokkers flying in beautiful formation and evidently just risen from their aerodrome at Stenay, a dozen miles beyond Dons. They were approaching from the west and must reach the detached formation of 147's pilots before the rest of my flight could reach them, unless they immediately closed up. I dived down to dip them a signal. On my way down I glanced around me and saw approaching us from Metz in quite the opposite direction another formation of 8 Fokkers. Certainly the Huns had wonderful methods of information which enabled them to bring to a threatened point this speedy relief. While I debated an instant as to which danger was the most pressing, I looked below and discovered that the enemy balloon men were already engaged in pulling down their observation balloon, which was the object of our attack back of Dons-sur-Meuse. So they suspected the purpose of our little expedition. It lacked yet a minute or two of the time set for our dash at the balloon, and as I viewed the situation, it would not be wise for Coolidge and Chambers to take their departure from our formation until we had disposed of the advancing Fokkers from the west. Accordingly, I kept my altitude and set my machine towards the rear of the Stenay Fokkers, which I immediately observed were the red noses of the von Richthofen Circus. They were heading in at the 147 formation, which was still separated almost a mile away from our other Spads. Lieutenant Wilbur White of New York was leading No. 147's pilots. He would have to bear the brunt of the Fokkers' attack. Evidently, the Fokker leader scorned to take notice of me, as his scouts passed under me and plunged ahead towards White's formation. I let them pass, dipped over sharply, and with accumulated speed bore down upon the tail of the last man in the Fokker formation. It was an easy shot, and I could not have missed. I was agreeably surprised, however, to see that my first shots had set fire to the Hun's fuel tank, and that the machine was doomed. I was almost equally gratified the next second to see the German pilot level off his blazing machine, and with a sudden leap overboard into space, let the Fokker slide safely away without him. Attached to his back and sides was a rope which immediately pulled a dainty parachute from the bottom of his seat. The umbrella opened within a 50-foot drop, and settled him gradually to earth within his own lines. I was sorry I had no time to watch his spectacular descent. I truly wished him all the luck in the world. It is not a pleasure to see a burning aeroplane descending to earth, bearing with it a human being who is being tortured to death. Not unmixed with my relief in witnessing his safe jump was the wonder as to why the Huns had all these humane contrivances, and why our own country could not at least copy them to save American pilots from being burned to a crisp. I turned from this extraordinary spectacle in mid-air to witness another which in all my life at the front I have never seen equaled in horror and awfulness. The picture of it has haunted my dreams during many nights since. Upon seeing that my man was hit, I had immediately turned up to regain my superiority in height over the other Huns. Now as I came about and saw the German pilot leap overboard with his parachute, I saw that a general fight was on between the remaining 10 Fokkers and the 8 Spads of 147 Squadron. The Fokker leader had taken on the rear Spad in White's formation when White turned and saw him coming. Like a flash, White zoomed up in a half-turn, executed a renversement, and came back at the Hun leader to protect his pilot from a certain death. White was one of the finest pilots and best air fighters in our group. He had won 7 victories in combat. His pilots loved him and considered him a great leader, which he most assuredly was. White's maneuver occupied but an instant. He came out of his swoop and made a direct plunge for the enemy machine, which was just getting in line on the rear Spad's tail. Without firing a shot, the heroic White rammed the Fokker head-on while the two machines were approaching each other at the rate of 250 miles per hour. It was a horrible yet thrilling sight. The two machines actually telescoped each other, so violent was the impact. Wings went through wings, and at first glance both the Fokker and Spad seemed to disintegrate. Fragments filled the air for a moment, then the two broken fuselages, bound together by the terrific collision, fell swiftly down and landed in one heap on the bank of the Meuse. For sheer nerve and bravery, I believe this heroic feat was never surpassed. No national honor too great could compensate the family of Lieutenant White for this sacrifice for his comrade pilot and his unparalleled example of heroism to his squadron. For the most pitiable feature of Lieutenant White's self-sacrifice was the fact that this was his last flight over the lines before he was to leave for the United States on a visit to his wife and 2 small children. Not many pilots enter the service with loved ones so close to them. This extraordinary disaster ended the day's fighting for the Hun airmen. No doubt they valued their own leader as much as we did Lieutenant White, or perhaps they got a severe attack of wind up at witnessing the new method of American attack. At any rate, they withdrew, and we immediately turned our attention to the fight which was now in progress between the Spads of 27 Squadron at our right and the Hun formation from Metz. It looked like a famous dogfight. As I came about and headed for the mix-up, I glanced below me at Dong and was amazed to see one of our Spads peeking upon the nested balloon through a hurricane of flaming projectiles. A flaming onion had pierced his wings, and they were now ablaze. To add to his predicament, a Hun machine was behind his tail, firing as he dived. I diverted my course and started down to his rescue, but it was too late. The fire in his wings was fanned by the wind and made such progress that he was compelled to land in German territory, not far from the site of the balloon. In the meantime, other things were happening so rapidly that I had little opportunity to look about me. For even as I started down to help this balloon strafer, I saw another Spad passing me with 2 Fokkers on his tail, filling his fuselage with tracer bullets as the procession went by. A first glance had identified the occupant of the Spad as my old protege, the famous Jimmy Meisner. For the 3rd time since we had been flying together, Providence had sent me along just in the nick of time to get Jimmy out of trouble. Twice before on the old Nieuport, Jimmy had torn off his wings in too sudden a flip, and his unscrupulous antagonists had been about to murder him as he wobbled along when I happened by. Now, after a 4 months interlude, Jimmy comes sailing by again, smiling and good-natured as ever, with two ugly brutes on his tail, trying their best to execute him. I quickly tacked onto the procession, settling my sights into the rear machine and letting go a long burst as I came within range. The Hun fell off and dropped down out of control, the other Fokker immediately pulling away and diving steeply for home and safety. Two other Fokkers fell in that dogfight, neither of which I happened to see. Both Coolidge and Chambers, though they had been cheated of their balloon, brought down a Fokker apiece, which victories were later confirmed. The Spad which had dropped down into German hands after being set afire by the flaming onions belonged to Lieutenant Brotherton, like White and Meisner, a member of the 147th Squadron. 4 more victories were thus added to 94's score by this afternoon's work. We did not get the balloons, but we had done the best we could. I was never in favor of attacking observation balloons in full daylight, and this day's experience, the aroused suspicions of the observers, the pulling down of the balloon as strong aeroplane assistance at the same time arrived, and the fate of Lieutenant Brotherton, who had tried unsuccessfully to pass through the defensive barrage, is a fair illustration, I believe, of the difficulties attending such daylight strafings. Just at dawn or just at dusk is the ideal time for surprising the Drachen. Our captured Hanover machine, it will be recalled, had been brought back to our aerodrome and by now was in good condition to fly. We left the Hun Maltese Cross and all their markings exactly as we found them, and after telephoning about to the various American aerodromes in our vicinity that they must not practice target shooting at a certain Hanover aeroplane that they might encounter while wandering over our part of the country, we took the machine up to see how it flew. The Hanover was a staunch, heavy craft and had a speed of about 100 miles an hour when 2 men, a pilot and an observer, were carried. She handled well and was able to slow down to a very comfortable speed at landing. Many of us took her up for a short flip and landed again without accident. Then it became a popular custom to let some pilot get aloft in her, and as he began to clear the ground, half a dozen of us in Spads would rise after him and practice peeking down as if in an attack. The Hanover pilot would twist and turn and endeavor to do his best to outmaneuver the encircling Spads. Of course, the lighter fighting machines always had the best of these mock battles, but the experience was good for all of us, both in estimating the extent of the maneuverability of the enemy two-seaters and in the testing of our relative speeds and climbings. While engaged in one of these mock combats over our field one afternoon, we came down to find Captain Cooper, the official movie picture expert, standing below watching us. He had his camera with him and had been attempting to grind out some movie films while we were flying overhead. He spent the night with us, and after some planning of the scenario, we decided to take him up in the rear seat of a Liberty airplane and let him catch with his camera a real movie of an airplane combat in midair. All the details were carefully arranged. We gathered next morning on the field, put him in the rear seat of the Liberty, and helped him strap in his camera so that the pressure of the wind would not carry it overboard. Jimmy Meisner was to be his pilot. Jimmy climbed in the front seat, warmed up his motor, and when everything was ready and we other actors were sitting in our seats waiting for him to get away, Jimmy gave the signal, opened up his motor, and began to taxi over the grass. Several hundred feet down the field, he turned back, facing the wind, which was blowing from the west. Here he prepared for his real takeoff. His machine rushed along with ever-quickening speed until the tail lifted, the wheels next skimmed the ground, and the Liberty rose gradually into the air. Just as they approached the road which skirts the west side of the aerodrome, the Liberty's engine stopped. A line of wires ran along the roadside some 15 feet above ground. Jimmy saw them and attempted to zoom over them, but in vain. The Liberty crashed full in the middle of the highway, bounded up a dozen feet, and after a half somersault, stuck her nose in the ground on the other side of the road and came to a rest. We hurried over, expecting to find the occupants badly injured, as the Liberty herself appeared to be a total wreck. But out stepped Jimmy and Captain Cooper, neither of them the worse for their experience. And to complete our surprise, the camera, although covered with the debris of the machine, was quite unhurt. That ended our little movie show for this day. We had no other two-seater machine on hand, but we were delighted to find that Captain Cooper, in spite of his narrow escape, was quite determined to go through with the show. So we went to the supply station for another machine and again put the captain up for the night while awaiting its coming. Next day, October 19th, I was directed to appear before General Patrick at Souilly to receive the American decoration, the Distinguished Service Cross, with 4 oak leaves. These oak leaves represent the number of citations in Army orders that the wearer of a decoration has received. The usual formalities, which I have already described, attended the ceremony. Over 20 pilots of the American Air Service were presented with the DSC by General Patrick, after which the military band played the national anthem while we all stood at attention. I could not help thinking of the absent pilots whose names were being read out but who did not answer, and for whom decorations were waiting for deeds of heroism that had ended with their death. There was White, for whom the whole group mourned. What a puny recognition was a simple ribbon for heroism such as his. There was Luke, the most intrepid air fighter that ever sat in an airplane. What possible honor could be given him by his country that would accord him the distinction he deserved? One thing was certain. The reputation of these great American airmen would live as long as the comrades who knew them survived. Perhaps none of us would ever live to see our homeland again. I glanced down the line of honor, men who were standing immobile in their tracks, listening to the last notes of the Star-Spangled Banner. Who will be the next to go? I wondered, knowing only too well that with every fresh honor that was conferred came a corresponding degree of responsibility and obligation to continue to serve comrade and country so long as life endured. Chapter 33. An Aeroplane Movie Show. The New Liberty duly arrived, and after a brief rehearsal of our parts in the coming show, we again had our machines run out on the field on the morning of October 21st, and took our stations in the line. Captain Cooper was again placed in the rear seat of the Liberty, with Jimmy Meisner in the front seat, acting as his pilot. Jimmy was to keep his machine as near the actors as possible, always flying to the left side, so that the photographer might face the show and keep his handle turning with the least possible difficulty. Reed Chambers sat in the front seat of the captured Hanover and piloted it. He carried 2 guns which would fire only tracer and flaming bullets, and with true movie instinct, Reed was prepared to do his utmost to imitate with 2 guns the Roman candle effect of the latest 4-gun effort of the Huns, whom he was supposed to represent. In the rear seat of the Hun machine sat Thorne Taylor, the villain of the play. He was dressed in villainous enough-looking garments to deceive even the most particular Hun. He too had a gun, one which swung on a tourneau, and which would emit a most fearsome amount of smoky and fiery projectiles when the climax of the action was reached. As a clever piece de resistance, Thorne carried with him, down out of sight of the camera until the proper time came, a dummy Boche pilot stuffed with straw. At the height of the tragedy, Thorne was supposed to duck himself down out of sight behind his cockpit and heave overboard the stuffed figure, which would fall with outstretched arms and legs, head over heels to earth. This would portray the very acme of despair of the Boche aviators, who, it would be seen, preferred to hurl themselves out to deliberate death rather than longer face the furious assaults of the dashing young American air fighters. As to the latter, I was supposed to be it. In my old Spad No. 1, with the hat and the ring insignia plainly inscribed on the sides of the fuselage, and the red, white, and blue markings along the wings and tail sufficiently glaring to prove to the most skeptical movie fan that this was indeed a genuine United States aeroplane, I was to be Jack, the giant killer, with an abundance of smoky and fiery stuff pouring from all my guns every time the monstrous hostile machine hove in sight. A few films of a distant formation passing through the sky had been taken early in the game so as to delude the innocent public into the belief that I was going up to demolish the whole caravan with my one resistless machine. A series of falls and vrees would put the one Hanover out of the fighting enough times to account for a whole formation of them. Then, as the last desperate encounter took place, Thorne Taylor, after shooting all his spectacular ammunition well over my head, would force the dummy to commit suicide rather than longer endure the suspense of waiting. It was a clever plot. The whole aerodrome was in raptures over the idea, and everyone left off work to gather on the field to witness the contest. I doubt if the later performances will ever have a more expectant, more interested, or so large an audience. Jimmy and his camera operator got away safely this time, and right behind them the comedian and tragedians of the show winged their way. Arriving at 2,000 feet over the field, we pulled up our belts and began the performance. It was necessary to keep an eye on the camera, so as not to get out of its beam while pulling off our most priceless stunts, and at the same time we had to be a little careful as to the direction in which our bullets were going. Captain Cooper was thrusting his head out into the windstream, manfully trying to keep my swifter moving machine always within the eye of his camera. As I came up under the Hanover airplane's tail, I would let off a terrific stream of flaming projectiles, which are perfectly visible to the naked eye, and certainly ought to be caught by a camera, even in the daytime. Thorn shot as lustily under me and over me as I approached, and even Reed's front guns were spitting death in a continuous stream at the imaginary enemy planes ahead of him. Over and over we repeated the performance, the Hanover dying a dozen deaths in as many minutes. At last, our movie ammunition beginning to near exhaustion, it became necessary to stage a big hit that denoted the climax of the play. Coming about above the Hanover, while Captain Cooper was grinding industriously away not over 20 feet from its side, I came down in a swift peak, made a zoom and a renversement on the opposite side of the Hanover, and kicking my rudder over, came back directly at the enemy, full into the gaping lens of the camera. Firing my last rounds of ammunition as I approached, I saw them go safely over the tops of both machines. As I drew in to the closest possible distance that remained safe for such a maneuver, I threw my spad up into a zoom, passed over the vanquished Boche, and came back in a loop somewhere near my original position. As I glanced at the Hanover, I saw that she was doomed. A quantity of lampblack, released by the crafty Taylor, was drifting windward, indicating that something seriously wrong had occurred with the enemy machine. Such a dense cloud of smoke would satisfy the dullest intellect that he must soon begin to suspect fire. And ha! There she comes. I knew she was afire. Sure enough, several bright landing flares suddenly ignited under the Hanover's wings, throwing a bright gleam earthwards, but prevented from injuring the wings themselves by the tin surfaces above them. Finding longer existence on such a burning deck utterly unendurable, the poor dummy gathered himself together in the arms of the stalwart Taylor, and with one tremendous leap he departed the blazing furnace forever. While Taylor kept himself resolutely hidden below decks, Chambers, throwing out the last of his sack of lampblack, lifted over onto the side the doomed machine and gave a good exhibition of the falling leaf. Down, down it drifted, the daring photographer leaning far out of his cage to catch the last expiring gasps of the stricken Hanover, the last of the wicked formation of hostile machines that had dared to cross our frontiers early in the picture. And then, just as he was prepared to flash on the "good night" sign and entertain the departing audience with views of the best line of corsets to be had at reasonable prices at Mo Levy's Emporium, just then the real climax of the play did appear. We had necessarily wandered some little distance away from the vicinity of our aerodrome while firing genuine flaming bullets over each other, so that the falling missiles would not cause any injuries to property or persons below. Paying little attention as to just where we were flying, so long as open country was below us, we had not noticed that we were some miles south and west of our starting place, and almost immediately over the edge of a French aerodrome. Suddenly a puff of real Archie smoke in the vicinity of the Hanover told me that some enthusiastic outsider was volunteering his services in behalf of our little entertainment. Another and another shell burst before I could reverse my direction and get started to place my spad close to the black machine wearing the iron cross of the Kaiser. Reed Chambers took in the situation at a glance. He pointed down the Hanover's nose and began at once to descend for a landing on the French aerodrome below us. At the same moment several French brigades left the field and began climbing up to assist me in my dangerous task of demolishing the Hanover. Diving down to intervene between them before any more shooting was done, I succeeded in satisfying the Frenchmen that I had the affair well in hand, and that the Hanover was coming down to surrender. Without further incident we all landed and got out of our machines. The French pilots, their mechanics and poilus gathered about in a curious body, while I laughingly hurried over to the side of Reed's machine and explained to the assembly the meaning of this strange performance. They all laughed heartily over their mistake, all except Reed and Thorn Taylor of the Hanover crew, who, from the expressions on their faces, seemed to admit that the joke was on them. Getting away again, the Hanover flew home under my protection. After it had landed, I climbed up through the clouds where Jimmy and the movie man were still waiting for me. There I stunted for a while in front of the camera, giving some excellent views of an aeroplane bursting through the clouds and some close-ups of all the aerial tumbling that a spad is capable of performing. Next day Captain Cooper departed with his films for Paris, where he expected to turn them over to the American authorities and if permitted, take a copy of them for public exhibition in Paris and the United States. A day or two after Christmas, on my way through Paris to New York, I learned that these pictures had turned out very well and would soon be shown in the movie palaces of the cities of America. The captured Hanover was flown into the American station at Orly, near Paris, a few days after the armistice was signed, and from there was shipped to America to be placed upon exhibition. Major Hartney and Lawrence L. Driggs of New York, who were visiting us at the time, flew in it from Verdun to Paris in a little less than an hour and a half. One captured Fokker machine and an escort of 2 Sopwith camels and 1 Spad accompanied them, for the enemy machine still carried the war markings of the German air service, and inquisitive Frenchmen along the way might be tempted to try to capture them a second time. So far as I know, these were the only 2 enemy airplanes captured by the American forces during the war. The Fokker came down upon our field at Verdun just a day or two before the end of hostilities, and was turned over to 95 Squadron as their capture, since they operated this field. The pilot had given himself up, saying he thought he was landing upon his own aerodrome at Metz. He had become lost in the fog, and as the 2 aerodromes are similarly situated along the edge of a river's course, his mistake was quite probable. Another 2-seater, a Halberstadt machine, came down upon the American field at the supply station at Colombey-les-Belles, under similar circumstances a few days before the armistice was signed. But in this case, the capture was a deliberate surrender. The 2 occupants climbed out of the machine and in pure New York patois informed the startled mechanics that they wished to make a bargain with them. They were, it transpired, 2 Yiddish gentlemen of German extraction, who for some years had been in business in New York. The war caught them in Germany, and they were perforce thrust into the service of what had once been their mother country. After many vicissitudes, they both entered aviation, seeking for the opportunity of flying over the lines and giving themselves up. Now a chance had arrived. Both of them getting permission to cross the lines in the same machine, they made straight for our headquarters at Colombey-les-Belles, and now offered a perfectly good machine, valued at not less than $10,000, in exchange for their freedom and a pass back to Harlem. It was an attractive offer, but since they were already in our custody as prisoners and the machine was regarded as a capture, their conditions were respectfully declined. The Halberstadt was likewise later sent to Orly and thence to America with the Fokker and Hanover, which had been taken in by 94 and 95 squadrons. The following afternoon I escaped assassination by 4 red-nosed Fokkers by the narrowest margin ever vouchsafed to a pilot, and at the end of the combat flew safely home with my 21st and 22nd victories to my credit. Curiously enough, I had gone out over the lines alone that day with a craving desire to get a thrill. I had become fed up with a continuation of eventless flights. Saying nothing to any of my fellows at the aerodrome, I went off alone with an idea of shooting down a balloon that I thought might be hanging just north of Montfaucon. While I did not get a shot at the balloon, I got all the thrill I needed for several days to come. It was about 5:30 in the afternoon when I ordered out my machine and set off for Montfaucon. As I neared the Meuse Valley, I found the whole vicinity was covered with a thick haze. So thick, in fact, that the Germans had hauled down all their observation balloons. There was nothing a mile away that could be observed until another day dawned. Over to the south the sky was clearer. Our own balloons were still up, but no enemy airplanes would be likely to come over our front again so late in the evening. While I was reflecting thus sadly, a bright blaze struck my eye from the direction of our nearest balloon. I headed around towards this spot in the shortest possible space of time. There could be but one explanation for such a blaze. A late roving Hun must have just crossed the lines and made a successful attack upon our balloon over Exermont. He ought to be an easy victim, I told myself, as soon as he should start to cross back into Germany, since I was on his direct road to the nearest point in his lines. He was now coming my way. Though I could not see him, I did see the bursting Archie shells following his course northward. He must pass considerably under me, and no doubt would be quite alone. Just then a series of zipping streams of fire flashed by my face and through my fuselage and wings. I divined rather than saw what this was without looking around. 2, or perhaps more than 2, enemy machines were peeking on me from above. Utterly absorbed in planning what I should do to catch the other fellow, I had been perfectly blind to my own surroundings. The Hun balloon strafer had a protective formation waiting for him. They had seen me come over, and had doubtless been stalking me for many minutes without my knowing it. These thoughts flashed through my mind as I almost automatically zoomed up and did a climbing chandelle to escape the tracer bullets directed at me. I did not even stop to look at the position of my assailants. Knowing they were above, I concluded instantly that they had prepared for my diving away from them, and that therefore that would be the best thing for me to avoid. I fortunately had reasoned correctly. As I sped upwards, 2 red-nosed Fokkers, my old friends of the von Richthofen circus, sped down and passed me. But even before I had time enough to congratulate myself upon my sagacity, I discovered that only half of them had passed me. 2 more Fokkers had remained above on the chance that I might refuse to adopt a plan they had determined upon for me. One glimpse of the skillful contortions of these 2 upper Fokkers showed me that I was in for the fight of my life. I lost all interest in the progress or existence of the balloon strafer that had destroyed one of our balloons under my very nose. My one dearest desire was to get away off by myself, where thrills were never mentioned and were quite impossible to get. The masterly way in which the Fokkers met and even anticipated every movement I made assured me that I had 4 very experienced pilots with whom to deal. Zigzagging and side-slipping helped me not one whit, and I felt that I was getting a wind-up that would only sap my coolness and soon make me the easy prey of these 4 extremely confident Huns. The 2 machines that had first attacked me impudently remained below me in such a position that they invited my attack, while also preventing my escape in their direction. I made up my mind to start something before it was too late. Even though it meant getting into trouble, I decided that it would be better than waiting around for them to operate upon me, as they had no doubt been practicing in so many rehearsals. Noting a favorable opening for an attack on the nearest man below me, I suddenly tipped over at him and went hurtling down with all my speed, shooting from both guns. I had aimed ahead of him, instead of directly at him, to compel him either to pass ahead through the path of my bullets, or else dip down his nose, or fall over onto his wing, in either case providing me with a fair target before he could get far away. He either preferred the former course, or else did not see my bullets until it was too late. He ran straight through my line of fire, and he left it with a gush of flame issuing from his fuel tank. I fully believe that several bullets passed through the pilot's body as well. Considerably bucked up with this success, I did not seize this opportunity to escape, but executed blindly a sudden loop and renversement, under the strongest impression that my 2 enemies above would certainly be close onto my tail and preparing to shoot. Again, I had guessed correctly, for not only were they in just the position I expected to find them, and just where I myself would have been were I in their places, but they were also startled out of their senses over my sudden and unexpected assault upon their comrade. It is never an encouraging sight to see one's comrade's machine falling in flames. It is sufficient to make the stoutest heart quail unless one is hemmed in and is fighting for his very life. But however that may be, my 3 neighbors did not turn to continue the combat with me, nor did they even pause for an instant to threaten my pursuit. All 3 continued their headlong dive for Germany, with a faster and heavier Spad machine following them, and gaining on them every second. My blood was up, and I considered that I had been badly treated by the red-nosed Boche. I was 3 miles inside their lines. Other enemy machines might very easily be about. I had no time to look about to see, and I had just escaped from the very worst trap into which I had ever fallen. Yet I could not resist the mad impulse of paying back the 3 Huns for the scare they had so recently given me. Though the Spad is faster than the Fokker, the fleeing Huns had a slight start over me, and I did not immediately overtake them. One of the 3 gradually fell back behind the others. The ground was getting nearer and nearer, and it was growing very much darker as we approached the earth's surface. At about 1,000 feet above ground, I decided the nearest Fokker was within my range. I opened fire, following his gyrations as he maneuvered to avoid my ever-nearing stream of lead. After letting go at him some 200 bullets, his machine dropped out of control, and I ceased firing. His 2 companions had never slackened their pace, and were now well out of sight in the shadows. I watched my latest antagonist flutter down and finally crash, and then awoke to the fact that I was being fired at by hundreds of guns from the ground. The gunners and riflemen were so near to me that I could distinctly see their guns pointed in my direction. I had dropped down to within 100 yards of earth. All the way back to the lines I was followed by machine gun bullets and some Archie. Absolutely untouched, I continued on to my field, where I put in my claim for 2 enemy Fokkers, and after seeing to the wounds of my faithful Spad, walked over to the 94 mess for supper. Chapter 34. An Overzealous Ally. War flying is much like other business. One gets accustomed to all the incidents that attend its daily routine, its risks, its thrills, its dangers, its good and bad fortune. A strange sort of fatalism fastens to the mind of an aviator who continues to run the gauntlet of Archie. He flies through bursting shells without trying to dodge them, with indeed little thought of their menace. If a bullet or shell has his name written on it, there is no use trying to avoid contact with it. If it has not, why worry? To score a fatal hit, these invisible missiles of death have a great space to fill when a small airplane and a still smaller pilot are at a height of 10 or 12,000 feet above earth. Even when flying through the defensive fire of a balloon battery at 200 or 300 feet elevation, or when cruising along the trenches but 50 feet above the rifles and machine guns of the enemy, we learn to disdain the furious fire that was turned upon our swift flying planes. Experience had taught us that the non-flying sharpshooter is woefully ignorant of the rapidity with which we pass his aim when we are traveling at the rate of 2 miles a minute, exactly 176 feet each second. It requires a second or more for him to steady his aim. How many riflemen can compute the exact point 176 feet ahead of their gun muzzle, where the bullet and the pilot's head must meet in order to bring down the prize? Not one. Occasional hits are made at random, but the percentage is ridiculously low. When tracer bullets are fired at one's aeroplane, it is amusing to see how far behind the tail of the machine the streams of bullets are passing. When hundreds of Archie shells are bursting about one's vicinity, one of the flying fragments may, of course, happen to take the path that coincides with that of the pilot. Upon this problem, no scientist would dare to assume a position of authoritative knowledge as to the chances or percentages of possible hits. To the pilot who has actually experienced these daily strafings by Archie, the whole danger resolves itself into a question as to whether or not he will permit his imagination to terrorize him into fleeing away from so appalling but so futile a menace. In other words, he knows that the actual danger is almost nil. If a flying fragment of shrapnel happens to strike him, it is bad luck. There is no way to avoid it. 100 to 1 no hits will be received. Thus comes the fatalism that saves the experienced airman from worry. On Sunday, October 27th, only a fortnight before the end of the war, Hamilton Coolidge, one of the best pilots and most respected men in the American Air Service, met an annihilating death from a direct hit by an Archie shell in full flight. The shell had not yet burst when it struck the spot in which Coolidge was sitting. The aeroplane was moving forward at its usual fast speed when the mounting shell, probably traveling at the speed of 3,000 feet per second, struck squarely under the center of the aeroplane's engine. Poor Coolidge must have been killed instantly. The spad flew into fragments and the unfortunate pilot dropped like a stone to the ground. Coolidge was one of the top score aces of 94 Squadron and one of the most popular men in the service. A graduate of Groton and later of Harvard, he possessed all the qualifications of leadership and a brilliant career in any profession he might have chosen to adopt. In his work at the front, he never shirked and never complained. The loss of Lieutenant Hamilton Coolidge was one of the severest that we had been called upon to suffer. It was beginning to be a matter of constant conjecture among us as to just what day Germany would cave in and surrender. The collapse of Austria and the constant and obvious weakening of the Hun troops opposite our sector were well known to us. Hence it seemed doubly bitter that Ham Coolidge should meet death now, just as the end of the war was at hand. Especially tragic was it to all of us who knew Coolidge's fighting ability that he should be the one airman who should meet his end in this incredible manner. More than one pilot bitterly remarked that no German airman could down Ham Coolidge, so they had to kill him by a miracle. And miracle it was, for no other American pilot, but one or two other aviators during the whole course of the war, were shot down from on high by an Archie in full flight. The shell had Hamilton's name written on it, and there was no escape. Coolidge, with his usual intrepidity, was hurrying into the assistance of a formation of American bombing machines, which, after dropping their eggs on the enemy town of Grand Pre, as they started home, were in turn attacked by a large number of swifter flying Fokker machines. The Archie shells were directed at the bombers and not at the spad of Ham Coolidge. After having scornfully passed through hundreds of barrages which were aimed at him, our unlucky ace had collided with a shell not at all intended for him. Although I did not see this ghastly accident to poor Coolidge, I was in the midst of the same barrage of Archie on the other side of Grand Pre at the same time. The bombing machines above mentioned had not gained their objective without considerable fighting all the way over the lines. Thousands and thousands of German troops had been unloaded from trains during the previous night and were now hidden in Grand Pre and its neighborhood. The enemy fighting machines were out in force to defend this spot against bombing planes until these troops had an opportunity for moving and scattering themselves along their front. From every side, Fokkers were peeking upon the clumsy Liberty machines which, with their criminally constructed fuel tanks, offered so easy a target to the incendiary bullets of the enemy that their unfortunate pilots called this boasted achievement of our aviation department their flaming coffins. During that one brief fight over Grand Pre, I saw 3 of these crude machines go down in flames, an American pilot and an American gunner in each flaming coffin, dying this frightful and needless death. During the combats which followed, I again succeeded in bringing down 2 of the red-nosed Fokkers. The first victim was on my tail when I first noticed him. With one backward loop, I had reversed our positions and had my nose on his tail. One short burst from both my guns, and he tumbled down through space to crash a few miles within the German lines. The second combat occurred just a few minutes later. The last of the Liberty bombing machines had passed over the lines, or had crashed in flames, and I thought the day's work was over, when I noticed something going on to the east of me in the region of Bonfille. I began climbing and speeding forward to get a look at this performance, when to my surprise I discerned that one of the Liberty machines had been left behind and was in very evident distress. Fortunately, there was but a single enemy Fokker on his tail. The Yankee pilot was kicking his machine about, and the gunner at the rear was managing to keep his enemy at bay, when, at favorable elevation above them both, I found an opportunity to peek down and catch the Fokker, unaware of my approach. The Liberty motor, I discovered, was almost dud. It had either been struck by a bullet or had developed some interior trouble of its own. The pilot had all he could do to maintain headway and avoid the maneuvers of his enemy. Each time he banked the Liberty, it fell downwards 200 or 300 feet. The Fokker had only to worry him enough, and the American machine must drop into German territory, a captive. As I began firing, the German pilot, who had been so intent upon the capture of his prize that he had forgotten to watch his rear, zoomed suddenly up to let me pass under him. But that was too old a dodge to entrap me. I began a similar zoom just a fraction of a second before he started his, and I was the first to come out, on top. As I again prepared to open fire, I saw a curious sight. The Fokker with a red nose had not been able to complete his loop. He had stalled just at the moment he was upright on his tail, and in this position he was now hanging. And more extraordinary still, his engine had stalled and his propeller was standing absolutely still. I could see the color and laminations of the wood, so close had I approached to my helpless victim. On March 10th, 1918, there is the following entry in my flight diary. Resolved today that hereafter I will never shoot at a Hun who is at a disadvantage, regardless of what he would do if he were in my position. Just what episode influenced me to adopt that principle, and even to enter it into my diary, I have forgotten. That was very early in my fighting days, and I had then but a few combats in air. But with American flyers the war had always been more or less a sporting proposition, and the desire for fair play, the anger it always arouses in a true American to see any violation of fair play, prevents a sportsman from looking at the matter in any other light, even though it be a case of life or death. However that may be, I do not recall a single violation of this principle by any American aviator that I should care to call my friend. My Fokker enemy was now in a very ludicrous position. Of course, he could not continue hanging on there forever with his nose pointing upwards, his tail to the ground, and his propeller dead. He began falling with a tail slip. He was wondering why I didn't finish him, or at least didn't begin some attack, so that he might know which way to head his last dive. We were over 10,000 feet above ground, and looking down, I saw that we were still 2 or 3 miles within German lines. Naturally enough, the pilot will turn his nose homeward when he falls far enough to get headway for a glide. Accordingly, I kept control of the situation by heading him off and firing a few shots to show him that I did not mean to let him escape. Now the tables are turned. Instead of my Fokker friend nursing homewards to Germany a captured and crippled American machine, I am endeavoring to impress upon him that an American is desirous of escorting back to the American lines a slightly crippled but very famous Fokker with a red nose. What a triumphant entry I will make with one of Baron von Richthofen's celebrated fighting planes! I picture the flights over our field I will make with my prize tomorrow. The Boche pilot was satisfied that I had the upper hand, and he was gliding along in the proper direction with admirable docility. We should clear the lines by at least 5 miles. I could steer him from behind by firing a few bursts ahead, which had the effect of pushing him over in the direction I wanted him to go. It was as simple as driving a tame horse to the creek. Over the lines we passed, the Fokker gliding steadily along ahead of me, no other airplanes in the sky. Under the impression that I knew this country better than my companion might know it, I compelled him to steer for the Exermont field, which lay just about 4 miles behind our front line trench. He willingly complied, immediately heading in the desired direction, and apparently quite content to play fair with me and spare me his Fokker, since I had spared him his life. Of course, I was fully aware that he might attempt to set fire to his machine as soon as he touched the ground. I should have done the same had I been in his place, but I did not intend that he should have this opportunity. With his dead engine, he could not change his course once he began to settle to the ground. I would put myself immediately behind him, and if he attempted to do any injury to his aeroplane, I would shoot him on the spot. With this plan in mind, I left him a moment when he was making his last circle over the field at about 300 feet altitude, and withdrew so that I might turn and land my machine in such a position that he must come to a stop just ahead of me. And then I received one of the worst disappointments of my whole life. A Spad aeroplane suddenly appeared from out of the sky just as I turned away from my convoy. The unknown idiot in the Spad began firing a long burst into my helpless captive. I did not suspect his presence until I heard him firing. Whipping madly back, I peeked down and intervened between the malignant Spad and my protege, even firing a short burst to warn the intruder away. The latter understood me well enough, for he left us and did not return. The marks on his machine were not familiar to me, and to this day I do not know whether this interfering person was an American or a Frenchman. But whichever he was, he had absolutely ruined all my chances of a capture. The Fokker pilot had been at the outside of his turn when this unexpected attack was received. The Spad had headed him off, compelling him to turn to the right instead of to the left in the direction of the field. Now he was so low that it would be suicide to attempt to make the field. Trees and rough ground were beneath him, and the only safe course would be to pancake as flatly as possible in the rough, open ground directly ahead of him. All my hopes vanished as I saw the nature of his landing place. I circled above him until after the crash. He had overshot his mark a little and ended up against the edge of the opposite bit of woods. My red-nosed prize was scattered in pieces over the ground. To my genuine joy, I saw the pilot disentangle himself from the wreckage and walk out upon the ground. An officer on horseback and some of our doughboys were advancing on the run to make him a prisoner. He waved his thanks to me as I passed overhead, and I waved back in the most friendly manner. Inwardly, I was furious with him, myself, and most especially with the wretched pilot of the unknown Spad. So nearly had I succeeded in capturing intact a most valuable Fokker from Germany's most famous squadron. So near, and yet... Returning home, I was somewhat mollified to learn that my belated commission as captain had just arrived. I had been acting captain for several weeks, and had been told that my commission was on its way, but these rumors often proved unfounded. But it had arrived at last, and I would this night add an extra bar to each shoulder. And then I was told of the awful loss of poor Hamilton Coolidge. Surviving 6 months of very active flying over enemy's lines, fighting nearly 100 combats, and escaping without a single wound while he brought down confirmed 8 enemy airplanes, our gallant comrade had been suddenly swept away by a catastrophe that appalled us to contemplate. Early next morning I secured a staff car and proceeded up to the front to find the spot where lay the last remains of my dear friend. We reached Montfaucon and turned northwest around the edge of the Argonne forest, passing on the way the wreckage of my red-nosed Fokker just outside the town of Exermont. Arrived to within a mile of our own front line, sheltered all along the road by hanging curtains of burlap and moss, part of which had been left by the Huns, and partly our own concoction of camouflage, we were halted by an officer who told me we could move no further without coming under shell fire from the enemy guns. Abandoning the car at the roadside, we skirted the edge of the woods that adjoined the road, and made our way on foot to the flatlands just across the Aire River from the opposite town of Grand Pré. And here in the bend of the Aire, almost in full sight of the enemy, we came upon the body of Captain Coolidge. A lieutenant in infantry who had seen the whole spectacle and had marked down the spot where Ham's body had fallen, accompanied us, and it was through his very kind offices that we reached the exact spot without much searching. The chaplain of his regiment likewise accompanied us, and there, not 60 yards behind our front lines, we watched the men dig a grave. The chaplain administered the last sad rites. Amid the continuous whines of passing shells, we laid the poor mangled body of Captain Hamilton Coolidge in its last resting place. Over the grave was placed a cross, suitably engraved with his name, rank, and the date of his tragic death. A wreath of flowers was laid at the foot of the cross. Then, with uncovered head, I took a photograph of the grave, which later was sent back home to the family who mourned for one of the most gallant gentlemen who ever fought in France. Chapter 35. The End Draws Near. October was a month of glorious successes for 94 Squadron, having brought us 39 victories with but 5 losses. For, besides Captain Coolidge and Lieutenant Nutt, the squadron had lost Lieutenant Saunders of Billings, Montana, shot down on the 22nd, went out after balloons with Cook and Jeffers. Cook, on this occasion, succeeded in setting fire to the balloon he was attacking, and Jeffers, turning upon the Fokker which had just sunk Saunders, shot him down in flames 60 seconds later. On the 29th, Lieutenant Garnsey of Grand Haven, Michigan, fell in our lines near Exermont, after having fought a brilliant combat against greatly superior numbers. Reed Chambers, after bringing down an enemy machine on the 22nd, which he attacked at the tail of a Fokker formation containing 5 aeroplanes, returned to the aerodrome in considerable pain from a sudden seizure of appendicitis, and next day was sent to the hospital, where he had the appendix removed. The squadron had developed 8 aces, including Loughbury, Campbell, Coolidge, Meisner, and Chambers, all of whom were now absent, and Cook, Taylor, and myself, who were left to carry on to the end of the war. Meisner was absent only in the sense that he was now in command of the 147th Squadron, and his victories were going to swell the score for his newly adopted squadron instead of our own. Many others were going strong at the end of October, and needed but the opportunity to fight their way up into the leading scores of the group. Rain and dud weather kept us on the ground much of the time, and when we did get away for brief patrols, we found the enemy machines were even more particular about flying in bad weather than we were. None put in an appearance, and we were forced to return empty-handed so far as fighting laurels were concerned. Our first night-flying squadron had been formed early in October, under the command of Captain Seth Lowe of New York, and had its hangars on our group aerodrome. This was not a squadron of bomb-carrying airplanes, but one with which to attack bombing machines of the enemy and prevent their reaching their intended targets over our lines. The night-flying airplanes were the English Sopwith Camels, a light, single-seater capable of extraordinary evolutions in the air and able to land upon the ground in the darkness at a very low speed. The British had inaugurated this special defense against the Hun bombers in their raids upon London. Later, the same system was tried at the British front with such success that over a score of German bombers were brought down in a single month by one squadron of night-flying camels. Of course, such a defense must have the cooperation, both of signaling and listening squads, to notify the night flyers as to just when and where an attack is threatened, and also the timely cooperation of the searchlight squads is essential to enable the airmen to pick up the enemy machines in the darkness, while at the same time blinding with the glare the eyes of the Hun pilots. Principally by reason of the lack of this cooperation, our Camel Squadron, though it made several sorties along the lines during the month of October, did not meet any enemy bombers and had no combats. Time and study of this problem would doubtless have made of the Squadron 185 a valuable defense to our sector of the front, including the cities of Nancy, Toul, and Colombey-le-Bel, which were repeatedly visited at night by German Gothas. Bombs were getting heavier and more destructive. More and more machines were being devoted to this branch of aviation. But now, instead of the Germans monopolizing this terror-spreading game, the tables were turned, and the Allies dropped 10 times the amount of bombs into German cities. Even the oldest residents were moving out of the beautiful cities of the Rhine. On the next to the last day of October, I won my 25th and 26th victories, which were the last that I was to see added to my score. 2 others that I had previously brought down were never confirmed. after the deplorable death of Frank Luke, who had won 18 victories in less than 6 weeks of active flying at the front. There were no other American air fighters who were rivaling me in my number of victories. But ever since I had been captain of the 94th Squadron, the spur of rivalry had been entirely supplanted in me by the necessity of illustrating to the pilots under my orders that I would ask them to do nothing that I myself would not do. So covetously did I guard this understanding with myself that I took my machine out frequently after the day's patrol was finished, and spent another hour or two over the lines. The obligations that must attend leadership were a constant thought to me. Greater confidence in my leadership was given me when I noticed that my pilots appreciated my activity and my reasons for it. Never did I permit any pilot in my squadron to exceed the number of hours flying over the lines that was credited to me in the flight sheets. At the close of the war, only Reed Chambers' record approached my own in number of hours spent in the air. I allude to this fact because I am convinced after my 6 weeks' experience as squadron commander that my obedience to this principle did much to account for the wholehearted and enthusiastic support the pilots of my squadron gave me, and only by their loyalty and enthusiasm was their squadron to lead all the others at the front in number of victories and number of hours over enemy's lines. With Reed Chambers' forced absence at the hospital, the leadership of our first flight was put in charge of Lieutenant K. On October 30th, I had been out on 2 patrols in the forenoon, both of which had been without unusual incident or result. When K left the field with his flight at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I decided to accompany him to observe his tactics as flight leader. This formation, composed of only 4 machines, 2 of which were piloted by new men, was to fly at only 2,000 feet elevation, and was to patrol the enemy's lines between Grand Pré and Brieulles. I took my place considerably in their rear, and perhaps 1,000 feet above them. In this position we reached Brieulles, and made 2 round trips with them between our 2 towns without discovering any hostile airplanes. As we turned west for the 3rd trip, however, I noticed 2 lone Fokkers coming out of Germany at a low elevation. From their maneuvers, I decided that they were stalking Lieutenant K's flight, and were only waiting until they had placed themselves in a favorable position before beginning their attack. I accordingly turned my own machine away into Germany to get behind them, still keeping my altitude and trusting that they would be too intent on the larger quarry to notice me. I had hardly begun to turn back when I saw that they had set their machines in motion for their attack. Opening up myself, I put down my nose and tried to overtake them, but they had too great a start. I saw that K had not seen them, and in spite of the odds in our favor, I feared for the 2 new men who were at the end of the formation and who must assuredly bear the first diving assault of the Fokkers. Fortunately, K saw them coming before they had reached firing range, and he immediately turned his formation south in the direction of home. Cook is with K, and those 2 will be able to defend the 2 youngsters if the Fokkers really get to close quarters, I thought to myself. I could not hope to overtake them myself anyway if they continued back into France. So, after a little reflection, I stayed where I was, witnessing a daring attempt of the Fokkers to break up K's formation, which, nevertheless, was unsuccessful. Both Fokkers attacked the rear spad, which was piloted by Lieutenant Evatt, one of our new men. Instead of trying to maneuver them off, he continued to fly straight ahead, affording them every opportunity in the world of correcting their aim and getting their bullets home. Evatt discovered upon landing that one of his right struts was severed by their bullets. After this one attack, the Fokkers turned back. I was in the meantime flying deeper into Germany, keeping one eye upon the 2 enemy machines to discover in which direction they would cross the lines to reach their own side. They seemed in no hurry to get back, but continued westward, heading towards Grand Pré. Very well. That suited me perfectly. I would make a great detour, coming back out of Germany immediately over Grand Pré, with the hope that if they saw me, they might believe me one of their own until we got to close quarters. But before I reached Grand Pré, I noticed them coming towards me. I was then almost over the town of Nieuport, and quite a little distance within their lines. They were very low, and not more than 1,000 feet above ground at most. I was quite twice this height. Like lambs to the slaughter, they came unsuspectingly on, not half a mile to the east of me. Letting them pass, I immediately dipped over, swung around as I fell, and opening up my motor, peaked with all speed on the tail of the nearest Fokker. With less than 20 rounds, all of which poured full into the center of the fuselage, I ceased firing and watched the Fokker drop helplessly to earth. As it began to revolve slowly, I noticed for the first time that again I had outwitted a member of the von Richthofen crowd. The dying Fokker wore an especially brilliant nosepiece of bright red. As my first tracer bullets began to streak past the Fokker, his companion put down his nose and dived for the ground. As he was well within his own territory, I did not venture to follow him at this low altitude, but at once began climbing to avoid the coming storm of Archie and machine gun fire. Little or none of this came my way, however, and I continued homeward, passing en route over the little village of Saint-Georges, which was then about 2 miles inside the enemy lines. And there, directly under my right wing, lay in its bed a German observation balloon just at the edge of the village. On a sudden impulse, I kicked over my rudder, pointed my nose at the huge target, and pulled the triggers. Both guns worked perfectly. I continued my sloping dive to within 100 feet of the sleeping Drachen, firing up and down its whole length by slightly shifting the course of my aeroplane. Not a human being was in sight. Evidently the Huns thought that they were quite safe in this spot, since this balloon had not yet been run up, and its location could not be known to our side. I zoomed up and climbed a few hundred feet for another attack if it should be necessary, but as I balanced my machine and looked behind me, I saw the fire take effect. These flaming bullets sometimes require a long time to ignite the balloon fabric. Doubtless they travel too fast to ignite the pure gas, unmixed with air. The towering flames soon lit up the sky with a vivid glare, and, keeping it behind me, I speeded homeward, with many self-satisfied chuckles at my good fortune. But too much self-satisfaction always receives a jolt. I had not gone 10 miles before I received the worst kind of a scare. It had become quite dark, and I was very near to the ground. Still some distance inside the German lines, for I had kept east in the hope that another Hun balloon might be left for my last rounds of ammunition. I thought of looking at my watch to see how late it really was. I had fuel for only 2 hours and 10 minutes. A vague sort of premonition warned me that I had been overlooking something of importance in the past few minutes. One glance at my watch and I realized exactly what had been weighing in the back of my mind. The time indicated that I had now been out exactly 2 hours and 10 minutes. A real terror seized me for a moment. I was not up far enough above earth to glide for any distance when my motor stopped. Even as I banked over and turned southward, I wondered whether my motor would gasp and expire in the turning. I feared to climb, and I feared to stay low. I gazed over the sides of my office and tried to make out the nature of the landing ground below. Throttling down to the slowest possible speed to save fuel, I crept towards the lines. It was dark enough to see that suspicious Heinies below were shooting at me on the chance that I might be an enemy. Glad I was to see those flashes receding farther and farther to my rear. I had passed the lines somewhere west of Verdun, and now must chance upon any open field I came to when the engine gave its last cough. Why didn't it stop? I wondered. It was now 5 or 6 minutes overdue. In miserable anticipation of the lot fate had in store for me, I struggled on, noting with additional gloom that the searchlight that should long ago be pointing out the way to my aerodrome had not been lighted. I could not be more than 10 miles from home. Why couldn't those men attend to their business when pilots were known to be out? I took out my Very pistol and fitted in a red light. That would notify them at home that I was in trouble and in a hurry to land. Just as I fired the second Very light, I heard the motor begin its final sputtering. And then, just as I felt cold chills running up my back, the blessed landing lights flashed out, and I saw I was almost over the field. Forgetting all my recent joy, I made myself as wretched as possible the following few seconds in concluding that I could not by any possibility reach the smooth field. It seemed to work. The treatment. I had expiated my sins of overconfidence and appeased the goddess of luck, for I cleared the road, landed with the wind, and struck the ground with a quiet thud less than 100 feet from the entrance to 94's hangar, right side up, but I walked over to the mess with a chastened spirit. The following morning was rainy, and all the afternoon it continued to pour. Just before dusk we received orders to have our whole force over the lines at daybreak to protect an infantry advance from Grandpré to Buzancy. We all felt that we were to witness the last great attack of the war, and we were right. A heavy fog of the genuine Meuse Valley variety prevented our planes leaving the ground until the middle of the forenoon. All the morning we heard the tremendous artillery duel at the north of us, and very impatiently waited for a clearing of the weather. That dull morning was somewhat relieved by a receipt of newspapers stating that Turkey had surrendered unconditionally, and that Austria was expected to follow suit the following day. Placing about 100 of these journals in my plane, I set out for the lines with our patrol at 9:30 o'clock. Arrived over the front lines near the town of L'Appel, I flew at an altitude of only 100 feet from the ground, and there I saw our doughboys, after the victorious advance of the morning, crouching in every available shell hole and lying several deep in every depression, while looking forward for a snipe shot at any enemy's head that came into view. Others were posted behind woods and buildings with bayonets fixed, waiting for the word to go forward. As I passed overhead, I threw overboard handfuls of morning papers to them, and was amused to see how eagerly the doughboys ran out of their holes to pick them up. With utter disdain for the nearby Hun snipers, they exposed themselves gladly for the opportunity of getting the latest news from an airplane. I knew the news they would get would repay them for the momentary risk they ran. Dropping half my load there, I flew on over the Moselle Valley, where I distributed the remainder of the papers among the men in the front-line trenches along that sector. Returning then to the region of Beaugency, I first caught sight of a huge supply depot burning. A closer view disclosed the fact that it was German, and German soldiers were still on the premises. They were destroying materials that they knew they would be unable to save. In other words, they were contemplating a fast retreat. A few dashes up and down the highways leading to the north quickly confirmed this impression. Every road was filled with lorries and retreating artillery. All were hurrying towards Longuyon and the German border. All the way up the Meuse as far as Stenay, I found the same mad rush for the rear. Every road was filled with retreating Heinies. They were going while the going was good, and their very gestures seemed to indicate for them it was indeed the fin de la guerre. I hurried home to make my report, which I felt certain would be welcome to those in authority. The following day I obtained permission to visit Paris on a 3 days' leave. For the first time since I had been in France, I found the streets of Paris illuminated at night and gaiety unrestrained possessing the boulevards and cafes, with the Place de la Concorde and the Champs-Élysées crammed with captured German guns and German airplanes, with flags and bunting astream everywhere. It looked here, too, that people thought it was the fin de la guerre. I am told that Paris did not go raving mad until that unforgettable night of the signing of the armistice. But from the street scenes I saw there during those first days of November, while the Huns were in full retreat from the soil of France that had so long been polluted by their feet, it is difficult to imagine how any people could express greater happiness. Personally, I am glad that I was with my squadron instead of in Paris on the night the war ended. For great as were the sights there, none of them could have expressed to an aviator such a view of the sentiment and feeling of aviation over the termination of this game of killing as was exhibited at our own aerodrome on the night the official order, "Cease firing," came to us. Chapter 36. The Last Victory of the Great War. Returning from Paris on November 5th, I found it still raining. Almost no flying had been possible along this sector since my departure. In fact, no patrol left our field until November 8th, the same day on which we caught by wireless the information that the Boche delegates had crossed the lines between Audry and Chem on the La Chapelle road to sign the armistice. Peace, then, was actually in sight. For weeks there had been a feeling in the air that the end of the war was near. To the aviators who had been flying over the lines, and who had with their own eyes seen the continuous withdrawals of the Germans to the rear, there was no doubt but that the Huns had lost their immoderate love for fighting, and were sneaking homewards as fast as their legs would carry them. Such a certainty of victory should have operated to produce a desire to live and let live among men who were desirous of seeing the end of the war. That is, men who preferred to survive rather than run the risk of combat fighting now that the war was fairly over. But it was at this very period of my leadership of the 94th Squadron that I found my pilots most infatuated with fighting. They importuned me for permission to go out at times when a single glance at the fog and rain showed the foolishness of such a request. Not content with the collapse of the enemy forces, the pilots wanted to humiliate them further with flights deep within their country, where they might strafe aeroplane hangars and retreating troops for the last time. It must be done at once, they feared, or it would be too late. On the 9th of November, Lieutenant DeWitt and Captain Fauntleroy came to me after lunch and begged me to go to the door of my hut and look at the weather with them. I laughed at them, but did as they requested. It was dark and windy outside, heavy low clouds driving across the sky, though for the moment no rain was falling. I took a good look around the heavens and came back to my room, the two officers following me. Here they cornered me and talked volubly for 10 minutes, urging my permission to let them go over the lines and attack one last balloon which they had heard was still swinging back of the Meuse. They overcame every objection of mine with such earnestness that finally, against my best judgment, I acquiesced and permitted them to go. At this moment, Major Kirby, who had just joined the 94 Squadron for a little experience in air fighting before taking command of a new group of squadrons that was being formed, and who as yet had never flown over the lines, stepped into the room and requested permission to join DeWitt and Fauntleroy in their expedition. Lieutenant Cook would go along with him, he said, and they would hunt in pairs. If they didn't take this opportunity, the war might end overnight, and he would never have had a whack at an enemy plane. Full of misgivings at my own weakness, I walked out onto the field and watched the 4 pilots get away. I noted the time on my watch, noted that a heavy wind was blowing them away and would increase their difficulties in returning, blamed myself exceedingly that I had permitted them to influence me against my judgment. The next 2 hours were miserable ones for me. The weather grew steadily worse. Rain fell, and the wind grew stronger. When darkness fell, shortly after 4 o'clock, I ordered all the lights turned on the field, and taking my seat at the mouth of our hangar, I anxiously waited for a glimpse of the homecoming Spads. It was nearing the limit of their fuel supply, and another 10 minutes must either bring some word from them, or I should know that by my orders 4 pilots had sacrificed themselves needlessly after hostilities had practically ceased. I believe that hour was the worst one I have ever endured. Night fell, and no airplanes appeared. The searchlights continued to throw their long fingers into the clouds, pointing the way home to any wandering scouts who might be lost in the storm. Foolish as it was to longer expect them, I could not order the lights extinguished, and they shone on all through the night. The next day was Sunday, and another decoration ceremony was scheduled to take place at our field at 11 o'clock. A number of pilots from other aerodromes were coming over to receive the Distinguished Service Cross from the hands of General Leger for bravery and heroic exploits over enemy lines. Several of our own group, including myself, were to be among the recipients. The band played, generals addressed us, and all the men stood at attention in front of our line of fighting planes while the dignified ceremony was performed. 2 more palms were presented to me to be attached to my decoration. The army orders were read aloud, praising me for shooting down enemy airplanes. How bitter such compliments were to me that morning nobody ever suspected. Not a word had come from any one of my 4 pilots that I had sent over the lines the day before. No explanation but one was possible. All 4 had been forced to descend in enemy territory, crashed, killed, or captured. It little mattered so far as my culpability was concerned. In fact, a message had come in the night before that a Spad had collided in air with a French 2-seater near Beaumont late that afternoon. A hurried investigation by telephone disclosed the fact that no other Spads were missing but our own, thus filling me with woeful conjectures as to which one of my 4 pilots had thus been killed in our own lines. At the conclusion of the presentation of decorations, I walked back to the hangar and put on my coat, for it was a freezing day, and we had been forced to stand for half an hour without movement in dress tunic and breeches. The field was so thick with fog that the photographers present could scarcely get light enough to snap the group of officers standing in line. No airplanes could possibly be out today, or I should have flown over to Beaumont at daybreak to ascertain which of my pilots had been killed there. I was invited to mess with 95 Squadron that noon, and I fear I did not make a merry guest. The compliments I received for my newly received decorations fell on deaf ears. As soon as I decently could get away, I made my adieus and walked back across the aerodrome. And about halfway across, I saw an airplane standing in the center of the field. I looked at it idly, wondering what idiot had tried to get away in such a fog. Suddenly I stopped dead in my tracks. The Spad had a hat in the ring painted on its fuselage, and a large No. 3 was painted just beyond it. No. 3 was Fauntleroy's machine. I fairly ran the rest of the way to my hangar, where I demanded of the mechanics what news they had heard about Captain Fauntleroy. I was informed that he had just landed and had reported that Lieutenant DeWitt had crashed last night inside our lines, but would be back during the course of the day. And to cap this joyful climax to a day's misery, I was told 5 minutes later at Group Headquarters that Major Kirby had just telephoned in that he had shot down an enemy airplane across the Meuse this morning at 10 o'clock, after which he had landed at an aerodrome near the front and would return to us when the fog lifted. It was a wild afternoon we had at 94 Mess upon receipt of this wonderful news. Cookie, too, was later heard from, he having experienced a rather more serious catastrophe the previous afternoon. He had attacked an observation balloon near Beaumont. The Hun defenses shot off one blade of his propeller, and he had barely made his way back across the lines when he was compelled to land in the shell holes which covered this area. He escaped on foot to the nearest American trench, and late Sunday afternoon reached our mess. Major Kirby's victory was quickly confirmed, later inquiries disclosing the wonderful fact that this first remarkable victory of his was in truth the last airplane shot down in the Great War. Our old 94 Squadron had won the first American victory over enemy airplanes when Alan Winslow and Douglas Campbell had dropped two biplane machines on the Toul Aerodrome. 94 Squadron had been the first to fly over the lines and had completed more hours flying at the front than any other American organization. It had won more victories than any other, and now, for the last word, it had the credit of bringing down the last enemy airplane of the war. One can imagine the celebration with which 94 Squadron would signalize the end of the war. What could Paris, or any other community in the whole world, offer in comparison? And the celebration came even before we had lost the zest of our present gratitude and emotion. The story of Major Kirby's sensational victory can be told in a paragraph. He had become lost the night before, and had landed on the first field he saw. Not realizing the importance of telephoning us of his safety, he took off early next morning to come home. This time he got lost in the fog which surrounded our district. When he again emerged into clear air, he found he was over Étampes, a small town just north of Verdun. And there, flying almost alongside of his Spad, was another airplane which a second glance informed him was an enemy Fokker. Both pilots were so surprised for a moment that they simply gazed at each other. The Fokker pilot recovered his senses first and began a dive towards earth. Major Kirby immediately peaked on his tail, followed him down to within 50 feet of the ground, firing all the way. The Fokker crashed head-on, and Kirby zoomed up just in time to avoid the same fate. With his usual modesty, Major Kirby insisted he had scared the pilot to his death. Thus ended the war in the air on the American front. While listening to these details that evening after mess, our spirits bubbling over with excitement and happiness, the telephone sounded, and I stepped over and took it up, waving the room to silence. It was a message to bring my husky braves over across to the 95 mess to celebrate the beginning of a new era. I demanded of the speaker, it was Jack Mitchell, captain of the 95th, what he was talking about. "Peace has been declared! No more fighting!" he shouted. "C'est la fin de la guerre!" Without reply, I dropped the phone and turned around and faced the pilots of 94 Squadron. Not a sound was heard. Every eye was upon me, but no one made a movement or drew a breath. It was one of those peculiar psychological moments when instinct tells everyone that something big is impending. In the midst of this uncanny silence, a sudden boom boom of our Archie battery outside was heard. And then pandemonium broke loose. Shouting like mad, tumbling over one another in their excitement, the daring pilots of the Hat-in-the-Ring Squadron, sensing the truth, darted into trunks and kit bags, drew out revolvers, German Lugers, that some of them had found or bought as souvenirs from French poilus, very pistols, and shooting tools of all descriptions, and burst out of doors. There the sky over our old aerodrome, and indeed in every direction of the compass, was aglow and shivering with bursts of fire. Searchlights were madly cavorting across the heavens, paling to dimness the thousands of colored lights that shot up from every conceivable direction. Shrill yells pierced the darkness around us, punctuated with the fierce rat-tat-tat-tat-tat of a score of machine guns, which now added their noise to the clamor. Roars of laughter and hysterical whoopings came to us from the men's quarters beside the hangars. Pistol shots were fired in salvos, filled and emptied again and again until the weapon became too hot to hold. At the corner of our hangar, I encountered a group of my pilots rolling out tanks of gasoline. Instead of attempting the impossible task of trying to stop them, I helped them get it through the mud and struck the match myself and lighted it. A dancing ring of crazy lunatics joined hands and circled around the blazing pyre. Similar howling and revolving circuses surrounding several other burning tanks of good United States gasoline that would never more carry fighting aeroplanes over enemy lines. The stars were shining brightly overhead, and the day's mist was gone. But at times even the stars were hidden by the thousands of rockets that darted up over our heads and exploded with their soft plonks, releasing varicolored lights which floated softly through this epochal night until they withered away and died. Star shells, parachute flares, and streams of vari-lights continued to light our way through an aerodrome seemingly thronged with madmen. Everybody was laughing, drunk with the outgushing of their long pent-up emotions. "I lived through the war! I heard one whirling dervish of a pilot shouting to himself as he pirouetted alone in the center of a mud hole. Regardless of who heard the inmost secret of his soul, now that the war was over, he had retired off to one side to repeat this fact over and over to himself until he might make himself sure of its truth. Another pilot, this one an ace of 27 Squadron, grasped me securely by the arm and shouted almost incredulously, "We won't be shot at any more!" Without waiting for a reply, he hastened on to another friend and repeated this important bit of information as though he were doubtful of a complete understanding on this trivial point. What sort of new world will this be without the excitement of danger in it? How queer it will be in the future to fly over the dead line of the silent Meuse, that significant boundary line that was marked by the Archie shells, to warn the pilot of his entrance into danger. How can one enjoy life without this highly spiced sauce of danger? What else is there left to living now that the zest and excitement of fighting aeroplanes is gone? Thoughts such as these held me entranced for the moment and were afterwards recalled to illustrate how tightly strung were the nerves of these boys of 20 who had, for continuous months, been living on the very peaks of mental excitement. In the mess hall of Mitchell's squadron, we found gathered the entire officer personnel of the group. Orderlies were running back and forth, with cups brimming with hastily concocted punch, with which to drink to the success and personal appearance of every pilot in aviation. Songs were bellowed forth, accompanied by the crashing sounds from the Bosch piano, the proudest of 95 souvenirs, selected from an officer's mess of an abandoned German camp. Chairs and benches were pushed back to the walls, and soon the whole roomful was dancing, struggling, and whooping for joy to the imminent peril of the rather temporary walls and floor. Some unfortunate pilot fell, and in a trice everybody in the room was forming a pyramid on top of him. The appearance of the CO of the group brought the living mass to its feet in a score of rousing cheers to the best CO in France. Major Hartney was hoisted upon the piano, while 100 voices shouted, "Speech! Speech!" No sooner did he open his lips than a whirlwind of sound from outside made him pause and reduce the room to quiet, but only for an instant. "It's the jazz band from old 147!" yelled the pilots, and like a tumultuous waterfall, they poured en masse through a doorway that was only wide enough for one at a time. Whooping, shrieking, and singing, the victors of some 400-odd combats with enemy airmen encircled the musicians from the enlisted men of 147 Squadron. The clinging clay mud of France lay ankle-deep around them. Within a minute the dancing throng had with their hopping and skipping plowed it into an almost bottomless bog. Someone went down, dragging down with him the portly bass drummer. Upon this foundation, human forms in the spotless uniforms of the American Air Service piled themselves until the entire group lay prostrate in one huge pyramid of joyous aviators. It was later bitterly disputed as to who was and who was not at the very bottom of this historic monument, erected that night under the starry skies of France to celebrate the extraordinary fact that we had lived through the war and were not to be shot at tomorrow. It was the fin de la guerre. It was the fin de aviation. It was to us, perhaps unconsciously, the end of that intimate relationship that since the beginning of the war had cemented together brothers in arms into a closer fraternity than is known to any other friendship in the whole world. When again will that pyramid of entwined comrades, interlacing together in one mass boys from every state in our Union, when again will it be formed and bound together in mutual devotion? End of chapter, and end of Fighting the Flying Circus by Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, Medal of Honor winner from the great state of Ohio. Recording by Brett Downey, also from the great state of Ohio.